I am obviously acutely aware that my presence at this podium represents a few firsts. I am a Black gay immigrant woman, the first of all three of those to hold this position. I would not be here today if it were not for generations of barrier breaking people before me. I stand on their shoulders. If it were not for generations of barrier breaking people before me, I would not be here. But I benefit from their sacrifices. I have learned from their excellence, and I am forever grateful to them. Representation does matter. You hear us say this often in this administration, and no one understands this better than President Biden. I am obviously
Going to add myself to the stream. I'm going to make sure to mute it when I replay this. But you have to actually count the I's and the me's in 48 seconds of clip. Now, this was townhall.com that posted it. Cat Turd responded to it, and that's where I saw this clip. Just I'm going to do it with my hands while we go through this. I'll put myself on mute.
I am obviously acutely aware that my presence at this podium represents a few firsts. I am a Black gay immigrant woman, the first of all three of those to hold this position. I would not be here today if it were not for generations of barrier breaking people before me. I stand on their shoulders. If it were not for generations of barrier breaking people before me, I would not be here. But I benefit from their sacrifices. I have learned from their excellence, and I am forever grateful to them. Representation does matter. You hear us say this often in this administration, and no one understands this better than President Biden. I am obviously
This is the press secretary in a 48-second clip saying "I, me" 10 times. And this is at a she's the press secretary. She's there to relay information from the president to the press. And it's not to be mean or cynical. All of the things that she described are very, they're personal attributes. They're life decisions that are an individual's decision and their decision alone, except for the, identity aspects, which you're born into, but for. Some would say that none of these are qualifications for a job, and to invoke them as though they are qualifications for a job without actually referring to any qualifications for the job, it could be a little bit of institutionalized identity politics, which can go by another name. I can't get over it, because it's like, it's just, on the one hand, it's just pure objectification of individuals. No one understands it better than Biden. I was picked not because I was qualified, although I suspect she was, although we wouldn't know it because we heard nothing about qualifications. We just heard about a number of personal life decisions, a number of identity aspects of one's existence. And that's somehow going to be relevant in the press secretary relaying information from the White House to the press. It's just ironic that the individuals complaining about institutionalized racism, and that goes from Biden to Justin Trudeau, by and large seem to be the people guilty of institutionalized racism, in that they look at individuals and all they see is race, religion, sex, gender, creed. All they do is make hiring, well, I won't say all. They seem guided by making hiring decisions that are objectifying the individual as opposed to assessing the individual on their merits, reducing them to identity, religion, race, ethnicity, gender, as opposed to assessing them based on their merits. Anyhow, starting off with that before we work our way into what will be day 2 of what started off in 1.25 short hour. I mean, they went for what, an hour and a half? It was an hour and a half of cross-examination, and it was already it was already relatively brutal. It started off, I was thinking about this actually in the middle of the night. It started off weird, where the lawyer, maybe people who were following the trial like thoroughly understood exactly where Camille Velasquez was going. That's the lawyer doing the cross-examination for Johnny Depp. Maybe people watching daily, 10 hours daily, knew exactly where she was going. But when she got up on stage, when she got up to the podium to start her cross-examination, and she said to Amber Heard, Johnny Depp hasn't looked at you once during this trial. And I was like, that's a weird question. The amount of notifications that I'm getting. Rekieta Law is live. Nate Brody is live. Legal Bites is live. I haven't gotten the notification for Emily D. Baker yet, but I know that she's going to be live. Which leads me to question why I did not get the notification for Emily Baker. Doesn't matter. I'll go check afterwards. There's a number of people live streaming this today. Some will have more commentary than others. Some will have less commentary than others. I can assure you, this stream of the cross-examination is going to have more commentary than some people might be comfortable with. If you want silence, Law and Crime, airing it with no commentary, which seems so useless. Law and Crime is airing it. They had nearly 1 million people watching, no commentary trial, which is good, but I don't think people are going to get any value-added viewing out of that. Legal Bites, Emily D. Baker, Rekieta, Nate Brody. Who else do we got? We got Law and Lumber. I don't know if by the way, Law and Lumber and Ian Runkle and DUI Guy, I think are going to be back in the courtroom today. I would say everyone, you could ignore, I won't say ignore Carly. Let me see. I think I saw a comment here. Hold on. I think Carly accused me of misogyny because that's what people do when they, sick of misogyny. Yeah. Viva the misogynist because he refuses to reduce an individual to their gender. Okay, ignoring. Moving on, I should say. Pete Collins, good morning, Viva. So I got notifications for 3 people who are live. There's going to be some commentary going on today. The cross-examination started off with Camille Velasquez, asking Amber Heard, Johnny hasn't looked at you once this trial. And I was thinking, that's a risky question because to me that I didn't know that he hadn't looked at her once. In fact, I thought he had because at one point in time when I remarked on that encounter that Amber Heard seemed to perceive existed when Johnny Depp got up to leave the courtroom at the same time and Amber jumped back. I think it was the end of day 3 or close to. And I said, holy cows, what just happened there? Because I thought Johnny Depp looked at her and I thought he gave her something of a look that caused her to jump back. Rewatching it, seems the jump back occurred before Johnny Depp even made any form of eye contact with her. So I didn't know that Johnny Depp had not actually looked at Amber or was making a conscientious effort not to look at her. But apparently there was a recording of Johnny Depp explaining why Amber would never see his eyes again. For anybody who's interested in this drama, the drama is secondary. The style of cross-examination is what's of interest here. You have Camille Velasquez asking a question, which might have caught some people off guard. It's like, why would she ask that? What if Johnny did look over at Amber? What if Amber's answer was, yeah, he looked at me, he scowled and made a face, and I was scared on the stand? But Camille Velasquez prepped the cross and had an exhibit that she was going to file or that had already been filed, in which it's a recording of Johnny Depp dramatically saying, you're never going to see my eyes again, Amber, because I loathe you as an individual. Barnes should be coming today, but Barnes is on West Coast time. So Johnny Depp is a creep. I can appreciate people feeling that way. And he might be a creep. The only question is he a creep who's guilty of the accusations that Amber Heard made of him? Being a creep does not make you a criminal. So Camille starts off with that question, caught me off guard. I was like, ugh. If I'm Amber, I would say, yeah, he did look at me and I was scared and he gave me a face and that's what I had to deal with for years. But Amber says, no, he didn't look at me. And then Camille asks another question, says, but you've been staring at him. And Camille says, yeah, not Camille. Amber says, yes, I have. And then we find out that it's because Johnny Depp in a recording said, you're never going to see my eyes again because you've violated my trust. Whatever. I don't care about the drama to it. I mean, I don't think I would have the discipline to never look at someone again. And it was a good opening question, because you get the jury hearing now. Johnny's never going to look at her again, despite everything she said. Never going to look at her again. And the reason for which he's never going to look at her again is because he believes that she has violated his trust in the most sacred of ways possible. And then it went into a pretty darn good cross-examination. She got to questioning on all of the alleged injuries, the brutal injuries that Amber Heard testified she sustained at the hands of Johnny, literally. And then Camille, rightly noted, or got Amber to admit that, speaking of violence at the hands of, literally, she got Amber to admit that Johnny Depp, always wears those big, bulky rings on his right hand. And one day in trial, I noticed, I was like, oh, why is Johnny Depp wearing these big, clunky rings? And people in the chat were like, oh, he always wears those. I think Emily and Legal Bites, who know this trial better than I do, said Johnny Depp always wears those rings. So she got Amber then to admit that Johnny Depp always wears those rings and would have been wearing those rings or was wearing those rings during the alleged incidents where Amber testified that she sustained or experienced the violence that she did. And then Camille pulled up the pictures. There was one, it was an amazing section, short and sweet, where Camille says, you allege that you sustained, that you experienced violence in the month of March on 3 separate occasions. On one occasion, you testified as follows. And then Amber, thinking that she was getting the upper hand in the response, geez, we're going live in 3 minutes, says, which incident? There were 3 in the month of March. She's like, well, the one where you said this happened. And she's like, well, which one? And she's like, well, the one where you said that he struck me repeatedly in the face. She's like, well, Amber thought she was scoring points by saying there were 3 incidents in March. And she said, well, you only produced one picture purportedly evidencing any injury for the month of March. You only posted one picture, and there was a bruise on the inside of your arm, and your face is immaculate. So it was just, in your face. It's gonna continue today, but it was just in your face. You've alleged the most serious of physical violence. Here's a picture of you from that month where you said there were 3 such incidents, and I don't see anything other than a bruise on your arm, and you didn't file any other evidence. You said it happened the day before you went on the James Corden show. So bad, you thought you had a broken nose. This is your picture from the James Corden show. You said you had a split lip. Here's a picture of you making a Taylor Swift face that no one would make with a split lip. You said it happened the day before you went to the Don Rickles comedy special where you thought you had bruises on your back. Here's a photograph of you with an open back dress. Nothing. So it didn't start off well for Amber, in my humble opinion. Although I don't think her evidence in chief didn't start off well. She didn't lay up when she had the chance to lay up in chief. And I just said she's going to get destroyed in cross-examination. The only question is going to be, is she going to snap on the stand and have something of a lashing out that's really going to turn the jury more off than the jury might already be turned off? Let me go see where this trial is going to be live today. I don't want to do the law and crime feed. Live now. Let's see here. Oopsie doodle. Hold on. So I'm going to go find a good feed to watch. Give me 1 second. Oh. And I might have to actually leave momentarily to drive my wife to work and then come back. I'm going to see if I can actually do the stream on the go. But if not, it'll just be the screen for 10 minutes or 12 minutes while I drive my wife to work. Skip. Okay, good. So we've got this one. Let's see if this is going to work. There's no audio, so I'm not going to know how the audio is going to sound until we get there. On the split lip, no one with a split lip can open their mouths as wide as she did. There's no question. But Sky News feed, yeah, I'll see if I can find the Sky News feed, actually. That tends to be the best one. Sky News. Yoni Depp live stream. The Johnny Depp. Where is he? Und the sky. See, I see people. I don't see the sky. Let me just go to Sky News feed. Give me a second, people. I'll figure this out. Nothing's happening yet. Oh, but the amazing thing is Runkle of the Bailey popped in during break. Runkle spent the night in line. Sky News Live. He spent the night in line with Law and Lumber and DUI guy to get into that trial. And it wasn't like they could just get in line, wait in line the night of, and get like a ticket to get in. They had to wait in line, and they only let in 100 people, and they had to wait overnight. Okay, if anybody has the Johnny Depp live feed there, but I'll just go to see if I can find another one here. Give me a second, peeps. Johnny Depp live. Let's see. Johnny Depp trial 2020. We've got Law and Crime. We've got who else? Who's the reliable Johnny Depp trial live? Other than that, people, how is everything going? Speaking of people, I think we got people live here. Okay, this audio sounds good.
Do we have any preliminary matters before we have
Any preliminary matters they say?
Of course we do.
Of course we do. Let's talk. Okay, here we go, people. How does this look? Oh, and we've got closed captions as well. Okay, so they're going to do some sidebar morning issues. Let's see if we can get some super chat while we're here. Coffee and cross-exam in the morning. Great way to start the day. Under/over is at 85%. Amber snaps. She's going to snap or break down, but the question is whether or not the breakdown is going to be just a disguised snap, where you can't lash out aggressively, so you just have to break down emotionally and hope to garner sympathy. Because it's like, I was having a discussion with someone yesterday, like, whether or not you believe Amber's word, you can believe someone, but to quote the amazing Lucas, I don't trust men, I don't trust women, I don't trust anybody. I trust the evidence. Although I think I just made it better than amazing Lucas. He says, trust men, trust women, trust the facts was one of his shirts. Whether or not you believe Amber Heard, you might be inclined to believe her because you might say, why would anyone make all this stuff up? People can think of millions of good reasons, but some people say, why would anyone make it up? You can believe her, but at some point you have to also understand that you need to be able to substantiate these claims with actual evidence, above and beyond testimonial evidence. He did X, Y, and Z to me. I thought I had a broken nose. And here are the pictures of him sleeping to prove it. And by the way, this is Viva. The staged photo of the cocaine on the table was taken in Amber's apartment before she moved in with Johnny. This has been a well-staged plan to destroy him from the beginning. Or Light Giver. I just had a funny idea. Maybe she was texting her friend and saying, this is what my morning looks like. I forget what the exact phrasing on that image was, but maybe she was showing the friend what she was going to be doing that morning. It is interesting that of all the photo, of all the allegations, of all the drug use, of all the secret recordings that she had of Johnny, she never had one of him actually doing, what's another word for that? The nose sugar? I don't know what the heck I'm talking about. But yeah, it could have been a well orchestrated plot, or it could have been her just saying, hey, at the time I sent this, say, this is what my morning looks like. And then in retrospect, I can now weaponize the meaning of that for trial purposes. Popcorn, get the popcorn ready. I missed a bunch of super chats here. Let me see. I'll go to the end. But one thing I thought, which maybe if Camille Velasquez is watching today, booger sugar. if Camille is watching today, yesterday there was a moment when Camille asked Amber, "Did you ever go to a doctor, a dentist? Did you ever go to a doctor or a dentist about any injury sustained during your relationship with Johnny?" Because she could have she probably went to the dentist to have her teeth cleaned. She might have gone to the doctor for other reasons. Did she go for any injury? Doctor or dentist for any injury related to Johnny Depp? Amber's answer was not during our relationship. Okay. I think she then said, after your relationship, did you go? And I think Amber said, yeah, I went to an ENT after our relationship. And then Camille said, did you go for an injury? And she said, no, but the ENT said I had suffered a broken nose, and then she moved to strike. This is very interesting. Let me just take this out while we're here. This is very interesting to me because this happened. This came up in a discussion that I was having with someone. as to, you know, her own testimony, where some people are arguing, well, Amber Heard, she never said she suffered a broken nose. She said she thought she suffered a broken nose. That was her testimony. She had to walk it back a little bit. She said, I said I thought I suffered a broken nose, not that I suffered a broken nose. Fine. Except when Amber Heard started adding that question to her answer. Yeah, I went to the ENT and the ENT confirmed that I had a broken nose. Camille moved to strike. But I'm sitting there thinking, holy cows. If now she is saying that the ENT confirmed that she did in fact have a broken nose sustained during her relationship with Johnny, well, then she's no longer saying, I think that I had a broken nose, or I thought that I did, it was bleeding and I thought it might have been broken. Now she's saying, a doctor told me I did in fact have a broken nose sustained during the relationship with Johnny. Then all of her explanations as to how nobody saw it, as to how in all of those photos she's immaculate, make no sense. So the question is whether or not Camille picks up on that and then allows her to offer that information again, or knowing that she had already offered it, but she moved to strike the second half of that answer, whether or not she comes back to it. Because it's interesting. Like, people are going to say, oh, okay, so she didn't break her nose, and then her defense is going to be, well, I only testified that I thought I broke my nose. Well, yesterday, in that offered information to a question that hadn't been asked, when she said, did you go to an ENT because of an injury? And Amber says, no, but the ENT said I had a broken nose. Well, if a doctor told her that she sustained a broken nose during her relationship with Johnny, and she now is suggesting that it was in one of those incidents where you have photographs from the day of, the day later, the same month, none of it showing the slightest scratch on her face, then her testimony becomes a little bit more difficult to write off as in, oh, it wasn't a broken nose. I only thought it was. So, okay, fine. So she exaggerated a little bit. But now she's saying an ENT told her. And what photographic evidence does she have to prove it? None. And the only photographic evidence that's out there that Camille has presented thus far, immaculate face, immaculate form, immaculate everything. The day of, the day later, a night later, and in the month where she alleges that there were 3 such incidents with the big bulky rings that Johnny Depp always wears now, according to Amber's own testimony, nothing. Yep, and Camille asked her, no medical records. Even when she thought she sustained a concussion, no medical records. There was one medical document which seemed to talk about something else, which I think we're going to get back to today. Okay, now before they go live again, let me just get some super chat that I just saw here. She will break. Narcissists can hold it together for so long, and she thinks she can do anything without consequences. We'll see. Coffee and Cross, we got to this one. And Booger Sugar, my last 2 posts explain eye contact. Okay, let me see if I can find that. Take this off. Oh, that's not my job about the adducing evidence. You'll recall at one point yesterday during the stream, Camille's saying, you didn't, she says, I have more pictures. She's suggesting that she had more evidence, more pictures showing things that weren't in evidence. And then Camille said, but those aren't in evidence. You didn't file those. I gave it all to my attorneys. It's not my job to put it in evidence. I'm telling you something. She's going to file a complaint against her attorneys after this. Oh, yeah. I don't know if anybody heard that. Yeah, and you got this is not my merch today. This is Style Boys. This is the most comfortable shirt I've ever purchased. Let's see here. Where is the medical record from the ENT for broken nose? By the way, I think it's an ENT, an ear, nose, and throat, whatever it is. Because I think she went to a doctor afterwards for other reasons. And then the doctor might have said, you have a deviated septum. Something along those lines. Where's the EMT? Where's the record for the broken nose? The doctor said she had, where is the doctor said, maybe she has it. Maybe she doesn't. I don't think she has there's no medical record. She admitted she never went to the doctor during the relationship for any injury. But anyhow, all of this, set aside the gossip stuff. Pay attention to the cross-examination. Chicken City says, hello, Bok Bok. That's Tim Pool's thingy thing. Chicken City. One day, maybe I won't do a Chicken City. Maybe I'll do like an underwater fish city. Lerner became a YouTube member. Lerner, welcome to the channel. Yesterday, Barnes popped in late in the day, but that's only because the cross-examination only started late in the day, and astutely remarked, stylistically or strategically, it looks like Camille has a lot of questions written down, and you can tell that this is the case when she asks a question, doesn't get the right answer that leads into the next question, but she still goes into the next question anyhow, almost disregarding the answer that didn't allow her to get to that second question. And that's, some people write out a lot of questions, and others, like Barnes noted, go by subject matter. I've found, and for anybody who, Salmon City is a good one. For anybody who doesn't know, I'm not just a wild-haired wacko in a basement talking to a camera. I'm a commercial litigator. I mean, I haven't taken a new file in 3 years, but I practiced for 13 years. I always found it was never productive to write out 100 questions, sections, and then you go with the flow of the examination. So you can rate my credentials to assess, but sworn in 2007, still a licensed lawyer in good standing, and I have a trial next year in theory. But I hated every aspect about the actual practice of law. There was not one day later that I loved it any more than the day before. And after 13 years, I said, if I'm doing this when I'm 50 and I'm 7 years away from 50, I'm going to be unhappy. And I wound up my litigation, give or take 2017, kept a few files, but not taken any new litigation files because I cannot stand courtroom.
Seated. All right, next question.
The courtroom. Okay. Now tell me if the audio between us is good. I'll see if I can. If this audio on this stream is not good enough, I'll see if I can find a better one. And let's see if we're demonetized.
Good morning, Ms. Heard.
Good morning.
I like Camille's pacing.
Your relationship with Mr. Depp began in October of 2011, right?
That's correct.
And you previously testified multiple times under oath that the first year of your relationship with Mr. Depp was the best of times, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
You testified that as far as you could tell, Mr. Depp was sober that first year.
That is correct. That's what I used to believe.
And that the first year was, quote, magic.
Yes, I always estimated it was about a year.
But now you've told this jury that Mr. Depp was being violent with you throughout 2012, haven't you, Ms. Heard?
No, he took a break in the middle of 2012 when he was sober.
You told them that he was hitting
Right.
you.
That was one example.
Is that right?
He was hitting me in 2012. He just took a break in the middle.
He was smashing things around you, right?
He did.
And you told them that Mr. Depp was in and out of sobriety in 2012.
That is correct.
You told this jury that in 2012, I was
I
in
like
the beginning stages
her
of
phrasing.
this, just
She
learning
speaks
these
smoothly.
patterns. I was learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence, end quote. Is that right?
That is correct.
She's eloquent. She
So it was during
enunciates
these
properly,
cycles of
and
violence
she's
in
slow enough
2012 that you gave
for the
Mr.
jury
Depp a knife as a gift.
to understand.
I gave him a knife.
Gave him
I
a
think
knife
for
as a
a
gift.
birthday present early in our relationship. I believe it was around 2012, but I'm not certain.
We've seen a picture of that knife, but I think we should bring out the real thing.
Oh, I think we should bring out the real
Master
thing.
Deputy Halusa, Master Deputy Sheriff Halusa, may I please have you
Bring out the knife.
show the knife to Ms. Heard?
This is
Yes, that's it.
let me see that.
That's the knife you gave to the man who was hitting you, right, Ms. Heard?
I wasn't worried he was going to stab me with it when I gave it to him. That's for certain.
But you gave
Non-responsive.
it to him while he was abusing you, allegedly.
I gave it to him that year.
Master Deputy Sheriff Halusa, will you please show the knife to the jury?
Yep. Visually impactful. Look at Amber smiling. Look at her smiling in the back, and she's smirking like, looks away from the jury. So everybody understands probably already now the jury is to Amber's right. So that's why she's
This
looking
is the
over.
knife you gave to the man who would get drunk and violent with you, right?
This is the same knife that I gave him as a present in 2012. Yes.
Evasive answer because she's embarrassed about the answer.
Now, Ms. Heard, I'm going to need to talk to you about what happened in Australia in March of 2015. You've testified that at some point during the incident you described, you witnessed Mr. Depp bashing a phone against a wall, right?
That is correct.
You testified that the phone was breaking into pieces.
I was watching it disappear.
And Mr. Depp smashed it, I think your word was smithereens.
Yes, that is correct.
And according to your testimony, this was a wall-mounted phone in the bar area.
That is correct.
Who still
Let's
has
take a look
wall-mounted
at
phones?
Defendant's Exhibit 1820.
And I've got to tell you something also. I still feel bad for Amber Heard in all of
And
this.
I believe this has already been admitted into evidence, if we could have it published.
I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens. I'm not saying she's drinking pink lemonade, but it might be pink lemonade.
Thank you. You saw this photo during your direct examination, right?
That is correct.
And you testified that the wall-mounted phone that you saw Mr. Depp smash is on the wall on the left.
That's correct. So if you were looking at this picture, the wall-mounted phone would have been behind you on the left-hand side of your shoulder.
But it's not depicted in this photo,
I'll
correct?
tell you in a bit.
Whoever took this photo was standing right in front of where that mounted phone was.
That's convenient. The pieces of the phone Mr. Depp smashed aren't in this picture either, right?
You don't see it because it's whoever took this photo standing in front of that.
Whoever took this photo, it's Mr. Ben King, correct?
That's what I believe.
Yeah. Mr. King testified under oath in this trial, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
And he testified that there was no wall-mounted phone smashed to smithereens that he had to replace, correct?
I didn't hear him testify to that, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you not in the courtroom?
Your counsel elicited it.
I disagree with that representation.
Did
We
you
also
hear
saw
it
this
though?
picture. Actually, can we please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1821?
I'll tell you why I feel bad
Also
for.
admitted into evidence.
I still feel bad for people who don't even feel bad for themselves. She's still a human. I think she's done some very wrong things. I mean, she's not. That's an understatement.
You also saw this
But-
picture during your direct examination, correct?
That is correct.
And so this is the bar area to the right of the wall-mounted phone you just described.
If you were facing in that direction, if you're facing this direction, it would be behind you.
This phone on the counter isn't the phone that got smashed to smithereens, is it?
No, they brought that out during my testimony in the UK as well. And I said this in the UK trial as well, that is
Defensive
not a phone.
Defensive
Obviously,
answer.
because that one's not smashed and it's not wall mounted.
Well, maybe it's
So there are
because
two phones in the bar area.
There was a wall mounted phone. I don't know if it was decorative or what, but it was what, like it looked antique, large and antique.
And what the large and antique one that's not depicted in any photograph, including ones you took, is the one that Mr. Depp damaged, correct?
That is correct. I only took pictures of the mirrors.
So there's no picture of that damaged phone.
I didn't take a picture of it, no.
So back to the phone smashing. You watched Mr. Depp smash the phone, right?
That's correct. I watched it.
And you testified that you were, quote, watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back, end quote.
That's correct.
and there was blood going everywhere.
According to you, this is when Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger, right?
It is my best guess. I didn't notice his finger come off, obviously. I was watching him smash the phone and
She's
watching
gonna.
the pieces break.
I think she answered a little more than
It's not
that.
your best guess, Ms.
That's-
Heard.
That is my best guess, yes.
Okay, let's go back to
Your
my
testimony.
questions. You submitted a declaration
There you
under the
go.
penalty of perjury in this case. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
Okay, let's look at that declaration.
I'm back to your testimony. Oh boy. Deep breath. This is not going to be good.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
If we could direct your attention, Ms. Heard, to the page 14 of the declaration. Is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
And
Okay.
your signature appears right under the statement, quote, I declare under penalty of perjury, under the laws of the state of Virginia, that the foregoing is true and correct.
That is correct.
And this is dated April 10th, 2019.
Correct.
Now let's look at paragraph 16, which is on page 5.
And in case anyone missed Ian Runkle yesterday talking about how the jury was responding or appreciating Amber's testimony,
Specifically line 10.
his best assessment, they're not buying it.
Quote, you Wright testify under oath. While he was smashing the phone, Johnny severely injured his finger, cutting off the top of it.
Blood was going everywhere.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
That was my best guess.
So you testified in this courtroom that after Mr. Depp smashed the phone, he held you down on the countertop by the neck. Do you remember that?
I'm not quite sure of the exact sequence of things, but yes, both of those things happened.
We'll get to the sequence. And this is when Mr. Depp supposedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
On the countertop, he assaulted me.
So Mr. Depp was able to get you on the counter, right?
He held me down by my neck.
And hold you down by your neck.
That is correct.
And he grabbed a bottle, according to you, while holding you down by the neck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you clarify what you're asking me?
Yes, she is looking at
While
the jury.
Mr. Depp is holding you by the neck against the countertop, he grabs a bottle. That's your testimony.
No, those two things didn't happen at the exact same time, no.
So he's holding the bottle, is that your testimony?
He
While
was holding
holding you
my-
down by the neck?
Sorry, what was your question?
Your testimony is, Ms. Heard, that either he has the bottle before or after he's holding you by the neck on the counter.
This is
that
where
your
they're going.
testimony?
He held me by the neck on the counter.
After or before the
Where's the
severed
bottle?
finger?
That he
At
assaulted
what
with,
point?
while holding you down by your neck.
When he was assaulting me with the bottle, it was in his hand.
Was it in his hand before or after he holds you down by your neck?
I was being held down
At the same time.
while he assaulted me with the bottle.
When he puts you on the counter, does he have the bottle in his hand? Yes or no?
As I have always said, I don't remember exactly what happened first, or I don't remember the sequence. I just remember being aware that I was being assaulted by a bottle while I was on the countertop.
So he penetrates you with this bottle. But you don't know how he got the bottle, right?
That is correct.
And he did that right after he lost the tip of his right middle finger.
Again, I don't remember the exact sequence of those events.
We'll get to the sequence. And while he was on 8 to 10 MDMA pills, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about the sequence. This is the sequence of events you testified to in this courtroom. That he smashed the phone to smithereens and then assaulted you, lost the tip of his finger, and then assaulted you with a bottle.
I think she even said
Yes,
the blood
that's
was
the
going
sequence of
everywhere.
events that you testified to in this
To be,
courtroom.
to be clear, you're putting it in order when you say words like then. I have never claimed that I can remember the exact sequence of these things. This was a multi-day assault that took place over 3 horrible days.
Ms.
It's
Heard,
the worst thing ever
Ms.
happened
Heard,
to me. I
we're
don't
not talking.
remember
Ms.
the
Heard,
exact
that's not my
sequence.
question. My question isn't about the 3-day assault allegedly that occurred. I'm just talking about the sexual assault that you now allege occurred.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's correct.
Let's talk about the sequence.
I think she did specifically testify in quite fine detail as to what happened. And after he smashed the phone, every
So
time he
you
brought it back, more
testified.
blood came out.
Actually, yeah, I know. I just realized that.
The perjury issue, I'll discuss it with Barnes because people change their testimony all the time. Perjury really has to be for like overt, concrete, demonstrable lies, not changing or misremembering. She'll always be able to say, I made a mistake.
Yes.
My memory was fuzzy. I equivocated in my response. Perjury is like, do you have any assets? No, I have no assets. Oh, look, we found a bank account in the Cayman
16 in
Islands
front
with
of you.
assets.
Day 16? Yes, of
Court
my
transcript?
deposition?
Yes.
Mhm.
No, of the court transcript from this trial.
Oh,
Yes.
I didn't realize that. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, she took pictures of. And
Let's look at the transcript.
She took pictures.
So you testified
of
on
certain
page,
things.
I'm getting there, 4506.
Oh, especially if they're deeply severed. I mean, I story time with a cucumber and me trying to cut it like a chef in the air. Missed the cucumber. Or I got through the cucumber and into my finger as well. There's more to that story. Yeah. She took pictures of everything. And this is a discussion I was having with someone else, is that for the things she did take pictures of versus the things that she didn't, he smashed the phone, blood everywhere, and doesn't take a picture of the smashed phone or the blood everywhere.
And the reason that we need to go through this, Ms. Hurd, is because we understand that these are very serious allegations that you're making, right?
It was horrible. What happened to me? Yes.
Okay.
She
so
did
let's
not
go
answer
through
the
that.
question. Serious allegations.
Page 4506, line 2 through 3. I sit here now. Apologize. You testified on page 4506. This all started when Mr. Depp took 8 or 10 pills of MDMA, right?
That is correct.
Can you take 10
Then,
pills of
direct your
MDMA
attention
without
to
dying?
page 4518.
I have no experience with that. Can you possibly take 8 to 10 pills of MDMA?
Line 19. You talk about Mr. Depp smashing a wall-mounted phone, correct?
That is correct.
Then
Really?
on page 4519,
Seems like that would kill a normal person.
at line 3, you testified that while Mr. Depp is smashing the phone, he is screaming, quote, "I fucking hate you," end quote, right?
Well,
Yes, he was screaming that among other things.
Yeah, among other
And
things.
further down on page 4519, same page, lines 12 through 19, you talk about how you watched Mr. Depp smash the phone to smithereens, right?
That is correct.
Then, continuing on the same page, 4519, line 20, you say something really important. Quote, "At some point, he's on top of me. No phone, but screaming the same thing," end quote, right?
I just remember the sound. Yes.
But you remember, and you testified to this jury, that he didn't have the phone in his hand anymore.
When he was assaulting
The
me
phone,
with
the phone was
bottle,
already
Right.
he had
smashed.
the bottle in his hand. When he was punching the wall with the phone, he had the phone in his hand. When he was punching the wall next to my head, he had me by the throat. He did a lot of things that night.
So you're acknowledging
I mean,
by
it's
the
just,
sequence,
it's, they're,
not my
they're,
words, your words, Ms. Hurd, that you testified to this jury that Mr. Depp smashed the phone to smithereens before he assaulted you. That's the way, that's the sequencing in which you testified, correct?
I have never testified to a sequence.
oh, so she's going to be saved by her evasive testimony.
Keep talking about that sequence. Then on page
Now,
4521.
Camille's now not getting that. She's not getting what she wants. She says, let's talk about that sequence. That's the
starting
third
at
time
line
she said it.
3, you testified to being bent over backwards on the bar, right?
Okay.
I've seen Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I didn't like the movie, but I didn't read the book. No, the thing is, these allegations are so serious that on the one hand, most people might think this would result clearly in a medical visit for which there would be documentation and evidence, but they're the most serious allegations that you can probably make against another human, and no other material evidence that she has provided when she's provided material evidence for other things like Johnny sleeping or passed out, as she said. Some audio recordings of Johnny swearing, text messages where he uses bad words, or one video where she caught him smashing cabinets. But evidence of the little stuff, but no evidence of the most egregious stuff. And that's like, that should be a flag, a red flag for anybody. How do you take you take a lot of pictures.
Directing your
Scenery.
attention, Ms. Hurd, to page 4521, starting at line 3.
You don't have any pictures of this,
Testified
any
to being
evidence.
bent over backwards on the bar, right?
That is correct.
And then feeling pressure on your
Yep.
pubic bone like Mr. Depp was punching you. Yes?
That's what I thought.
And then further down on page 4521 and on to 4522, you testified that you were concerned Mr. Depp was using a broken bottle on you. Yes?
That was my fear.
Okay.
That's what I remember feeling.
Ms. Hurd, I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 1816. Which has already been admitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You saw this picture during your direct examination, right?
I did.
And you testified that this is a picture of the bottles that were next to Mr. Depp on a desk when you found him drinking in the morning, right?
That's correct.
And this was the morning after Mr. Depp had allegedly sexually assaulted you, right?
It was the morning after he did assault me. Yes.
And if I understood your testimony correctly, you testified that this is the Maker's Mark bottle that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted you with.
I was never sure it was, but it was definitely that shape. Felt like that shape.
But you testified in this courtroom that you had not seen this bottle until Ben King provided these photographs, correct?
Not in the course of the trial. I hadn't seen the photograph.
You claim you had serious injuries after this alleged incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Depends on what you would call serious. For me, having a sore jaw and some bruises at the time of my relationship wasn't that serious.
Okay, let's testify.
Relative.
Let's focus on the testimony that you gave about the injuries. Mr. Depp, as you testified yesterday, wears rings on every finger, right?
Sometimes, often. And certainly in the later part of our relationship, that was more normal than not. But if he's filming or something like that, of course, he's not going to have his own jewelry on.
Your testimony in this trial was, quote, "I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings," correct?
You need to put your microphone on, Miss. Thank you.
Objection, Your
Thank
Honor.
you.
Improper impeachment. If she's going to ask her question, then she has to show where that was and then.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Your testimony yesterday was, quote, "I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings," right, Ms. Heard?
That's what I testified to, yes.
Okay. And he was wearing rings on every finger in Australia, correct?
Not all the time, not literally every single ring, every single day, but he often wears rings.
Not often, Ms. Heard. Your words are, "I've never known Johnny not to wear rings on every finger."
That is what I testified to.
And you testified that you bled as a result of this sexual assault, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you testified that your forearms were cut
My forearms and my feet.
and your feet were sliced up.
That's correct.
And you testified you had a bruise across your jaw.
That is correct.
Like
And there's
John
not a
McClane,
single
glass on the
medical
feet.
record reflecting treatment for any of those injuries. Is there, Ms. Heard?
I didn't seek treatment.
And the day after you sustained all
that's
these
a no.
injuries, Dr. David Kipper came to the house in Australia, right?
Oh
Well,
boy.
he came the third day along with security.
The day after you sustained these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came along with nurse Debbie Lloyd, correct?
Well,
So-
that
So-
fight
sounds
went
like-
into the morning, like early hour morning. So technically that last day.
It sounds like Camille knows exactly
Dr.
the
David Kipper
timeline.
is Mr. Depp's, or was Mr. Depp's physician, right?
I believe he still is.
But he
Yes.
was at the time.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was also your physician.
He also saw me.
That's a yes.
Not
But-
saw you. He was your physician, correct, Ms. Heard?
Johnny was the client, but he also treated me.
Doctors don't have clients that are other than
Please
their
pull up.
patients.
Do you remember giving testimony in this case in a deposition, Ms. Heard?
Yes, I do. I've given a couple.
Doctors don't have clients and they subdelegate. They have patients that they see,
If we
Amber.
could please pull up the deposition transcript, day 2.
I mean, 'cause at this point, at what point is Camille going to call her out on
From
her
at
refusal to answer
589,
clear
lines 6
questions?
through 8.
Johnny was the client. Were you his patient? Johnny was the client. Did he see you? Yes. And by the way, for everyone asking, she's constantly looking to the right. She's looking at the jury. It's how she's been coached to look sincere, make eye contact with the jury. I need more information to know what this is about.
Your Honor, we're going to play Ms. Heard's deposition for the jury, day 2, page 540, lines 6 through 9. If we have permission to publish it.
I think we're going to get back to some of the donation stuff, but
Excuse me, I'm sorry, day 2, page 589, lines 6 through 8.
All right, if you could just give us a minute to get
Of
there.
course.
okay. So when you get I think they're going to get back to the donation stuff, but
Page 589, lines 6 through 8.
the bulk of the questions yesterday afternoon about the donations
589, lines 6 through 8.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
were to show that
I have no objection, Your Honor.
Amber Heard went on, I don't know, international television to say that she had
And he was your doctor at this point, right?
donated
Yes, he
7
was.
million. That was a short clip.
Debbie Lloyd also came to the house that day.
Yes, she came with Kipper.
Miss Lloyd is a nurse, correct?
That is correct.
Malcolm Connolly also came to the house that day.
Yes, that's correct.
The day
Mr.
after
Connolly is one of the security guards, correct?
That is correct.
the most
You had
violent
known Mr.
assault you can
Connolly for
describe.
years at that point.
Yes, that's correct.
You flew back to Los Angeles the next day with Ben King. Is that right?
Oh my gosh.
I can't be certain if it was the next day or the day after, but somewhere around there, yes.
And the day you arrived back in Los Angeles, you saw Travis McGivern, correct?
I don't recall seeing Travis, no.
You don't recall Mr. McGivern picking you up from the airport with Ben King?
I don't remember that, no.
And the same day, you also saw your own nurse, Erin Barem Filati, that day, correct? The day you arrived in Los Angeles?
I don't recall if I saw her that day.
You saw Ms. Filati's testimony in this case by video deposition, correct?
That is correct.
And you heard her testify that she saw you the day you arrived back from Australia on March 9th, 2015.
I'm fairly
I
certain.
believe she testified that she came to dinner where I was with friends. Yeah, I believe that.
So she saw you that day.
I believe that evening I saw her at dinner.
Narrowly survived,
And then you
she said
saw
yesterday.
Erin Barem Filati again the next day for a private meeting, didn't you?
I'm not sure if that's what she testified to. I'd have to just see the records.
All right, well, I think Camille's
You heard
going to
her
have a record.
testify, according to her notes, she met with you privately
There
on
you go.
March 10th, 2015.
She met with me at some point upon my arrival, but I don't remember the exact date.
And when you were in Australia, Ms. Heard, you didn't take any pictures of the injuries you claim to have sustained, right?
I did
Alleged
not take any
injuries.
pictures, no.
But you did take 2 pictures.
Of the mirrors. I took 2 pictures of the bathroom mirrors that was the master bathroom where I was.
Here's the question. Do you ask her
Please pull up
why?
Defendant's Exhibit 374, which is already in evidence.
Do you ask her why didn't you take any pictures of your body? She's going to say, I wanted to protect Johnny.
You
I
took
was
this picture,
ashamed.
right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that's correct.
And this is a mirror in the bathroom in Australia.
That's correct.
Starring
This black paint
Billy
on the
Bob.
mirror is from Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
He wrote on the mirror in black paint after his finger was cut off, right?
Yes, I only know that because there was blood as well as paint.
So you took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his fingers, correct?
This was while I was packing when I was leaving.
That's
That's
a
when I
yes,
took the
right,
photo.
Ms. Heard?
What's the question? I'm sorry.
You took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
And you took this picture after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp, yes?
That's correct.
Yet you didn't capture yourself in the mirror, did you?
I don't see myself in the mirror, no.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 375.
Viva cave
You
to
took this
COVID
picture as
rules at
well,
airport
right,
for shame.
Mr.
Yeah, it's something
That's
about
correct.
international
And
law.
this is from one of the bathroom mirrors in Australia.
That's correct.
This is also a picture taken after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
And this is also a picture taken after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp.
That's correct.
You didn't capture yourself in the mirror in this picture either, did you?
I do not see myself in the mirror in that picture.
Is that because you didn't have any visible injuries on you?
Yeah, I wouldn't have asked that
Because I
question.
was taking a picture of the writing.
Why didn't you take
Let's
a
talk
picture
about the
of
writing
your own
on this
injuries?
mirror.
Yep. Billy Bob,
The
apparently,
writing in black paint is from Mr. Depp, correct?
It's all from Mr. Depp.
And it's your testimony under oath that you did not write the red text that says, quote, call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe, end quote.
That's correct.
Because if you did write that, it means that your husband was walking around the house bleeding from his amputated finger and you're writing snarky messages to him on a mirror, right?
I
object.
don't know what your question to me is. I'm sorry.
Let's please take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1830.
So apparently it said call, what did it say? Call Billy Bob. Apparently there was
I
a
believe
rumor
this
that she had had an
this
affair
picture
with
is
Billy
also
Bob
admitted
Thornton,
in
for anyone who's
evidence.
interested in the gossip. Billy Bob denies the rumor.
This is a
of the-
picture of the same
affair.
mirror, right?
That's correct.
But you didn't take this picture.
No, I did not.
This is the one that Ben King took.
And I don't see him in the mirror either.
Ugh, why would you even say that?
I don't believe he claimed he had injuries, though. Is that right?
I did not hear Ben King talk about his injuries, no.
So you would agree, Ms. Heard, that the black text on the mirror says, quote, she loves naked photos of herself. So modern, so hot.
This is
I
a
had not
good
read
work of
that
art.
yet.
If
I
you,
mean, before, but yeah, that's what it says.
it's like
But
a-
you were taking pictures of the text, but you had not read that before?
I haven't seen this. It didn't make sense to me at the time when I read it in person.
Again, Mr. Depp wrote that.
I don't know who else would have.
So Ms. Heard, just to be clear, it's your testimony that Mr. Depp also wrote the message in red about Carly Simon saying it better, right?
That's correct.
The
You know
handwriting.
Carly Simon sang the song You're So Vain, right?
I was told that.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was writing messages to himself in the mirror back and forth.
The best I can describe it is it looked like a crazy conversation. It was on the walls,
With
on
himself.
lampshades.
It probably was a crazy
cushions.
conversation.
It's your testimony the crazy conversation was with himself.
That's what it looked like from the bloody messages I found.
And you would agree with me that in this photograph, the red text has been smudged with black paint, right?
Yes.
Let's please pull up, if we can, Defendant's Exhibit 375 again. Black smudge isn't in this picture that you took, right?
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp must have not liked his own message to himself.
I'm not
But
quite sure what was happening.
the
when he finished
handwriting's
that-
totally
the-
different,
His
but-
photograph, no.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, which is already in evidence, and play the portion from 157:21 through 158:54. It's a recording, Your Honor.
It's not
No.
to get you mad. It's not to get, it's just to get out of a bad situation while it's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me, to
To
avoid
escape
working
the-
out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. A boxer can't go 12 rounds without a fucking minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No.
Who's recording this? If
And
anybody
when
knows.
it gets too fucking hairy, the ref splits them apart or whatever. But all I'm saying is, you can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting and mounting. I fucking go into the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, bam, bam. Here you come.
Yep.
I come out.
Imagine-
Fight.
This is
Crazy,
her evidence.
escalated.
This is her
I
recording.
split again. I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock, knock, knock. Bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me.
Every
Wow.
This is what really happened in Australia, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
I did knock on a bathroom door on the first night.
I did
Not
knock on a bathroom door.
5 bathroom doors and 2 bedrooms. Isn't
Johnny
that
is
right?
not an accurate historian of what happened during
Ms.
that.
Heard?
That's not
Ms. Heard,
history. That's contemporaneous.
that's not my
Amber.
question.
That's your recording, by the way.
5 bathroom doors, 2
What a
bedrooms.
crock.
That's what you knocked on.
I
That's
was
what
there.
actually happened in Australia, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
I was there.
So that's a
I
no?
remember it. I knocked on one bathroom door. I came on the first night after he decided to take the bag of MDMA.
Ms.
And I went
Heard,
to check
Ms.
on
Heard,
him and see
I'm going
if
to
we
move to
could-
strike everything after I knocked on one bathroom
She
door.
can't do that. She's answering the question.
Not quite, so I will sustain the objection. Just answer the question, okay?
Does it move to strike? Is it struck?
The recording we just listened to, that's exactly what happened in Australia. Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger after you threw a bottle at him. Isn't that right?
It's not going to get
That
the
is
answer.
incorrect.
You're the one who assaulted someone with a bottle in Australia. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
I didn't assault Johnny in Australia. I didn't assault Johnny ever. I couldn't.
And then after he was injured, he had to hide from you, right?
That is
5
incorrect.
bathrooms, 2 bedrooms.
That is incorrect.
And you would pursue him
That is incorrect.
because he was avoiding talking to you, right?
He did that first night when
he was
I tried
avoiding-
to talk to him about the drugs.
And he was avoiding working it out.
Something just happened in the crowd in the back.
He was avoiding agreeing to not fight about the drugs.
You weren't scared of him at all, were you?
I have a mixed relationship with Johnny, and one in which I'm scared, one in which I love him very much.
I'm not talking about your mixed relationship. That night in Australia, after you cut off his finger with a bottle, you weren't scared of him at all, were you?
This is a man who tried to kill me. Of course, it's scary. He's also my husband.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371.
The chat is pointing out, I never hit Johnny ever. There's literally a recording that she took. Oh wait, no, maybe that was Johnny's recording. Well, there's a recording of her saying, you've had worse. And by the way, bear in mind,
Do not believe these have been admitted into evidence.
No.
what we just listened to, where she says Johnny's no historian, that was her recording contemporaneously
We
with
could
the events,
scroll down,
and she didn't
please.
correct him.
No.
She didn't even correct him in
Ms.
the
Berthoff,
recording that
if
she
you
was
don't have your
surreptitiously
microphone on,
making.
I cannot hear you. You still don't have it on.
Redacted. Oh. I need to take a look at the unredacted for a minute, Your Honor. Just bear with me.
All right.
I'm not admitting it into evidence yet. I would like to just
Okay. you
talk
can
to the
ask
witness
that
about
question.
it
Go
if I
ahead.
could. Thank you, Your Honor.
Her own recording that she took
Ms. Heard, I'm going to
unbeknownst
show you
to
what's been
Johnny.
marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371. Do you recognize these text messages between you and Dr. Cowan?
I don't recognize these, no.
Who's Dr. Cowan?
He was my therapist that was recommended to me from Dr. Kipper. He and Dr. Kipper worked together.
He was your therapist at the time, correct?
That's correct.
And you had been seeing him for almost a year in March of 2015?
My guess would be about 6 months at that point.
Your text messages are in gray, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that she show her the unredacted so that she can see the text exchange back
All
and
right,
forth.
if you
If
can-
she wants to talk about
Absolutely.
All right, we'll
moving
pull that
in
up. Sure.
redacted later.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Pull it up.
We have to appreciate, she had that recording of Johnny saying, I'm going room to room to avoid you. She took it in real time, at the very least contemporaneously with the events, unbeknownst to Johnny. Doesn't say anything to correct. Why are you lying? I didn't go from room to
Seeing
room.
these unredacted messages, does this refresh your recollection that these are indeed communications between you and Dr. Cowan?
Her own recordings are coming back to
Yes,
haunt
that's
her.
correct.
Doctor, your text messages are in gray, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Dr. Cowan's are in blue?
That is correct.
You see the text message at the bottom of the page from March 8th, 2015 at 8:29 p.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
March 8th is the day that you were allegedly sexually assaulted by Mr. Depp in Australia, correct?
That is correct.
So on March 8th, 2015, you were in Australia,
That is correct.
and Mr. Depp's finger had just been cut off, right?
That is correct.
And you write to Dr. Cowan, quote, I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Mm,
That's
mm.
correct.
You weren't able to change, were you, Ms. Heard?
I very much wanted to leave the
Yeah.
relationship I was in, but I didn't have the power. I didn't feel I had the power to leave. I knew I was in a very toxic relationship with Johnny, and I knew I needed to change that. I knew it was, at this point, horrible for me. And I
I'm gonna
talked to
move
my
to
therapist
admit-
often about that.
Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted with just Ms. Heard's messages.
All right.
Your Honor, I object because she has left out the next two lines from Ms. Heard that clarify even further, and I also think
Ms.
that Dr.
Bredehoff,
Cowan's.
Could you
Your
show
Honor,
them
may
just-
we
yeah,
please
let's-
approach?
let's-
Yeah, so this is what I believe is called a speaking objection, which is in the objection, the lawyer is saying more than mere objection, which would influence or lead or have an impact. All right, so during the quiet time, we'll see what Camille has to actually contextualize that statement. I can't change. There is obviously going to be the spin or the interpretation. I can't change in that I'm unable to leave this relationship. We'll see what the context of that text message is in this. But, Camille wanted the answer. You can't change your own violent tendencies. And she got the answer. I can't change in that I can't bring myself to leave this relationship, even though I know it's abusive and toxic and whatever. But that recording, Amber has, Nixon was taken down by his own secret recordings that he thought was that he was taken. He thinking it was going to protect himself. Oftentimes, we're going to talk about the Sussmann trial during the break. They're only doing jury selection right now. There's some interesting information developing on the jury selection in Sussmann. We'll talk about that during the break because I'm not going to sit around for an hour pontificating the trial during the break time. So we'll get there, Barb. But I mean, jury selection, apparently interesting selection of the jury, making it past getting struck. Apparent potential donors to Hillary Clinton's campaign or Democrat donors, but we'll get there. But oftentimes people make these secret recordings. They think that they're going to be able to use it against the person, and it ends up coming back to haunt them. So when you're making recordings, if you do it, first of all, make sure that you are in a one-party consent state where you do not need the consent of the person who you are recording.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted.
All right.
And make sure you have a
Anyone
specific purpose for the
evidence
recording.
as Redacted over objection. Yes, ma'am.
If you can publish that to the jury, thank you. So you write, Ms. Heard, to Dr. Cowan, I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change. Right?
Okay.
And I said, I clearly can't figure this out, meaning the relationship.
You didn't say that. You
I
said
did.
not the relationship. Your text messages, clearly I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now.
What I was saying to him
No,
is
Ms.
clearly I
Heard,
can't
Ms.
figure
Heard,
this
Ms.
out.
Heard,
as in
that's
the
not my question.
relationship.
The text, just the text.
That's exactly what I was
text-
saying.
What you texted. Clearly, I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now.
That's
That's
what
right.
I was saying.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Heard, you
Your
contend?
Honor, just for clarification, so those two next lines did come in?
They are in the redacted
Okay,
copy.
good. All right, thank you.
Ms. Heard, you contend that there's another incident of abuse in March of 2015 after you and Mr. Depp returned from Australia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this incident took place on March 23rd, 2015?
That's correct.
And this supposedly occurred in the penthouse at the Eastern Columbia building?
That's correct.
You had found text messages between Mr. Depp and another woman, right?
That is correct.
Well, this might bring
So
the
you
jealousy.
confronted him about cheating on you.
That's correct.
Oh, really? She accused him
And
of
this was
being
about
that
2
way.
weeks after you had returned from Australia.
That's correct.
So this is shortly after Mr. Depp supposedly sexually assaulted you with a bottle,
This
right?
is incredible.
It was 2 weeks after he assaulted me, yes.
And you
She's
decided to confront him about cheating on you?
I didn't decide to.
I did
I
it.
wanted to.
Mr. Depp's finger was freshly injured at this point, right?
He had a cast on it.
Wow.
The top of his right finger had been cut off 2 weeks
To the
prior,
bone.
That is correct.
and he had a pin in his finger, true?
I don't recall when the pen was placed.
A skin graft?
I'm not quite sure. He had several different procedures and they were kind of spread out over a period of time. So I don't remember what happened and when
One of those-
exactly.
Procedures was to treat the MRSA that got on his finger too, right?
At some point, I knew he had an infection.
And his right hand was in a bandage, right?
It was
Jeez.
casted.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was able to attack both you and your sister with his hand in that state, right?
That is correct. He had a hard plaster cast on it.
Debbie Lloyd was present in the penthouses when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you claim that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can at Miss Lloyd that evening.
Yes, that's correct.
And you put in a sworn statement to that effect in the UK case, right?
That is correct.
But that's not true, is it?
That's what happened.
You know what a deposition is, right, Ms. Heard?
I've had several, yes.
Yeah, so you know what it's when someone provides testimony
Under oath.
That is correct.
You're aware that Miss Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case, correct?
That is true.
And Miss Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial, right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
Now I'm really Viva Frei. Why doesn't Camille object to unresponsive answers? Get the judge to force Amber to answer the question. I don't know, man. Sometimes you just let her go on and offer information that you can find useful, unless it's just an absolutely self-serving answer, which she's going into. In which case, Camille does object and move to strike. Like it's one thing. Evasive is one thing. Meandering is another. And self-serving is the one where you say, like, strike that. I didn't ask you to offer information that's self-serving that was not part of the question. But Now that I'm thinking about it, I didn't know that Amber was accusing Johnny of having an affair. When Amber was saying Johnny was the one accusing her of having an affair, being unloyal, being attracted to other people. And now I like it.
So in a deposition, Ms. Heard, you know it's when someone provides testimony under oath, right?
That's correct.
And you're aware that Ms. Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case.
That's correct.
And Ms. Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial.
Yes.
So you heard Ms. Lloyd testify under oath that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her.
I can't remember if she didn't recall that, or if she said it didn't happen. I don't remember. I vaguely sense she didn't recall anything.
Oh, read it.
So it's your testimony that Ms. Lloyd would forget that Mr. Depp, very famous patient of hers, threw a can of Red Bull that nearly missed her, according to your version of events?
To be fair, I just don't remember if she said when she testified that she didn't recall that incident, or if it didn't happen. I don't remember what she testified to, but I have a vague sense that she didn't recall much at all.
She recalled, and she testified in this courtroom, that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her. That was her testimony, wasn't it?
I don't recall what her testimony was with regards to that one incident, no.
You actually filed a complaint against Ms. Lloyd's nursing license right before she was supposedly deposed in this case, didn't you?
No, I don't believe I did.
Are you aware that someone filed a complaint against Ms. Lloyd's nursing license in connection with her care of Mr. Depp for failing to report abuse?
No, I had no idea. You're the first person to let me know about that.
It's your testimony under oath, that wasn't you?
That is my testimony. I didn't even know about that until now.
Travis McGivern was also present when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you, correct?
He walked in at some point.
And you heard his testimony that it was actually you who punched Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
It's always been my own testimony that I hit Johnny.
And
but you've testified you never hit him.
I hit him in defense of my sister. I didn't have anything to throw at him. I never threw anything at him.
Oh.
I hit him when he attacked me and my sister.
Who's going to do
specifically when he moved for her?
Who's going to do the supercut? I've never hit Johnny.
So it's your testimony under oath. You threw nothing at Mr. Depp. Mr. McGivern's lying.
I have thrown things at Johnny.
No.
To be clear.
Well, no, you just said you didn't.
That evening.
Not that acute.
Oh my goodness.
So it's your testimony, Mr. McGivern. Imagine that you were throwing things at Mr. Depp from the mezzanine level down towards where Mr. Depp and Mr. McGivern were standing.
Well, he certainly wasn't going to say it about his client.
This is a meltdown, people. She's not crying yet, and she's not lashing out yet. This is a meltdown. I never hit him. I hit him there, but it was self-defense.
You and Mr. Depp kept a journal together, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
You wrote each other messages in that journal, right?
That is true.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 91.
I did not hit her.
I'm only
hi,
going to be
Mark.
showing you certain portions of this, so if we could please call this Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A.
I never hit Johnny, but I hit him then. I never threw stuff at Johnny. Oh, I threw stuff at him, but not then.
This is the journal that you and Mr. Depp kept with each other in electronic form, correct?
That is correct.
And if we could scroll through, these are all entries that you made in the journal, correct?
Is it done?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm going to move for the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A, and I've gone ahead and redacted Mr. Depp's writings as on hearsay grounds.
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
Okay.
Speaking of Red Bull, where is my Red Bull? It's too early, but I want to make sure it's in the fridge. Couldn't find it yesterday. I had to resort to Buble. Yeah, we'll see. We have to define freak out. Not freak out, sorry, meltdown. She's going to have a meltdown. So the prediction, the bets are in. As we say in French, rien ne va plus. No more bets. But it's she's in real time. I never hit Johnny. I hit Johnny. That time, it's always been my testimony that I hit Johnny, but I never hit Johnny. I never threw anything at Johnny. I didn't throw anything at him then, but I threw stuff at him other times. give Camille credit. I think she's doing she's getting the information out. Some of the questioning, it's interesting, is still moving on with a question that does not necessarily follow from the denial of an answer that she just got, but she did get the admission at the end. It's always been my testimony that I hit Johnny. Supercut that next to, I never hit Johnny. But when I did, it was with an open hand, and he's had worse. And then just pair all these accusations that she's making against Johnny, that Johnny did to her, and just assume, or now even imagine that she was actually the one making these threats and committing these acts against Johnny. I didn't actually put together the bottle.
Let's start with the first page. It's a picture.
Your Honor,
It's a picture.
they haven't given me the pages yet.
Writing them down.
This is Depp's lawyer.
Sorry, Judy.
Amber's lawyer is going to have a chance at a redirect. And then there might be an opportunity to have a re-examination if new information comes up in the redirect. I don't know how many times they can bounce back and forth.
you.
I
Yeah, right.
don't know what the procedure is in
If you could
Virginia.
please publish this to the jury.
91A in evidence.
Thank you.
Over objection.
So let me get this out of here.
This is a picture that's on the inside cover of the Love notebook, correct?
That's correct.
And this is a picture of you and Mr. Depp.
That's correct.
You're in Australia in this picture, aren't you?
Yes, but that's much later once we returned.
You can see that Mr. Depp's right hand is bandaged, right?
Yes, that's correct. That was after it had recovered significantly. That's not what it looked like during the incident we were just talking about.
So this is a picture after the events in Australia in March of 2015, correct?
Yeah, yes, that photograph was taken months later.
We have the jury look at that photograph again, please. Let's now turn to page 3. This is a note you wrote in the journal to Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
This is actually the first note you wrote to him in this journal.
I don't remember what the first note was.
The date on this note is May 22nd, 2015, correct?
That is correct. That was during our honeymoon period.
This is just a little bit over 2 months after the events in Australia in March of 2015, right?
That's correct. We were back in a honeymoon phase. That was the period of sobriety I spoke about yesterday.
When after Mr. Depp had allegedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was after the stairs and it was after the Australia incident, yes.
And
And he
it's-
got clean and sober and we went back to Australia.
It's also 2 months after you punched Mr. Depp because you allegedly thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs, right?
I hit him when he swung at my sister. And this is written months later, yes.
You thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs like he had thrown Kate Moss down the stairs, right?
He swung at Whitney and I had heard a rumor, a vague rumor about that. And so it's what I thought of.
This first message to Mr. Depp in your journal, you write, quote, "True love isn't about just the madness of passion or instead picking the safety of peace. No, it's about having both, falling madly in love with your friend. That is what has surprised me perhaps the most, that I have seen in you the true bones of friendship and respect. But of course, I still, perhaps more than ever, want to rip you apart, devour you, and savor the taste. Fret not. XX Slim."
Yes, it's a love note.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And you're Slim, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, I'm now going to ask you to take a look at the very last entry you wrote in this journal, which seems to be from April 8th.
I'm just mildly distracted right now. I'm trying to cut that bit for a little highlight. Give me 1 second, peeps.
That would be April 8th, 2016, correct?
I'm not quite sure. I don't see the year written on there and I don't recognize it yet.
It would be a couple weeks. April 8th would be a couple weeks before your birthday, though, right?
That's correct.
Just to confirm, this is a note you wrote to Mr. Depp, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And on the second page of this note, you wrote the following. Quote, "I'm sorry I can get crazy. I'm sorry I hurt you.
Oh boy.
Like you, I can get wicked when I am hurt, when I feel provoked,
Ooh.
shattered. And last night I was.
Ooh.
I felt abandoned about the Lily Rose thing.
Abandonment
I was
issues?
absolutely bewildered about your not coming home on my last night here, and was heartbroken and angry after many attempts in vain on my part to rectify the situation and make amends on the last night of what was otherwise a gorgeous trip with you. I'm so sorry for my part. None of this is meant to be an excuse for hurting you, because the truth is, nothing is. There is never a reason good enough to hurt you. You are the last thing in the whole world who deserves it. Last person I ever meant to hurt. I love you, Steve. I am forever yours.
The Steve business is really, really bizarre, but
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 423, which is already in evidence. This is a picture of you with what appears to be straight red marks on your arms, correct?
Those are scars from the broken glass.
And they're straight and red, right?
I disagree with how you characterize that, but they are red, yes.
And they're on your left arm?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Hurd, you have a history of cutting yourself, don't you?
I do not.
oh,
Cut your arm once as a teenager, isn't that right?
No, I said I wanted to. When I was put on birth control pills when I was a teenager, I felt crazy, and I said I felt suicidal.
So it's your testimony under oath that you didn't report to Dr. Hughes, your retained psychologist, that you had cut yourself as a teenager once?
I said I had told my mom that I wanted to.
she's evading the
As a
answer.
teenager.
Ms. Hurd, we heard some testimony from you yesterday about a trip you and Mr. Depp took on
See,
a train in Southeast
Camille lacked
Asia.
the
Can you
receipt
recall that?
right there, like
Yes, that's correct.
medical proof
That
that
was
she
when you
cut
and
herself.
Mr. Depp went on your honeymoon trip, correct?
That's correct.
And that was in July of 2015?
Yes, that sounds right.
Let's take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence.
Yeah, Camille needed a doctor's note or something, some evidence of proof of cutting. But anybody who has had any
You
experience
were
with
here in this courtroom, right, Ms. Hurd, when Malcolm Connolly testified to taking this picture?
That's correct.
This is the to Mr. Depp's face, doesn't it?
I disagree. I've seen this picture
okay, Ms. Hurd,
I've seen
I
this
got the
picture
answer. Thank
before,
you.
and
You
he's
disagree?
not injured in it.
He's not injured in this picture.
Mhm.
That's your testimony. Fine.
This one is Photoshop.
Ms. Hurd, I have your answer. Thank you. This is the only photograph from your honeymoon that shows someone with an injury, correct?
That's not true.
We haven't seen any photos of injuries to your face from that train trip, have we?
I don't believe my face was injured on that trip.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 91A at page 46, going back to the Love Journal.
When I was a kid, I wanted to actually change my name to Steve because I
This
thought
is a note
Dave was
from you
boring.
to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
This is a note you wrote on July 22nd, 2015.
That is correct.
And it starts off with the words, "My husband, happy honeymoon," right?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, please take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A at page 67. This is another note from you to Mr. Depp in your journal, right?
That is correct.
And this one is dated August 1st, 2015.
That's correct.
And you write, "That's enough. You've held this book hostage long enough. Although I can't wait to read my note, I also couldn't wait to tell you how much I adore you. What a beautiful, extraordinary, magical, memorable, wonderful, stunning, surprisingly evolving, and impulsive adventure. I couldn't have imagined a more gorgeous honeymoon. I love you more and more every passing day.
What's up with all the different?
XX Slim." Did I read that right?
That is correct.
Let's take a look at the journal entry starting on page 68.
I've got to know what she's drinking at some point before this
This
is
is
over.
another entry from you writing to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And this one's dated August 2nd.
That is correct, yes.
Whose handwriting's on the top? There's
And this
cursive.
one is a longer one, so let's go to where it ends on page 70 of the journal.
It's beautiful handwriting. It's very poetic. This is like the Notebook.
And you write, quote,
I haven't seen the
I
Notebook,
hope that
people.
things said in anger and pain were just that, and that you miss and love me too. And that is what matters most to you. You may say you stand by everything you said and did, and that there is nothing you can learn from this, but I don't feel that way. And it's important for me that you know that. I love you and I'm sorry. I miss my warm, loving husband. XX.
She's going to go back to the monster that
That's
she...
correct.
He
And
was
sad,
good, he was
the word
bad.
sad is crossed out.
That is true.
Next, we have a journal entry from you on page 89. This is another note from you to Mr. Depp.
That is correct. The whole book is love notes.
So this is dated August
Okay,
15th,
sorry. That's
correct?
That is correct.
And here you write, quote, my love, why do we fight? Ever? Why? I love you more than anything else. Are we that uncomfortable with being vulnerable? Were we scared? Or is it something else? I don't know. But I am sure of one thing. And if it's that I can't imagine my life without you. I love you. I will do better. I am sorry. X Slim. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
You read very well, much
The
like
testimonies was a
Rottenborn.
love journal.
That is correct. It was primarily love notes and
And Holly notes
Yeah,
from you to Mr.
it's a
Depp.
little cringe.
the book was more of a love note book, and part of that communication, obviously, since we fought so much, it was important for me to, try to nurture as much peace as we possibly could. And when things were good, they were really good.
And it was also an opportunity for you to apologize to Mr. Depp for your behavior, isn't it?
I think it's important in every relationship to apologize when you're trying to move past fights.
It's very mature of her.
Let's look at an entry from August 17, 2015, starting on page 90.
Wow. Okay. Didn't know this would be... Oh, which way the hair? Oh, boy.
Here you write, quote, I'm sorry I shook the wheels so hard. I'm sorry we've tested the shocks and brakes to this point. God damn, I love you, Johnny. I love you. I am tied to you forever. You know that? So I'm tasked with making this work for that reason and many others, of which there are many. Let me try to fix this. Let me try to patch this. Let me try to make your heart better. You deserve it. Hell, maybe even I do. I need you. We need each other. You're my cornerstone, my heart, my all. You are my life. I hate it when we fight. I hate having you hurt. I hate that you're hurting. I love you more than anything. Let me prove it. I need you. I love you. Slim. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah.
You read it
another
very
example
well.
of me trying to fix it.
She's
always trying to fix it.
She was always trying to fix it.
Fix it by apologizing for your bad behavior.
I tried everything. I tried apologizing. I tried reading. I tried therapists. I tried everything to fix
But
it.
yet you couldn't change like you told Dr. Cowan, right?
I couldn't change my relationship.
Let's talk about December 15th, 2015 again. Erin Filati, your personal nurse, saw you 2 days after the incident on December 15th, 2015. Isn't that right?
She did not see me as in a medical visit. She just dropped off meds in the late at night.
She saw you personally, though,
She
right?
physically saw me, but did
Yeah.
not see me in a medical sense, the way a doctor might see a patient. She did not see me in that way.
She was your personal nurse, right?
She was a nurse assigned to me. I didn't hire her. Johnny did.
She was assigned to you. And so when she would see you, it would be physically in person in your home and traveling, correct?
She would sometimes see me as like a medical professional would, and then other times she would just drop off meds and physically see me, like as in with her eyes.
You testified that during the incident on December 15th, 2015, Mr. Depp broke the bed, correct?
That is correct.
And more specifically, you described that he broke the bed frame with his boot while trying to get purchase. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 509, which is already in evidence.
And at this point in time, I'll refer everyone to Law and Lumber's analysis of this. Let me go get the link so you can all...
If we could please have that published to the jury.
A lawyer who happens to be a woodworker, Law and Lumber.
Ms. Hurd, this is a picture that you indicated depicts the broken bed, right?
That's exactly it.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp caused this damage to the bed with his boot, right?
He did.
Is that a pocket knife on the bed there?
I cannot tell what's on the bed.
Did you use that to damage the bed?
I did not damage the bed.
Holy
Johnny's
cow.
boot did when he was punching me. I could feel him slipping.
Ms. Hurd, you also testified that there was blood all over the pillows on the bed, correct?
On the pillow top, yes, that's correct.
But you didn't take a picture of that, though, did you?
I did not take a picture of this.
So Law and
About
Lumber...
a week after the December 15th, 2015 incident, you went with Mr. Depp and his children to the island of the Bahamas. Is that correct? To celebrate Christmas?
She's getting ready to be deceitful right
The incident was
now.
on the 15th and we went on the 23rd, I believe.
While you were there, you did a photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
A few days later, I think the photo shoot was about 2 weeks after this assault.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 99.
I can't believe that Law and Lumber's breakdown of his debunking this
This is a
claim.
photograph of you on Mr. Depp's island shortly after December 15th, 2015, correct?
No, this was taken weeks later.
That
On
video
the
has
island, on that trip,
750,000
it was taken on
views
the
now.
On that trip,
Yes,
weeks later.
weeks later.
December 15th, you traveled to the island December 23rd. That's your
It's
testimony?
my recollection that this picture was taken on New Year's Eve or the first day of the year. I think New Year's Eve.
We don't know what that was
And
on the
this is
bed. It looks
photo
like a
shoot
pocket
with Greg
knife.
Williams, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection?
All right,
All
99.
right, let's see this.
Can we please have a zoom in to Ms. Hurd's face? Thank you, Tom.
Enhance. Rotate. Enhance. Enhance more.
Let's please pull up
Oh,
Plaintiff's Exhibit
makeup.
100.
She's going to say it's makeup.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection.
All right, 100 in evidence. You can publish.
Apparently, there's a hearing on UFOs that the
Ms. Hurd, this
Government's
is another
giving.
picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
enhance.
Yes, this is the same photo shoot that you asked me about earlier, and this is several weeks later.
Oh, that's not
If we
enough.
could zoom in on Ms. Hurd's face. Thank you, Tom. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 101. And I'm going to move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
Can we just have the foundation first, please?
This is a picture from the photo shoot, Ms. Hurd, that was taken on the island.
No
This
injury.
is the same photo shoot, yes.
That's the foundation.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 101 in evidence. You can publish.
What's Johnny drinking? No, apparently it's Amber Heard who does her own makeup. She explained yesterday with the color wheel.
If we could please zoom in, excuse me, Tom, on Ms. Hurd's face. It's your testimony, Ms. Hurd, that you were wearing makeup for this photo shoot?
That is correct. It's a photo shoot.
If we could please pull up Exhibit 102. Ms. Hurd, is this another picture from the photo shoot?
I can't exactly tell from the background. It looks like the same thing, but I can't really tell without it being
This is
zoomed
a-
out.
This is a picture of you, though, right?
It is a picture of me, yes.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
All right, any objection?
Ouch.
I'm not going to object because she identified herself. I just, if she could identify when it was taken, that would help. But I'm not
Is-
going to object. I'm not
No,
gonna object.
no objection.
objection.
Okay, there we go. 102 in evidence. You publish.
I think the photo shoot was in black and white. It's very artistic.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 103.
She mentioned yesterday that you can't prevent swelling with makeup, and that's what the ice is for. But I mean,
Sir, this is yet another picture of you from that Greg Williams photo shoot, correct?
That is correct. This is from the same shoot.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection.
All right, 103 in evidence. Publish.
And again, if we could zoom in on Ms. Heard's face.
immaculate. I mean, obviously, let this be a lesson for everyone out there. Beauty is only
And
skin
finally,
deep,
if we
people.
could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 104. And Ms. Heard, this is a picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Again, this is the same photo shoot weeks later.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 104 in evidence. Thank you.
Again, if we could zoom in on Ms. Heard's face.
Yeah, that's not the best picture. I can't see much there.
Thank you, Tom. You testified that you and Mr. Depp got into a fight while on the island in December of 2015, correct?
That's correct.
And this all started because you perceived Mr. Depp as nodding off during the trip, right?
I thought he was passing out again in a similar fashion to what he had done the previous year.
And when he nodded off, he spilled wine on you, correct?
Yeah, 2-3
How
times in a row.
Dare you?
Testified that Mr. Depp's son, Jack, was there when this happened, right?
At the beginning, he was there.
He was there when Mr. Depp allegedly spilled wine on you 2 or 3 times, right?
He was there for that because he offered me help.
You also testified that Mr. Depp then sexually assaulted you in the bathroom, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that after this, you needed to get away from him, right?
That is correct.
So you ran out of the house.
That's correct.
And you admit you threw something at him, right?
I did throw something in at him to get away.
Yeah,
You
always
sat in this
qualifying
courtroom
it.
when Tara Roberts testified, right, Ms. Heard?
I did.
What
She's
did she?
Mr. Depp's manager on the island.
Yes, that's correct.
You heard her testify that she witnessed an argument between you and Mr. Depp on the island in December of 2015, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And you heard her testify that Mr. Depp was trying to escape you, right?
I don't know if she characterized it like that, but that was the gist of it. She kind of
Yeah.
misrepresented it to seem.
Oh,
like
Miss.
that,
Well,
yes.
you got your own
She
recording, Amber.
misrepresented it. How convenient.
That's correct.
Okay, and
Yeah.
then you kept apologizing to Mr. Depp, right? That's what
No, that's
Ms.
not
Roberts
correct.
said? Begging him to come back to the house with you,
That's not correct.
clawing at him. She used those words.
That's not correct. When she interrupted us, Johnny had me by the hair.
Yelling at him.
We were screaming, both of us, but I don't know what she would have heard.
Thank you, Jay.
And that she observed an injury on Mr. Depp's nose from something that you threw at him, right?
I don't know what she observed.
You also heard Ms. Roberts testify that she included all this information in a sworn statement in the UK in May of 2020. Isn't that right?
How
That is correct.
convenient.
You put in a witness statement in response to Ms. Roberts' statement in June of 2020. Isn't that correct? In the UK?
I did several, I think 7 witness statements, and each one contained different information as per recent filings. That's what counsel has you do, and that.
And in response to
case.
previous filings, correct? Including testimony from people that contradict your story?
Sort of. So what you have to do is your counsel asks you to respond to things, and you put it in a declaration of sorts, and that happens back and forth over the course of preparing to go to trial in that country, and that's what I did.
So that was your 5th witness statement submitted in the UK.
I don't recall which one I was asked to comment on Tara
Let-
Roberts' testimony.
I'll remind you.
Bear in mind,
We
and
have
again,
Ms. Heard's 5th witness statement from the UK.
another projection. She says she was trying to get away. She was trying to escape Johnny. When now, by the evidence, you have her own recording, her following Johnny at least to 1 bedroom, but according to Johnny, to 5 bedrooms and bathrooms. So she basically appropriates the narrative that she was trying to escape when the evidence actually shows that Johnny was the one fleeing, trying to avoid confrontation with her, and she pursued. basically every accusation she seems to be leveling against Johnny seems to be true of herself based on the evidence that she herself is adducing in this trial. She was protecting him.
Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to
Protecting him from leaving.
page 6 of your 5th witness statement. It's here that you describe the December 2015 incident, correct, on the island?
I haven't read through the statement. I just don't know if I had commented on it before. In a previous witness statement, as I said, there were several.
If it matters,
But
Camille
starting
was.
on page 6, Ms. Heard, you describe the incident that took place on the island, correct?
That's correct, but what I'm trying to say is
I
I'm not sure if
understand.
I'd describe it in full in this statement.
Camille
going to show you
changed her look from yesterday radically.
Your confidential schedule to the 5th witness statement that accompanied the 5th witness statement in the UK.
Let's hear what she said. Camille was dressed all in black yesterday, which some people viewing remarked looked a little harsh and a little stern. So Camille has gone with the angelic white today. For anybody who look, when I went to trial in Canada, you have to wear frocks, like gowns and frocks when there's witnesses during a trial so that nobody cares about what you're wearing, specifically for these reasons. So it's not a fashion statement or a fashion show. Although if anyone's seen Canadian lawyers in those gowns and frocks, some would say they look
Confidential
ridiculous.
schedule to your 5th witness statement.
Don't spill wine on that
Paragraph
suit, Camille.
1 on page 21.
Oy. I agree,
You
Joe.
describe Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in the Bahamas of December 2015, right?
That is correct.
And that's the first time you ever claimed that Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you in the Bahamas.
That is incorrect.
You only submitted the confidential schedule in the UK claiming Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you after Miss Roberts had said that she saw you on the island chasing, clawing at Mr. Depp. Isn't that correct?
That is incorrect.
Well, did she say it? It's not whether or not it's true. Did she say it?
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 394.
Oh, it is funny. I mean, it is funny. Not Amber's trolls, but just people. Anyone saying Team Amber
Your
or
Honor,
Team Johnny?
this is another recording I can represent to the court. This only contains Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's voices. I'm going to move to admit the entire recording. I'm only going to play from 1:17:44 through 1:20:02.
To quote George Costanza, it's not a lie if you believe it.
394.
It's not a lie if you've convinced yourself you've forgotten it. The easiest person on this earth to
think I have no
fool
objection.
is
All
yourself.
right, I'll go with that. All right, 394 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Look at this.
What things have you been doing?
Working on this thing, not doing this thing, trying to change.
Can't hear much here.
Less several times.
Hence, screaming when I spilt wine accidentally on you for falling asleep, and screaming in front of my kids and freaking Jack out. And that's trying.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, John.
That fucked him up, you know.
I'm sorry I fucked your son up.
Oh, it weirded him out. He'd never.
I'm so sorry I fucked your kids up.
You didn't fuck my kids up, but
Passive
it was pretty
aggressive.
fucking. It was pretty fucking weird for him, you know.
Because I jumped up and screamed because I wanted to know. That's
Yeah.
You're right. I'm surprised he's.
So who's doing this recording? This sounds like Johnny's doing it.
I don't need your
No,
clever
I'm against me.
comebacks. No, you think you're controlling yourself. You think you're controlling yourself.
Your characters become so clear, especially when you use them. It's embarrassing for you. I'm gonna walk away now because you're actually making me see even worse. And believe you me, I'm not gonna be calling you at 3 o'clock in the morning after having an Ambien and think, oh, I'm gonna just fucking forgive and move on. Trust me, it is gross. I am using the kids. I've done nothing but be there for them in a good way. And if you take that for granted, fine. Fine. You're right. Meet a woman who would not jump up and scream if she's been spilled on 3 times in a row. And I hope you're happy with whoever that is, because that would be a special kind of fucking person. No doubt.
It's you and Mr. Depp in that recording, right?
That's correct.
And you're discussing what happened in the Bahamas in December of 2015, right?
No, that's not correct. We were discussing a part of it.
You're discussing
A part of
when
it.
you
Okay.
screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children, correct?
No, we were talking about a part of that argument.
Including when
You
you
screaming
screamed
at
at
it.
Mr. Depp in front of his children.
That's not a fair characterization of what happened.
What happened, Amber?
Mr. Depp says you screamed at him when he accidentally spilled wine on you.
Freaked
correct?
the kids out.
I realize that's what Johnny said.
Yeah, and Mr.
Okay.
Depp tells you that this freaked out his son, Jack.
Johnny often used other people to back him up in our arguments.
You don't seem too concerned about that, do you?
I had a lot of concerns.
You don't mention Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in this recording, do you?
That was not the point of that conversation. If I had gotten into the details of what happened to
Oy.
me with him, it would have been another fight.
You just accused Mr. Depp of, quote, using his kids, right? In that
He
recording.
would often
misheard.
use other people, yes.
And you challenge him to find a woman who will not, quote, jump up and scream if she has been spilled on 3 times in a row.
That is correct.
Not a woman who would put up with sexual abuse, right?
I was pointing out the ridiculous nature of him expecting me not to react to something that basic.
Ridiculous. And she said, by the way, embarrassed and he should be ashamed. She resorts to that.
All right, we can do that. That's
Thank
fine.
you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research. We'll see you in 15, okay?
Don't do any outside research. Oh boy. Okay. Well, let's just see if anything happens while this happens. And let's see if we can identify Runkle of the Bailey. I say there's some people in the chat who say rightly, like, drugs and alcohol in toxic
Come
relationships.
back at 10:47 then? All right,
10:47. This judge is strict. It makes for dysfunctional relationships. Okay, let's see what we see in the back. Let's see. Oh, they're out. Okay, let's see who we see here. Yesterday, Runkle of the Bailey was back left. The jury. Okay, so now we see the jury panel thingies. I guess that's the box on the right. Johnny Depp is waiting for Amber to leave. The crowd in the back stares on anxiously. What will happen after break? Who knows? Let's see. Runkle of the Bailey, as far as I know, is still there with DUI guy and dramatic zoom to the Virginia. Sic semper tyrannis. Sic semper tyrannis. Hold on, let me bring this out. And let's just go sic semper tyrannis. I think I remember that from a movie called Rushmore. Does it not mean death to tyrants? Sic semper tyrannus. Latin for thus always to tyrants. Hold on, let's bring this up. Let's get our educational stuff on for the day. Stop screen. I'll come back to that one in a second. Share screen. And yes, we're going to go to Wikipedia to understand what it means. Here we go. Wikipedia, sic semper tyrannus, however you want to pronounce this. Thus always to tyrants. For the Scott Miller album, okay, no, we don't care about that. It's a Latin phrase meaning thus always to tyrants. It suggests that bad but justified outcomes should or eventually will befall tyrants. Before 509 BC, before Christ, Roman was ruled by kings. The last was Lucius Tarquinius Superbus. Well, that's probably the best name ever. Superbus, the king's son. Sextus, that's not the best name. Tarquinius, these names can't be for real for what is going on. Sextus was accused of doing something bad to a noblewoman who revealed the offense to various Roman noblemen and then died by suicide. The nobleman obtained the support of the aristocracy and the people to expel the king and his family and to institute the Roman Republic. The leader of the noblemen was Lucius Junius Brutus, who became one of the first consuls of the Republic. It has been suggested that the phrase was used at this event, but the suggestion is not based on any literature at the time. Okay, interesting. So who wants to talk about something that's more meaningful? We have a break. Let's go into catching up on what is the latest in the Michael Sussmann trial. Robert Gouveia, it's amazing. Robert Gouveia has the channel Watching the Watchers, and he is getting the transcripts, like the morning transcripts. I don't know how they transcribe it so quickly, but he's getting the transcript from the morning the same day. Started watching it yesterday. I'll link it in there so that people can go watch Gouveia. He's reading through the transcript. Right now they're in jury selection, and it's federal court. And as you've known, if you've been on the channel and watched with Barnes and I, Watching the Watchers, that's it. The jury selection in federal court doesn't last very long. But the news of the day was sent to me by someone who sends me very useful information, because the aggregate knowledge of the interwebs reads the interwebs faster than any one individual can. It says Hillary AOC donors in jury pool for ex-Clinton lawyers' Russia trial. This is from the New York Post. So take it for what it's worth if you want to go and discredit sources and yada, yada. Okay, so what's the latest? In the Michael Sussmann trial, Michael Sussmann is being accused of having lied as to basically laundering opposition research through a law firm which was paid for, funded, or inspired, which was the work of the Hillary Clinton campaign. And this was used to produce certain dossiers which were then used as news sources, which the FBI, who apparently leaked these, I hope I'm not mixing up two stories here, but this is laundering of the opposition research, which seems to have been financed by the Democratic campaign, or the DNC, or Hillary Clinton campaign. He's on trial now, and some people are saying that Johnny Depp is distracting from this and distracting from aliens. So let's redirect that distraction during the break. As many as 3 Hillary Clinton donors, including one who also supports U.S. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, are among the prospective jurors for former Clinton campaign lawyer Michael Sussmann's trial. Get out of there. Get that out of there. Special counsel John Durham's team objected to putting one Clinton contributor on the panel after the man said he would, quote, strive for impartiality as best I can. Don't really have a problem with that. That shows a little bit of self-reflection. But the prosecution was overruled by Washington, D.C. federal judge Christopher Cooper, who said the man, who works in public policy for Amazon and appeared to be in his 40s, quote, expressed a high degree of confidence, end quote, that he could be impartial. Okay. Cooper, nominated by former President Barack Obama, this is where flags should be going off for some people, also said Durham's prosecutors could use one of its peremptory challenges to strike him from the panel for the trial. The first to result from his 3-year probe into the government's investigations of purported ties between former President Donald Trump and Russia. It's a weird way of phrasing it. Judges can only remove people from a jury pool if questioning reveals they're not suited for service, including being biased in a favor of one side or the other. So the argument here, would he be biased? This is not a lawsuit between the Trump campaign and the Clinton campaign. It's a trial involving the state versus a lawyer who worked with the Clinton campaign. Durham sat behind his team in the courtroom, taking notes during the jury selection, yada, yada, yada. In 2016, well, this is another issue. DC voters favored Clinton over Trump 90% or 91% to 4%. And Democrats in the nation's capital now outnumber Republicans 76% to 5.4%, according to an April 30. Where is this trial being held? This trial is being held in Where is the trial being held, people? I thought it was in Michael Sussmann trial jurisdiction. Is it in DC or is it in New York? Let's see if we can find this in real time. Oh, we're going to get a stupid thing for this. BC. Oh, yeah. So federal court. Oh, good. We got it in time. Federal court in Washington, D.C. So the argument's going to be, I mean, obviously, if 90% of people, I didn't realize this was up for the entire time. If 90% of the D.C. population supported Democrats or Hillary Clinton, I mean, you're not going to be able to find very many people who did not donate, and that might not be a fair representation. A jury of one's peers, if you disproportionately weed out what is statistically the likelihood reality in DC. So that's the latest. We'll see if they use their peremptory strikes, which are, I don't know how many each get in federal court, but we'll see what happens with that. But bottom line, you're seeing, I don't think you're seeing, let me just get to where the trial is. Okay, we're still on the Virginia Sic Semper Tyrannis. That's a weird thing to have on a court insignia. Yeah, I think the issue is not going to be that's not like corruption in the selection process. I mean, that's just the reality of having a trial in DC. So we'll see where it goes. But by the way, watching the Watchers, follow Robert Gouveia for that story because he's going to be covering that. And what else? Now the other big story of the day is aliens. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Now, let me see. Did I have any super chats that I did not get to? Oh, so Ian is not in court. He's on Legal Bytes stream. Okay, good. So was he not able to get in today? Anyhow, that is the state motto. Well, that's very interesting. And this is what we're seeing, by the way, while we're on break. Just the dramatic death to tyrants, or bad things to tyrants. Oh, okay. Did you see the new agreement between the UN and the WEF? No, I'm not sure that I know about that. But we did discuss the UN treaty, or the proposed treaty, and the impact it would or would not have on nation states unless they adopt the treaty. We talked about that Sunday. Did I trim the beard? I did, because it was getting a little, when it gets too long under the neck and it starts to look like, I guess, what they call neck beards. I did not, I thought it was getting a little too long. It was getting in my mouth. I was, it'll back. Plus I could use a little sunlight on the skin anyhow. Isn't Sic Semper Tyrannis what John Wilkes Booth yelled before he shot Lincoln? I don't know if that sounds familiar. I just know that it's what the kid in Rushmore said in his play that he put on. Viva's job is to explain to others what he personally doesn't understand. Well, that doesn't make a lick of sense. Let me try to explain that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have to go see what it is. So people are saying it is. It is. What time is it? 43. I have to relieve myself at one point. I'll wait for the trial to pick back up, and then I'll take a quick break. Viva, do you think Camille is pushing hard enough? I think strategically there are some people who are going to say her delivery sounds like a high school. Let me take this out of here. A high school public speaking competition. I don't know if people who say that mean it as an insult or a compliment. I think maybe it does, but it's very effective. She doesn't come off as aggressive. Some people might say it comes off as curt or dry, a little too, maybe pushy. I don't know. I don't think so. But she speaks slowly enough that the jury is going to be able to follow and not be accused of speaking fast and maybe sometimes a little all over the place like me. So it's slow-ish. It's good pacing. She has, I say, some of the receipts. She has some of the exhibits to back up her line of questioning. Where she might have missed one, I think, was with the self-harm discussion that she had going against Amber. It would have been obviously amazing. If she had any concrete evidence of that, maybe she doesn't, she'll come back to it. She didn't get the answer she wanted. And you're not going to convince, you're not going to really convince a jury by implying, suggesting, and hoping they believe that the witness is lying. She says, no, I didn't do it. When I was a kid, I talked about it, but never did it. But by and large, I think Camille, she's been fantastic. She's been getting her questions through. And just comparing it to Elaine, and it's not to pick on Elaine, but Elaine was having difficulty getting her questions out in chief. A lot of Camille's objections were being sustained, and Elaine was getting flustered in that she couldn't even get her own witness uncoached to tell her own story effectively. And Camille is getting her questions out. The objections, by and large, are being dismissed, and I think she's doing great. I mean, you're going to get like days and days of testimony, and then they're going to pick their sound bites. They're going to pick their moments in closing arguments. I never hit Johnny. And then they're going to play the recording where she says, I hit you, but you've had worse. Which, by the way, to many people might sound exactly like what an abuser says to someone they abuse. You've had worse. You can deal with it. Be a man. Remember, she was accusing Johnny of telling her when he was allegedly abusing her, you can take it. You think you're tough. You think you're tough. Well, ironically, that's exactly what Amber admitted effectively to saying to Johnny. You are tough. You're a man. You've had worse. You could deal with a little open hand. You're going to spend time on sic semper tyrannis, but not touch on the guy standing. You know what? Hold on. I'm not even sure. I don't know what I thought that was. Pumpkin trucker. Well, I guess that's what happens to tyrants, according to Virginia state emblem there. What we got, Etienne de Gaulle says, a lot of people have made a lot of money explaining things they don't understand. I love the expression, by the way. An expert is someone who knows more and more about less and less. No, but I don't think anyone's ever going to accuse me of trying to explain something I don't understand. That's exactly when people can see through someone's lack of understanding of a subject. Much easier to actually go either learn or have a discussion with someone who knows more than you on the subject, so you don't end up looking stupid. Because I don't want to look stupid in life, except, if people think my hairdo is stupid. I'm just joking about the aliens. Viva's hair looks like. Do I pull that meme up? Don't you relieve yourself on your bed? Don't. Yeah, I was thinking that. No. Okay, let's see here we go. By the way, Fruto is trying to stop Canada Day on the Hill by moving it 1.5 kilometer at LeBreton Flats. Well, so the news out of Canada, someone just said apparently Air Canada wants to go full digital ID by October 2022, which wouldn't surprise me, but I think people don't appreciate that when you go into the States, you have biometrics, facial recognition. I don't know, not Google, retinal or eye photographs. I don't think people appreciate that. It makes me feel uncomfortable. I go into the States and they take a picture of my face and they scan my eyes. And I don't think people appreciate that. So that, hey, it's going to make air travel safer. It'll make wait times lesser. My wife loves Viva's hair, calls him a surfer dude. I'm not sure that I'm going to go back to the olden days when I was 20 years old playing squash, where I streaked it. And I'd go to the barber, like I'd go to the hairdresser, I guess, or the salon. And they put one of those caps on, and the caps had little holes, and they had the little spike, and they teased out little things. Then they bleached them with hydrogen peroxide, and then they pulled it off. And I had these beautiful golden streaks in my fro. So I don't think I'm going to do that, but I'm going to definitely grow the hair a little bit longer because face masks are now over here. Terrible. Face masks are now no longer required in Quebec, people. So all of those, oh my goodness. Slight tangent. I overheard a discussion. People saying, face masks are over, but I'm still going to wear them because, they don't cause any harm. I'm saved from not giving medical advice, legal advice, or election fortification advice. I heard someone saying, I'm going to do it anyhow. It doesn't do any harm. And I wanted to send them 3 articles. one of concrete, problem with defective, potentially toxic masks. Another one with if you don't use them properly. And another one of the article about, things that we're noticing now for the first time. That bottle's filled again with pink fluid. Sorry. Elon Musk's new book, How I Dodged a Bullet. And it only cost him $500,000. That was the article. Oh yeah, and the garbage aspect. That was that's the fourth argument. Thank you very much. Seeing these things everywhere, and it's disgusting.
All right,
It's
thank
not
you.
quite as disgusting as used condoms on the street or vomit.
Next question.
It's pretty close. Ingsock is back in the house,
Your Honor.
and he's back to out of the house.
Sir,
What
you
is the deal
testified
with
repeatedly that you were concerned about
Okay.
Mr. Depp's substance use during your relationship?
30 seconds,
right?
people.
Yes, that's correct.
But you weren't concerned enough to stop using drugs and alcohol yourself, were you?
I did not use drugs when I was with Johnny, like in his presence, aside from the times I testified about with you.
So you weren't concerned enough to stop using drugs and alcohol the times you testified to in front of this jury, right?
As I testified to earlier, I took drugs in Johnny's presence on those two occasions early in our relationship in 2013.
So you never changed your own behavior to support Mr. Depp and his sobriety, did you?
I did a lot of changing to support his sobriety. I tried everything that I could possibly think of.
But you drank wine around Mr. Depp on a regular basis, correct?
I did drink wine.
And you took Mr. Depp to Hicksville to do, quote, laughy drugs like mushrooms, end quote, right?
That's correct.
And you testified that despite what supposedly happened in Hicksville, you decided to take MDMA with Mr. Depp on a plane to Russia in June of 2013, correct?
As I mentioned, those are the two occasions.
You
Okay,
testified that this
I'm
was
back.
the last time you would make that mistake, right?
That is correct.
And when
Impeach
asked if you
her.
asked Mr. Depp to get you MDMA in Australia, you said that was, quote, ridiculous, right?
That is correct.
Because you had learned your lesson the hard way on the plane to Russia.
Russia, yes, that's correct.
Yours and Mr. Depp's wedding in the Bahamas was in February of 2015, right?
That is correct.
So that would have been after the Russia flight.
Yes, when I did, when we had mushrooms on the island for my hen party, my wet bridal party before. We were not with Johnny. I was not with Johnny at the time.
Was your wedding with Mr. Depp on the island, right?
To be clear, we were both on the same island. We just weren't around each other that evening. We had kind of separate parties, a bridal party and a groom's party.
And your wedding was a month before Australia, correct?
That is correct.
And you arranged to have drugs at your wedding, correct?
Like I said, we had mushrooms for my bridal party beforehand,
On the island for your wedding?
before the wedding,
On the island?
on the island, yes.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1262?
Just got a message that Pat King's
This is an email
hearing
you sent on
is this
February
afternoon.
1st, 2015, correct?
That is correct. Yes, that's correct.
Wow.
I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1262.
Any objection?
Are people noticing the audio level went down on the stream? Pat King's hearing is live at 1:30 today. Do we go away from this to hear Pat King? Good point here. Hold on. Did I hear that she yelled at him for spilling wine on her, but not sexual assault? You heard it right, Hawk the Hawk. Okay, I'll stay here, but I'll follow the live tweeting. No, did I accidentally mute the stream? I'm an idiot. It's a sidebar anyhow. Oh, let's see who's in the crowd. Every time I touch it. Okay, here. A woman in the back in a striped shirt yawns. She's not quite enthused with this trial. We've seen that man with the gray hair and the shades yesterday. He looks as enthused today as he did yesterday. Police stand guard, making sure that none of the members in the audience get rowdy or jump up and try to get a signature from Johnny. Man in the back just found something funny, and he looks back up after the joke has gone away. Is that DUI guy on the left? Let's do a little. So on this side, we've got 3. Okay, fine. Never mind. I muted it again. Stop touching. There's no audio. Okay, I'm moving away. I'm moving away, people. Okay, there you go. We hear a squeak. We're back to.
Have Ms. Heard's email published to the jury.
All right, 1262 in evidence.
I'll see if I can even
for your wedding weekend, right?
get
Ms. Heard?
in on Pat King.
No, it's not. It's a proposed draft of a schedule. It ended up being quite different.
Do you see where it says 7 p.m. rehearsal dinner?
Yes, I see that.
And the next item on the list says, quote, after dance party and drugs and music, end quote, right?
That is correct.
So you plan to have drugs at your wedding to someone you characterize as a drug addict?
To be fair, we were going to have separate parties, as I mentioned. So a bridal party before this, the schedule ended up changing quite a bit. And this is a draft clearly that was sent before there were a lot of changes made. The bridal
So
party.
your original
and the
idea,
groom's
Ms.
party were
Heard,
separate.
your original idea was to have a rehearsal dinner with your husband, the drug addict, the monster, and then do drugs with your girlfriends on the island after your rehearsal dinner?
I realize that's what the email suggests, but that wasn't
No,
a
it's
plan.
not what it suggests, Ms. Heard. It's what you said in that email.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is that the schedule ended up changing. We ended up doing the little.
So your
as I
original
called
idea
it,
was
cuddle
to do
puddle
drugs.
before.
Yeah, your original idea was to do drugs on an island after your rehearsal dinner to the drug-fueled monster that you were about to marry, right?
As the email suggests, there was going to be weed on the island. This does not reference the cuddle puddle that I just referenced to you.
You like to do drugs on special occasions, right, Ms. Heard?
I have before.
And you did drugs again for your 30th birthday, right?
That is correct. That was a huge mistake.
Your 30th birthday dinner was on April 21st, 2016.
Yes, it was the day before my birthday, correct.
And you testified that Mr. Depp was running late to the celebration, correct?
That is correct.
And you asked Mr. Depp to bring you alcohol when he arrived. Is that right?
So the utility closet where we kept the wine was right by the elevators. And I also told him he could bring in a joint. I wouldn't bite his head off if he did.
So that's a yes.
That's correct. I told him I wouldn't be angry.
Let's look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1263.
I can't bring the audio up anymore, so I'll have to see if I can find another stream that has a louder audio, or we'll just have to live with it.
First of all, this one hasn't been produced. This has not, it's a brand new trial exhibit, so I don't have it. I'd like an unredacted copy, and then I'd like an unredacted copy to be shown to the witness.
All right, do you have an unredacted copy?
We can make one, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach about
All
this?
right.
Isn't there a rule about wearing white after Labor Day? My goodness. What month is it? It's May. Labor Day. Okay, I don't really care. I'm joking. Okay, Pat King, I'll figure out what to do. I'll see if I can get in on, if I can even get in on the Zoom call. And then if I can't, I'll follow it on Twitter and we'll do an update at the end of this, I guess. Yeah, so apparently a DUI guy got in and Runkle and Lumberlaw didn't. You can wear white after Easter. Cuddle Puddle sounds like a peeper. No, what is Cuddle Puddle? I think I missed that. Well, there people, for anybody who doesn't know, Pat King, I mean, you guys all have to know, but hear thunder. Pat King was allegedly one of the organizers of the Ottawa protest, although he wasn't an organizer. He, I won't say co-opted, but he associated himself with it, was arrested on mischief charges, and then had additional charges of perjury tacked on because he allegedly lied during his bail hearing, has been in jail for 3 months. It's going to be 3 months on May 18, which is tomorrow. 3 months for mischief charges, counseling others to commit mischief, apparently counseling others to defy a court order. And then they tacked on perjury charges because allegedly Pat King lied under oath, perjury, during his bail hearing. And now they've tacked on additional charges and he's still in jail. Cuddle Puddle is candy raver talk. I don't know what candy raver means. Everyone rolling on. I don't know what any of these words mean, Underbelly. I literally do not understand a word that just came out, except for maybe the E. I think E is an intoxicant. Cuddle Puddle is candy raver talk. Everyone rolling on E and snuggling in a pile. Okay, so maybe I'm thinking I understand it now a little bit. What in the heck? You know what? If I watched more TikTok, I bet I would understand what you're talking about. Okay, fine. Oh, yeah, I thought it was E-entertainment. Okay, no, I'm not that stupid, people. Sounds stinky. Sounds like the last thing on earth I would ever want to do. Let me have a bunch of people touch my body. Ugh. Ugh. I don't even like going for massages. Okay. I'm going to go back and just pop into Law and Crime. And the chat in Law and Crime, 750,000 people. And I don't know that it's on slow mode. I'm just going to go let everyone there know that we're live for commentary and to get smarter. Did I put it on mute? I did not put it on mute.
I'm going to show the unredacted messages to counsel for Ms. Heard on a laptop because I don't have a hard copy.
Okay.
Yeah, could we, let's just pause for a minute.
What's that?
All right, let's see what's happening here. Well, I don't know. It's fun. I guess it's fun just to watch it if you have it in the background, but to have this with no commentary
I'm gonna object to asking questions
seems
while I'm looking.
counterproductive.
If you could give her a moment, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Audio is fine. Good. I'll move away from my mic so you can blast up your respective computer. Go enjoy the day. Yeah. Oh boy, I have to eat breakfast at some point today. A cuddle puddle. Is that going to be a hashtag thing? I do believe I am a Gen Xer by the technical terminology. All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
So any objection 1263 as redacted?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1263 in evidence.
So-
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, directing your attention to the Plaintiff's Exhibit 1263. This is a text message that you sent to Mr. Depp, correct?
That is correct.
Let's
And
see it.
you sent this message to Mr. Depp the day you had your 30th birthday dinner, right?
That is correct.
And you write, quote, "Hey baby, bring up something to drink and or a joint. I'm in if you are. See you in a minute. Question mark. XX." Did I read that right?
That is correct.
You read it wonderfully, Camille.
And then the next day you went to Coachella and consumed MDMA and mushrooms, right, Ms. Heard?
I did. Johnny was not there for that.
Let's talk a little bit more about your 30th birthday. You testified about this incident multiple times, haven't you?
That is correct.
But yesterday, you told this jury that you were not called upon to provide a detailed accounting of all physical and sexual abuse by Mr. Depp until February 2020. Is that correct?
I testified that I had not been able to do so until February 2020 in outside of the context of a cold deposition.
Actually, I misspoke. February 2022, this year.
Right. Sorry, I did the same thing you did.
Okay. And you did that in something called an interrogatory. Is that correct?
The interrogatory response was the first time that I could do that outside of the context of being asked certain questions in the deposition.
And you testified about your 30th birthday in this interrogatory, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Nonetheless, you testified to a new detail about your 30th birthday for the first time in this courtroom, didn't you?
No, that's incorrect.
A sexual assault, no less.
I had just not placed when that happened. I was never sure if that was the same time that he did that on the night of my birthday. And I maintained that as well in my deposition.
You told this jury that the evening of your 30th birthday dinner, Mr. Depp, quote, grabbed you by the pubic area, end quote, pushed you down, right?
That is correct.
This detail isn't in your interrogatory response, is it, Ms. Heard?
That detail is in my interrogatory response, yes.
Let's pull up your interrogatory response. If we could please bring up Ms. Bredehoff. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
If we can go to your interrogatory responses at page 57. These are signed under the penalty of perjury, correct?
That is correct.
And you testified again to this jury that this was the first time you were given an opportunity to write down everything and include all your evidence, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So let's go to page 57. At the top of page 57, Johnny and I were not in a good place. I begged him to make my birthday dinner. Do you see that?
That is correct.
Okay, so starting on page 57, you start describing your birthday dinner, correct?
That is correct.
All right. On page 59 of your interrogatory response, you write, fourth paragraph down, Johnny grabbed me while holding me down, and I remember him asking me if I thought I was so tough. He asked me 3-4 times up close to my face, "You're so tough. Are you such a tough guy, huh? You think you're so tough. What are you going to do now?" I stood up at some point after getting off the ground. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And then you write after, I remember crying. I remember feeling exhausted and frustrated. And it hit me, meaning the realization of how sad it was that I was going to wake up tomorrow on my birthday without him.
That's correct.
Where in this interrogatory response, Ms. Heard, you describe Mr. Depp, quote, grabbing you by the pubic area and pushing you down?
On page 64.
Where?
Page 64, 1, 2, 3 paragraphs down. Johnny grabbed me once, did this taunting thing on the side of the bed in penthouse 3. He grabbed my vagina and held me there, asked me if I was so tough.
You're not describing what happened after your 30th birthday?
I am. I just had not prescribed it to that date with the limited evidence I had at the time. Only in the course of looking at the evidence, preparing for this case, have I put those two pieces together. But I've always said what happened.
You were upset that Mr. Depp was late to your 30th birthday, weren't you?
I was.
You knew Mr. Depp had a scheduled business meeting or a money meeting that evening, right?
No, I knew he said he did. Didn't know if he had one. Addicts lie all the time.
So you didn't trust him?
I took it with a big grain of addict salt.
And Mr. Depp texted you that evening to let you know he'd be late, correct?
Yes, he did text me at some point.
It was a big deal to you that Mr. Depp was late to your birthday dinner, wasn't it?
Yeah, it did matter to me.
And you were upset he was late.
I was hurt.
And when he finally did arrive, you felt, quote, invisible to him, right?
I did.
The day after your birthday dinner, you and your friends went to Coachella to celebrate your birthday. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You made a video driving to Coachella with your friends, didn't you?
That is correct.
I'd like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1264. And for the record, Your Honor, this only has music without any words on it.
And again, it's a new one, so I'd like a copy of it.
It's going to be played. There is no sound other than a song.
Yes, sure.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right,
Okay. If we could please publish this to the jury
evidence Yes,
with
ma'am.
a sound. This is the video you made when you drove to Coachella with your friends for your 30th birthday, right?
That's correct. I'm not quite sure which one of us made the video, but that's correct.
You're featured in that video driving,
That's correct.
and it's set to the song Miss You by the Rolling Stones. Is that right?
That's correct.
That was a message for Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
No, that's ridiculous.
You consumed drugs at Coachella, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time,
I did. Yes.
and it made you feel sick, right?
I felt horrible. Yes.
So you left Coachella.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified yesterday that when you left Coachella, you left with, quote, your entire,
That is correct.
you were, quote, never alone with Starling, right?
That is correct.
You weren't anywhere near him.
Not alone. No.
You sat here when Starling Jenkins testified that he collected you from Coachella when you were sick, right?
He picked up my entire group.
And Mr. Jenkins testified, quote, I collected her, got her in the vehicle. She didn't want anyone else to know that she was sick. Take her back to the Parker, which I assume was in reference to the hotel, alone. I took her to the 7-Eleven where I retrieved hydrating fluids, Advil, and let her have those. Got her back up to the Parker, got her in the suite, and then went back to pick up everyone else. You were there when Mr. Jenkins testified, right?
Yes, he was wrong.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Jenkins is lying.
He's just wrong. I don't know what his intentions are. He was just wrong about that. We were a big group of us. I wasn't alone with him.
Is it possible that you don't remember correctly because you were sick from taking MDMA and mushrooms at the
No.
same time?
I remember everything about that night.
I'd like to play for you Plaintiff's Exhibit
I'm back.
1229, which is already in evidence at 1720.
Okay,
through
smash that like button. Yeah, for
2128.
sure. Okay. Yeah, she was angry when she said he was late for my birthday. That made me angry. Do not make me angry, Johnny. My goodness. I would have told you if it was number 2 people in Canada, like when you want to do business, sometimes you have to wait a week for a call back. And if you miss that call, you're going to have to wait another week. Sweet, merciful goodness. Okay. I'll wear the hat for the cuddle puddle. My wife's birthday present. Part of it.
No, you told me. We're on the road. You told me where you are. You wanted to look. And that's what I came to figure out. You're not going to go. Stop the process. I don't want to do this.
Do we know whose recording this is? This sounds like Johnny's.
Not if, especially if you don't. Okay, I don't want to divorce. You don't? Which one? I don't want a divorce. I never wanted a fucking divorce. I never wanted a divorce. I didn't want you to fucking go to Coachella without fucking talking to me because I left you because you were fucking haymakered me. You came around the bed and fucking start punching on me. Why? I love you.
That's what really happened the evening of your 30th birthday, isn't it, Miss Heard?
No, that's incorrect.
Mr. Depp was in bed, and then you came around the bed and started punching him.
That's incorrect.
You don't deny that in the recording, do you, Miss Heard?
I'm not having that conversation with Johnny. I'm not denying anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm not having that conversation with Johnny. I was trying to get out of that hotel room. That was a mediation attempt. That was the recording you just heard. It was us meeting in a hotel.
But you're talking about your 30th birthday.
No, we're not.
You're not talking about going to Coachella and
Johnny's talking about that. I am not arguing with him.
Emily
about
Baker
any
has
of that.
116,000 people
You don't
watching.
deny
It's
anything, do you?
glorious.
I'm not talking about that.
to publish exhibit or ask that the witness be shown exhibit 1265.
So that last recording was Johnny Depp's, I presume, because he seemed very calm, like he knew he was recording, and he knew what he was recording for, the haymaker, which, as
You
far
and
as
your
I heard,
friends at
was not
Coachella,
denied.
correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit plaintiff's 1265 and publish it.
No objection. All right, 1265 in evidence, you can publish it.
There's no injuries to you, are there, Ms. Heard?
We need to enhance it.
You cannot see any injury, no.
We need to enhance it just for science, people, for science and litigation. I'm a married man. That part of my brain is
Thank you, Tom.
switched off, but the litigation side is always there. The mic's sometimes hot when I come in from mute.
Ms.
I
Heard,
don't
you
know.
remember during Mr. Depp's examination, a number of recordings were played, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of those recordings, you told Mr. Depp, quote, "I hope to God Jack's stepfather teaches him more about being a man than your fucking left nut," end quote. Do you remember that?
I do not remember what exactly I could hear of that recording. I remember I heard myself make a mention of Jack's new stepfather or potential stepfather. I can't recall.
Jack is Mr. Depp's son, right?
That is correct. And I believe I was referencing a marriage that his ex-partner was going to have or getting into, I suppose.
You were referencing that Jack's new stepfather would teach him how to be a man because Mr. Depp couldn't.
I
right?
don't recall exactly what I said, but it was.
I don't recall.
397, which is already in evidence. And for the record, it's at 3504 through 3547. And then the next clip is 3635 through 4308.
I don't remember. Fair point. I don't really remember anything I don't like to admit. I don't recall, but I remember the most salacious, wild accusations of violence, but I have no pictures of them. But here's a picture of a mirror.
fucking suck your own dick.
Everything's fine, so it doesn't go your way. And when it doesn't go
Suck
your way,
your
I'm
own
in trouble. And you know what?
suck.
I don't need you. I don't want your kind of woman. I don't want your kind of woman.
Suck
I don't want your kind of woman.
Suck my dick.
I
Hey.
might have. So my dick with you.
Mistake. I wish I had fucking had it.
Uh,
I wish I fucking had it. I wish I fucking hadn't bought into any of your fucking lies, your bullshit, your sober fucking presence, your fucking goodness, your sweetness, all the lies. I wish I hadn't bought into the months of
Wow.
you being you. I wish I hadn't bought
I wish
into
I
the
hadn't bought
promises. I
into
wish
the-
I hadn't fucking thought I could have.
Look at Camille, by the way.
You're a fucking
Look at Camille.
I wish I hadn't bought into
Staring
the
down.
lies you still talk about fake bill and goods.
Just
You're
have
the
some
biggest
fat baby with a fucking producer
you're
to
the
do shit.
biggest fucking seller of fake fucking bill and goods. Talk about presenting yourself as
I
something
did
you're
myself
not.
as a fake
Suck my
seller of
dick.
goods.
Suck
Wow.
Fucking you left nothing, and I've left everything. So suck your dick, which is probably your next.
She's gonna have to cry. There's only one way to compliment this type of rage.
I want nothing to do with your
Oh,
fucking
because I
midsection.
really need something.
Well, go get it, man.
Because I need something. Oh, fucking fuck yourself. No shit, I won't.
This is terrible.
Suck your dick.
I don't want to.
I mean, it's dysfunction junction. It's like people are in bad relationships. They walk around recording each other.
It kind of is. What are you talking about? You know
Now he's taunting her.
No, I'm sure Rochelle's available. Call her up. I'm sure she's available.
Maybe he is. But
I'm sure she is.
we'll
She
see.
I'm sure she is.
I'll let you know.
Oh, I'm sure she is. I'm sure.
That fake laugh. That fake laugh is too much to take.
No, I'm sure she's.
That fake laugh is so disgusting.
I'm
man.
sure she's great. I'm sure she's great.
This is like this is out of movies.
You can give me some
No.
of the best performances in
No,
the
no,
fucking
you're
track.
right. I don't. It's all about
Well, performance in
performance.
movies. How am I? I don't regret. I don't regret.
Oh, what else?
I
What
don't
else that you can? Oh, come on.
don't
Be-
regret.
Come
I don't
on.
regret.
Lay it on me. What else? What else other things do you want to add?
Can't talk
You
to me,
fucking
sound
lying
like
piece of
Bobby
shit.
Bear.
What? Oh,
Like
no,
a
I
kid's
want
show.
to know. I want
Get out your Ubers out.
I'm kind of waiting. Go get it.
Yeah, I'll be on the
Wait, is there no other place for you to run in your 15 other houses to go run? Come on, go be a real married man and go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does.
Yeah.
Go.
Go
Run
to-
away. I know it's
With
hard to
your
look at yourself.
fucking ridiculous
I know.
plan.
It's
Your
hard.
panic fucking plan.
It's hard. It's hard.
Screwing everybody else
Poor
over.
thing.
Get
You're
your
right. I
fucking-
tried.
get what
That's
you
what I
want.
do.
You're the most spoiled
Yeah.
fucking brat.
She should be ashamed.
Got everybody out here almost full, but it
You're
don't
right.
last
You're
long.
right.
I've
I'm
been here a lot
sorry.
longer
You're
than
right. You got to
because
figure it out.
You don't have figure out what you have to offer as opposed to going out and get your hits out.
You're right. That's what I do.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
London feels is
You're right. You're right.
excellent choice.
Back to that. Well, I wonder what we else. I wonder what else we can reach for in the last 6 years.
Wow.
Oh no, it was 4 years ago. You're right. I'm sure there's other things you can.
This doesn't sound like alcohol to me, but
No, I'm not
Or,
laughing.
no, matter of fact,
I'm
we're
not
out there.
laughing. I'm not. It's
Oh.
serious. I'm sure you can find other things.
I know.
my goodness, this
Shipping,
is
yeah. Well, there's always that. You can
You're
always
right.
go
You
back
can
to
write
that.
a book.
for
You can
another-
write a
for
book.
another
I
10
know you can
minutes.
write a book. Oh, is this gonna be good for your book? Oh, should I have you sign an NDA for your book?
You know,
was this
Your
not in
book.
evidence already?
Is this gonna be good for your book?
what are you
Is this
making
gonna be
of
good
it?
for your book?
I'll write what
Hey,
I want. I'll
I
write
have
what
a
I
good
want.
idea.
I'll write what
How
I
about
want.
somewhere of your journals? You don't want to sell out or anything. Let's sell you journals. Oh, wait.
Hey,
Hey,
Yeah,
you're
you
not
don't wanna
like,
sell out.
no, you're not
you
selling
don't want
out.
to sell out,
no,
Magic Mike.
no,
You don't want to
yeah,
sell
'cause
out.
no one does
No.
21 Drug Street when they're in their 20s.
No, you're right. That's not selling you out.
21 Jump Street was amazing.
When you're in your 20s, you should really know what you want. Like
By the
selling
way-
your journals.
By the way, if you didn't know who the fuck I
You're
was.
right. Go sell your journals and go real long. Or, I'm sorry, cookies.
6.
251. I don't know. It doesn't matter at this point. I don't think so.
There you go.
I don't really think so. But you're right. I mean, hey, at least I didn't do like a TV show where I was heartbroken in my 20s. God, that would be like embarrassing. If only I was with someone in their 50s that could point that out to me. I'm actually fine. You're right. When you play a non-sexualized object, okay.
Yeah.
Wow. You're right. You got me. You got it all figured out.
You don't even know what movies I've done.
If only I could
You haven't
be
even
like,
taken an interest.
if only I could be
You know,
like,
but I had to
if
watch
only
your
I
fucking-
could be like.
I had to watch your fucking direct and you trying to like
You're a joke.
spew
You're
out
a
these fucking
joke.
lines.
You're a joke. You're a joke.
Yeah, I'm the joke in the industry, Amber. I'm the joke. I'm the joke in the
I'm
industry.
sorry, I can't really hear you. I'm sorry.
Yep, drink up, Amber.
Reruns of all my
Let's
bullshit.
let's hear the explanation for this.
I can't hear you. I'm gonna just going. Pedal my way back. Sorry. I can't hear you.
Now, look, you got
Aquaman.
Oh, 21, whatever it was.
this has been going on for 6 minutes.
I was 20.
No one cares.
Washed up piece of
Oh,
shit.
what?
Washed up piece of shit.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Oh, I can't hear you.
Your jealousy's so tragic.
I'm sorry.
Your jealousy's so
You're not
tragic.
my
Fucking
age.
like
Wait, I can't hear
thinking
you.
that I'm going on a road with a
Turn
band.
on my aid. I can't hear you.
What's your question?
You told Mr. Depp to suck your dick multiple times, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You tell him to go run with 15 other houses, right?
That's correct.
Because that's what he would do when you behave like this, isn't it?
Eventually, he would go and stay in one of the other houses.
You call him a sellout, don't you?
I was expressing frustration about his criticism of my career and how many problems that caused within the dynamic of our relationship. Yes,
So you call him a sellout and a joke?
I called him horrible, ugly things, as you can hear.
Oh yeah,
Sellout.
We spoke to each other in a really
there we go. She just had to equivocate it.
Pretty sure
We both did it.
we just heard you speak to him in a really horrible way. You called him a sellout,
I just
right, Ms.
disagree.
Heard? You called him a sellout, right, Ms. Heard?
I called him a lot of ugly things.
And a joke.
I called him a lot of ugly
You
things.
called him a joke on that recording. You called him a washed up piece of shit.
I think we both called each other that on that occasion. Yes.
Mr. Depp mentions Aquaman, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
Excuse me?
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
No, Miss Vasquez, I got myself that role by auditioning.
Hashtag
That
That says,
triggered.
quote, your jealousy is so tragic.
I heard him say that, yes.
You were the jealous one in this relationship, weren't you, Miss Heard?
I think he was indicating I was jealous of his career.
But now you've twisted it to say it was Mr. Depp. That's the jealous one.
Johnny's always been very jealous when I worked, when I did anything, friends. Yes.
Except she's the one who thought that Johnny was having an affair and got angry with him 2 weeks after he
So
chopped his
I'm going
finger
to
off.
ask you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 120E.
So I don't know if I can change the chat so it comes on the top, people. Sorry.
This
Sorry.
is a series of text messages between you and Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
That 6 minutes was probably the most
I'm
devastating
going to move to admit
6 minutes
and publish
of testimony
these
so
text
far.
messages.
And it was silence.
Mr. Depp's messages have been redacted.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 120E in evidence, you can publish.
Oh, get this out of here.
Starts with a text message from you to Mr. Depp on September 26, 2015, right?
That is correct.
And you write, "Monster is back. This is him." Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And then in the next message, you write, quote, "Ran away, first sign of trouble. This is not the man you promised you would be." Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Then in the next one down, you write, "Promised, swore to me you would be."
That is
Right.
correct. The non-monster.
Ms. Heard, you're talking about Mr. Depp running away from you at the first sign of trouble, aren't you?
No, I'm recognizing the clues at this point. When he would run away at the first sign of trouble, often that was a clue for me to know that he was back using again and that we were about to enter the next phase of the cycle.
Him running away was an
Describes running
indication
away from
he was
you
going to
as
get
the
violent.
monster, right?
That wasn't what was a monster. The monster was the man who beat me up. The running away was just attached to that. It was a sign, a signal to me, as a clue, as somebody trying to put together clues that we were entering into that phase.
In these messages, Ms. Heard, the
Exactly.
monster isn't Mr. Depp doing drugs, is it?
It was always the man who did drugs and beat me up. Yes, that's always been the monster.
That's not what you're saying in these messages.
That is exactly what I'm saying in the messages.
You don't describe Mr. Depp being violent, do you?
I do not describe that in this text message, no.
So it's a cowardly monster this time.
No.
It's the runaway monster.
And going down the page, you write a long series of text messages to Mr. Depp that don't get a response. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You write, "Come grown, face the shit, and we can do anything." You go on a little later to say, "Please come home. Let's apologize to each together." And continuing on page 77, you write, "Not go to bed mad." And then you say, "Sound okay? Sound like the priority in the long run? Come home. Don't be the monster. Be the man. Please. Please call me. Please." Continuing on page 78. You write, "I don't want the monster. I need my man. I need to talk to you. Please, Johnny. Don't force me to be something else to you.
Uh-oh, what does that mean?
This is taking me for granted and I can never stop.
Don't make me
Or
do
this
it.
turns into something far darker." Describing yourself in that text message, right?
The exact opposite. I'm trying to interrupt him starting a new cycle where he starts using again. I'm
He's not
trying
responding
desperately
to you, Ms. Heard.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to desperately stop him.
Please answer the phone, you say. Doesn't this mean anything to you? And it goes on.
Don't
And I won't
force
read
me
all
to be
these
something
messages,
else.
But you're saying, "Please answer," over and over again, right?
It was very important to me. I was running out of time and I was trying desperately to stop him.
He wasn't with you, Ms. Heard.
Exactly, which is how I knew it was about to get a lot worse. He would leave, use, and come back way worse, with way less reality, with more delusions. He'd be more drunk. He'd
I'm
be
going to
more
move to
under the
strike everything
influence.
after
I was trying to stop
the
that.
answer to her question.
You're actually responding.
I'll
Allow.
overrule the objection. That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is a situation where you were trying to get Mr. Depp to pay attention to you. Isn't that right?
No, I was trying to stop him from using.
And because he ran away from you at the first sign of trouble, you called him a monster.
Not
I was trying to
listening.
stop him from turning into the monster. The drugs are the key that opened the
Who
door.
was the real monster in this relationship, Ms. Heard?
Lives in Johnny, half of Johnny. It's not all of Johnny. The other half of him is wonderful and beautiful and the man I love.
Play the recording again. Play the recording again.
I'd like you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 120F.
I would have just played. I mean, I don't. Maybe it wouldn't have gone well, but played that 6-minute recording again.
There's
It's
another set of text messages between you and Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 120F in evidence. You can publish.
This is a set of text messages, and it's from October 2015. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
In fact, you sent all of these messages to Mr. Depp on October 22nd, 2015. Isn't that right?
Exactly. Same thing was happening here.
And again, I'm not going to read them all, but you start off again by trying to get Mr. Depp's attention, right? You write, "Please come home."
I was trying to stop another bender.
You write, "Please come home," right?
That is correct.
"Please answer. Don't break us up. Please answer. Please." And continuing on page 97, you write, "Give me some piece of your heart. Please, no fight, I promise. Please, no fights. Please just pick up. Please give me 2 minutes. I'm dying. Please." And continuing on page 98, you write, Please come home. Please come home, Baba. I am so sorry. Actually, you didn't say Baba, you said baby. Apologies. And it goes on. Did I read those correctly?
That is correct. That was another time I'm trying to stop another twist off.
This is what would happen when Mr. Depp would try to take some space from you, right?
No, this is what would happen when Johnny had moved into the next phase of the cycle, decided to use,
No,
and our
Ms.
lives
Heard.
were getting a lot worse at that
Ms.
point.
Heard, I'm talking about your actions. This is what you would do to Mr. Depp when he would leave you. You would harangue him.
I would
Isn't
try
that
to.
correct? You
I
would
would try-
harangue him.
Your Honor, at least let her answer the question. She interrupted you.
That's fine. Go ahead and answer the question.
I do not think I would characterize my behavior that way. I was trying to stop him from using.
You were texting him incessantly. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
It was imperative for my life.
Ms.
It was
Heard,
very
my
important.
question is
to me.
much more simple. You were texting him incessantly.
Yeah, it
I
appears.
would
Yes
try
or no?
everything to
Ms.
get a hold
Heard?
of him and
So
to
that's a
stop the
yes.
cycle.
That's a yes, right?
I would try everything to stop the cycle. It was that important to me.
And he's the monster. for not
Yeah,
responding
as we could
to
tell
you,
from that
It's
recording.
not what made him the monster.
for
No.
needing space from you.
The monster was not the guy who needed space. The
Not for
monster was
doing
who he
drugs.
was when he came back.
Not for doing drugs, Ms. Heard. Not for being violent. Just for needing space. That's when you called Mr. Depp the monster.
Incorrect.
Let's listen to Defendant's Exhibit 598C, which is already in evidence.
Can you believe that she's trying to protect him and help him from spiraling into abuse and berated him for 6 minutes?
And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me go, and you go, and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop?
Because
May
you're being
I
so-
go?
Please, it causes me so much stress when you leave, when you walk away from me with that. It's like you don't understand how much worse you're making this.
I can't believe this.
Please, you're making it worse for me.
Okay, I'm sorry for you.
Please, I'm only trying to tell you so that you know you're causing me immense stress right now when you walk away like that. There's no reason to be mad.
Well, then say goodbye. I haven't walked away. You're not saying goodbye. You won't let me fucking leave. Let me
Oh my
leave.
God. Stop rushing me! Stop pushing me in the corner and then poking me with a stick and then saying, why are you saying the words you want me to say? Stop poking me! Rushing me! Stop throwing me against the wall! I'm going, what? You don't like that wall? You don't like the fucking wall? Stop pushing me!
Remember? I'm not pushing you. I'm not rushing you. I said, I need space. I don't want this conversation anymore right now. I need space. And I will take my space. Whether you like it or not, I will take it. And you will take your space. But if you keep halting
I'm not doing anything
this
to you.
and continuing
I'm
with
not
the rhetoric,
continuing it. I'm begging you to stop.
I don't. Okay, stop.
I'm just
I'm stopped. Stop. Now I have to go. Okay? So we will speak to each other in a couple of hours. Okay? I hope you have some kind of revelation makes you feel better. You know? I hope I do too. But we'll just see when I get home. We'll just talk, or we won't talk, or we'll finish this, or we won't finish it. But this is not love. This is not happiness. This is not. This is.
Please stop doing this. Please, you're causing so much fucking stress. I'm gonna die at this age. I'm gonna fucking die. You're causing me so much stress. Please stop. Please, I feel like I have a heart attack almost every day. Please stop.
Then
Please
what are you
stop
doing? Why-
doing it. Please stop. He's so fucking mean.
Why
You're
are
a
you
fucking
with me?
bully. Stop. Please stop. I've been begging you not to fight. I just said, can we please have a normal argument? Just even a normal conversation, fucking normal argument. And for the last hour, I've been begging you to please just leave it at that. Let's just go on with our night. I would have been able to come in with you. We would have been able to let it go in a few minutes. It would have been fine. It would just, if we allowed ourselves to have fucking normal arguments. Please, you're killing me with this. You're killing me. You're fucking killing me. Fuck.
Sean, could you please I want you to just go. I want you to take your medicine or whatever. I'm sorry that I've upset you.
Yeah, I think. Thank you, Sean. I'm ready to go. Thank you so much.
I'm really sorry.
I'm really ready.
It's you and Mr. Depp in the recording, correct, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
That's very sad.
You just won't let him
Yes.
go, will you?
That's not true. We were outside of his studio and he wanted to go and use. It was a pretext. The claim that he was upset with me was a pretext so that he would go on a bender. I knew that.
Oh, he
pattern by
sounded
the
like he
time
was
this
right on the
recording
verge of a
happened.
bender.
Is your testimony now that you were outside Mr. Depp's studio?
I believe that
And he
that
was going to go
recording was.
use?
Excuse me?
He was going to go use drugs? That's your testimony now?
We were outside his studio, his man cave house, if you will, in the car, I believe, during that recording.
And he was going to go inside and use.
That was the pattern. And as you can hear from my voice, I'm very, very, very scared of entering into the next cycle under what I had been conditioned to understand we were at that point in our relationship.
That's not true, is it, Ms. Heard? Mr. Depp was trying to go inside his house to see his daughter, Lily Rose.
She might have been over that day, but
So
that's not
it's your
what he was
testimony
getting out of
now?
the car to do, and that's not what I was stopping him from doing.
This is a good
Play
question
the
right
beginning
here.
Part of that recording where Mr. Depp tells you that he wants to go inside to see his daughter.
And let's not do this anymore because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
I'm sorry.
Okay? So let me go and you go and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop?
Because
May
you feel
I
so-
go?
We'll circle back to this, but it's your testimony that you
Circle
were outside
back.
Mr. Depp's studio.
We were
just
in the
pull-
car.
You were in the car outside of Mr. Depp's studio,
That's correct.
and he wasn't telling you, please let me go inside my house to see my daughter. He was indicating to you that he wanted to go inside to do drugs. That's your testimony.
I know my testimony is that I knew what he was going inside to go do. I knew what stage of the cycle we were in. I knew the patterns by then, and I was desperately out of time trying to interrupt that cycle.
Let's go to May of 2016. Yesterday, Ms. Heard, Ms. Bredehoff, your attorney, showed you certain pictures from May 21, 2016. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 710, which has already been admitted into evidence. Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that this is a photograph taken of you on May 21st, 2016. Do you recall?
Yes, that's correct.
And keeping this exhibit up, if we could please do a split screen, Tom, and also pull up Defendant's Exhibit 714, which has already been admitted with redactions. Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that this is a photograph that was also taken on May 21st, 2016, correct?
Yes, although the one to the right might have been taken the next day. I can't be sure. The reason I say that is because there's light in the background. So it looks like it was taken in the daytime, which means maybe it was the next day.
Didn't you testify that you took different lighting, pictures in different lightings on May 21?
That is correct,
Those
yes.
recordings are not
And
not
you're wearing two
entertaining
pin
to listen
necklaces
to.
in this picture on the right. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You testified that these pictures were taken the same night.
The one on the right looks like it was taken in the daytime because I can see the daylight behind me.
You testified that they were taken the same day.
I don't know if I think I testified that they came from the same incident of the same day, not necessarily taken on the same day.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 712, which has already been admitted. You testified yesterday, this is another photograph of you on the night of May 21.
That's correct.
And keeping this exhibit up, can we please do a split screen and also pull up Defendant 713, which has already been admitted? Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday, this is also a photograph of you from the same night, correct?
That is correct.
You testified yesterday that the only difference between these two photographs is that the light was turned on.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
No, those are the same picture.
The light is on both of these pictures, though. Isn't that right?
It looks to me like the one on the left has the vanity light, the makeup lights, you know, the more yellow hued ones that go around the mirror on. And then the one on the right looks like it doesn't have those.
Isn't it true you just edited these photographs?
No, I've never edited a photograph.
Didn't you just enhance the saturation for one of these photos to make your face look more red?
She's going to overlay them.
No,
Those
that's
those
incorrect.
images are the
I
same
didn't
image.
touch it.
It's the same picture. Who's doing that
Sitting here in this
meme?
courtroom when Mr. Isaac Baruch testified to seeing you the week after May 21, 2016, correct?
I was,
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you on May 22nd while you were changing locks of your penthouse. You recall that testimony?
I do. I just don't know if he was right about the date, but I do remember him saying that.
Testified it was his birthday, the day after his birthday.
I believe it was.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you repeatedly in the days following also, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Baruch testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face, correct?
That is what he's testified to.
You were also here in this court when Mr. Sean Bett testified to seeing you on the evening of May 21, 2016. Is that right? You were here.
That's correct.
Mr. Bett also testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face that evening, correct?
I realize that's what he said.
You were sitting here in this courtroom when Officer Melissa
Didn't realize that was the
Sines
same
testified
picture
by
until now.
deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016, right?
I saw her testimony, yes.
And you heard Officer Sines testify that she did not see any injuries on you that night, correct?
I heard her testify she did not consider this injured.
No. Miss Officer Sines testified that she met with you and she did not see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct?
She did not consider this injury.
That's not.
Ms. Hurd, the question is a bit more nuanced.
So is my answer.
All right.
Approaching the bench. Yeah, Emily, it's amazing. It's fantastic. What's great, what will be the true mark of success? It's not success. When more people are watching with commentary than just straight up on law and crime, because Emily is offering amazing commentary. Alita, Legal Bites, Rakeda, Brody, Nate the lawyer, Ian Runkle, and Lumber lawyer did not make it in today. I think DUI guy did. Yeah, Emily's destroying it. Okay, here we go. Boom. I didn't realize that those pictures were the same picture. And I hope they show like an overlay of those images, because those are objectively the pictures, in which case it makes the photoshopping or the enhancing of the colors look a little suspect. What's going on here? Oh gosh, it never ends. Okay. She hasn't snapped, lashed out, broken down. Although I think that earlier today we had a meltdown. This is a terrible. I mean, those recordings, they're sad, and but for they would be signs of serious issues that someone would need help with, in the context of what is alleged to have occurred here, and accusing Johnny Depp of whatever. You can feel bad for someone. But like Magnolia says, sometimes people need to be forgiven and sometimes they need to go to jail. She doesn't need to go to jail. This is civil, but her weaknesses are one thing. What she tried to do is another, if you believe this.
While Officer Sines testified that she saw you the night of May 21, 2016, face to face, and didn't see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct, Ms. Hurd?
I believe she was testifying
that
about
what
these
she saw,
and she said that I was not injured in them.
That's not what she said.
Is it your testimony under oath now that Officer Sines testified that she saw injuries on you when she saw you in person on May 21?
Get her to impeach
Sorry,
her.
let me clarify.
Yeah.
I was testifying that I know that that's what Officer Sines said, that she didn't consider my red puffy face injured. That's what she said.
Oh, that's plausible. That's totally plausible.
The red puffy face, that was your counsel's question, correct?
That was her testimony in the UK.
Oh, she's in trouble now. I think they're gonna successfully.
I disagree.
It's just inconvenient for you that Officer Sines didn't see injuries on you on May 21, 2016.
It doesn't matter what's convenient for me.
Right. Officer Tyler Haddon also testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21, 2016. And he also testified, no injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that correct?
They both said that they did not consider me injured.
They did not see injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that what their testimony was?
What their testimony was is that they did not consider what my face looked like to be injury. They didn't consider what they walked on in the house damage, but it was.
Pathological. This is
William
pathological.
Testified by deposition about being called on May 21 to the Eastern Columbia building, and he also did not observe any injuries on you, did he? And that's what he testified to.
He didn't even know which one I was.
No, I think we all saw on video camera you identify yourself. Isn't that correct?
I had to because of how far away he was. He didn't even know who he was.
But after you identified yourself, he looked at you. Isn't that correct?
From a distance, yes.
And he
From
didn't
a
see any visible injuries
distance.
either, did he?
I don't know what he saw.
He testified that he didn't see any visible injuries, did
I
he?
would believe that he didn't. Yes.
This is
We're also
this
in
is
courtroom
this
when
is
Alejandro Romero, who worked at the front desk at the Eastern Columbia building, testified about seeing you on May 25th, 2016. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. I think he said the 25th.
Yeah. And Mr. Romero testified that he didn't see any swelling or bruises on your face when you were talking to him at the front desk.
He wouldn't have.
No, he wouldn't have, even though he had a habit, because his
he wouldn't
parents
have.
taught him correctly to look into someone's eyes when speaking to them. Isn't that correct?
I know that's what he testified to. Yes.
You testified yesterday that you sought a temporary restraining order on May 27th, 2016, because you wanted to change your locks. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
My locks.
Those locks were to the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You changed the locks to the penthouses on May 22nd, 2016.
I attempted to.
That's why you felt comfortable having James Franco over the evening of May 22nd, 2016, Ms. Heard?
I do not know when James came over.
Okay, let's remind you. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 304, which is already in evidence, and play from 254 through 439?
Let's hear this. People have to appreciate this is pathological twisting of words, refusing to answer. They didn't notice any injuries. They didn't consider that an injury. We heard the testimony. What's going on here? So, actually, this reminds me of one of those unsolved mysteries of this woman who got in an elevator and then ended up deceased in the water tank of a hotel. I think everybody knows this story. It's one of those. It's exactly what the elevator scene looked like. Okay, so people say she went. I don't know if it's a joke though. She went down to get. I don't know if this is true. Look, Camila's doing a good job. And by the way, 2 seconds ago, we just saw her looking at the jury after her question. And what? Who's this? Who's this? Is that James Franco? That's James Franco. Oh boy. Somebody did their homework. Let's get the elevator footage, the surveillance footage from the elevator where Amber enters with John, not Philip DeFranco, James Franco. This is making Franco look real bad. Oh my goodness. For the people in the chat who said sometimes it's better to lead a boring
That's you
life.
and Mr. Franco on May 22nd, 2016.
She's going
right,
to deny
Ms.
it?
Heard?
That's correct.
Oh boy, she
And
admitted
you're
it.
taking him up to the penthouses, aren't you?
That's where I lived. Yes.
And it's past 11 p.m. at night. Isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure of the time. It looked like that.
Why don't we pull that video back up?
How would it have looked like that? It's an indoor, unless she knows damn well. It looked like that. Even though there's no windows and it's in an elevator, it could be any time of day. But she knows darn well.
22:51. Almost midnight, right?
That's
Or excuse me, almost 11 o'clock at night.
exactly.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town the week of May 21, 2016, didn't you?
I don't know what I knew of his schedule at the time.
I don't know what I
You knew
knew.
Mr. Depp was out of town on May 27th.
Add that
and
to
you
the
wanted a
Clinton.
Domestic violence restraining order. Isn't that right?
I don't know if I knew that at the time.
You knew Mr. Depp was heading out on a European tour that week. Isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure what I understood of his schedule at that time.
I don't
You
know what
he
I
had been
knew.
back for weeks, right?
No, that's incorrect.
Let's go back to that recording. It's Defendant's Exhibit 598.
Wow.
So you testified that you and Mr. Depp were in the car outside of his studio. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were trying to prevent him from going into his studio to do drugs, right?
Yeah, to effectively start
Stop.
another cycle.
Yeah, prevent him from becoming the monster.
Not that Mr. Depp was just trying to go into his house to see his daughter, right?
His daughter might be one of the people that was in the house at that time, but that's neither here nor there. That
Your
would
testimony is now,
prevent him
Mr.
from entering a cycle.
No, prevent him.
Testimony is now that Mr.
That's her
Depp
phrase
does
now.
drugs in front of his children.
Well, first of all, I know he does. Second of all, it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have stopped him from using with his friends, which is the problem, not whether or not his daughter was there.
Let's play, please, Defendants 598 at 4948 through 5035.
It's going to be her leitmotif, the recurring theme of her testimony now.
5035.
Everything was to stop the cycle.
I'm itching. I don't want to be doing this. I want it just to, why don't you just say, okay, baby, I understand. I'll go home and you do your thing, hang out with your daughter, and then I'll see you in a couple hours and we'll talk about it. Is it that difficult to say that? Or you just fucking hate me and you want to be shitty about it? Please. Just fucking, it's not that difficult. Okay? I don't want to stand here in a driveway and argue with you. Okay, well, I'll see you in a little bit, okay? Please? Please. Just let me know if you're going to go somewhere. Just let me know, please, so I know.
And almost an hour later, you're still arguing with Mr. Depp outside, right?
I don't know how long that argument lasted, no.
Ms. Heard, you testified about seeking a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes, I have.
And how you wanted to do it discreetly?
That's correct.
You
Wow.
wanted as much privacy as you could have?
Yes, that's correct.
And how you walked out to a sea of paparazzi and cameras and photographers, right?
That is correct.
And how this overwhelmed you?
It was
That's
overwhelming, yes.
Because you didn't want this attention on you?
That is correct.
Please have a receipt,
Please
Camille.
pull up Defendant's Exhibit 800, which has already been admitted into evidence.
Please have a receipt that shows that she orchestrated the leak. Not from a biased perspective, just from a trial perspective. Have we seen this before?
This is a photograph of you taken inside the courthouse when you obtained the DVRO, correct?
That's correct.
Who took
And
this
your friend
picture?
Rael Pennington took this photograph?
Yes, that's correct.
Rocky.
Because you needed to document your time at the courthouse getting a DVRO.
She just took a picture of me. I'm assuming it was in relation to my divorce, yeah.
Where'd this picture go?
Please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 801, which has already been admitted into evidence.
Where did that picture go? Who was that picture sent to? Oh, are they going to
Ms.
compare?
Heard, this is another photograph of you taken inside the courthouse, isn't that right?
That is correct.
You're having a photo shoot inside the courthouse while you were getting a DVRO?
I would not characterize it that way, Ms. Vasquez.
You have a mark on your face, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
That looks more like
You used your
rosacea.
bruise kit this time to cover it up?
No, it was the only day I actually walked out of my house without makeup on. I had to be stopped. My best friend saw me in the bathroom starting to put makeup on and told me not to.
All right.
If that was the
Please
kicker,
pull up Exhibit
not
1.
enough.
Yes, plaintiffs at one.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
No.
Apologies.
That's fine.
It's already been admitted into
Yes, ma'am.
evidence.
It does actually look like a bad pimple or rosacea.
You wrote
but
this op-ed, right, Ms. Heard?
With the help of the ACLU, yes,
That's what you testified to in this courtroom, right?
that is correct.
And this was published on December 18th, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
Aquaman was released on December 21st, 2018, right?
Yes, that sounds correct.
And that was your first big blockbuster, big budget role, right?
I disagree, but it was the first time I had like a leading role in a movie of that size. Yes. Well, second time, yes.
What was your first time?
But the first one was the film I talked about before. I mean, yesterday, Justice League. It introduced the character. So, you know, technically it was the second one.
But you were the love interest in Aquaman, correct?
That is correct.
Now, at least parts of this op-ed are about Mr. Depp, isn't that right?
It's about what happened to me after.
You sat here during opening statements when your attorney argued that the context of your statements in this op-ed matter, correct?
That's correct.
So let's go through some of that context. He wrote here, quote, "Friends and advisors told me I would never work again as an actress, that I would be blacklisted."
That is
You're
correct.
referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp in the statement, aren't you?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
You're referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp in the statement, aren't you?
In general, I'm referring to being associated with domestic violence.
And you're referring to what you claim happened after you got an ex-parte domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May of 2016, right?
Are you asking me if that's what I was writing about?
That's what you're referring to, correct?
Can you just give me the question again? I'm sorry.
You're referring to what you claim happened after you got an ex-parte restraining order against Mr. Depp in May of 2016.
That's correct.
You also wrote, quote, "Questions arose as to whether I would be able to keep my role of Mira in the films Justice League and Aquaman." This is also referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
This is referring to what happened to me after I got my TRO, my restraining order.
Against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
These questions arose only after you accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence in May of 2016, allegedly, right?
Yeah, from the time I got the TRO, being associated with domestic violence, that's what it's a reference to, yes.
You also wrote, quote, "Imagine a powerful man as a ship like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or care about the ship, but because their own fates depend on the enterprise." In this op-ed, you're saying Mr. Depp is a ship, right?
I'm making an analogy to a powerful man as a ship.
The powerful man you're referring to in this analogy is Mr. Depp, right?
I was talking about a bigger issue actually than just Johnny. I was talking about what we as a country were talking about at the time of writing this, which is when powerful men in general do something horrible or something they shouldn't, how there is a system in place to protect them, clean up after them, maintain them afloat. You know, this is.
I wonder if this is going to go over well with the jury composition.
What was happening as a culture when we were addressing a lot of Me Too issues for the first time.
The iceberg is you in this analogy, right, Ms. Hurd?
I would not say that. That was not what I intended to know.
So this is another reference to your accusations against Mr. Depp.
No, this is about what happened to me once I left that relationship and got a TRO and became associated with domestic violence.
But it's your testimony that this op-ed isn't about Mr. Depp, right?
It's about what happened to me after. That's correct.
It's about your experience after obtaining a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct, among other things.
But it's not about Mr. Depp.
It is not about him.
Mr. Depp is making it about Mr. Depp, right?
Ironically.
It's kind of like that Carly Simon song, right, Ms. Hurd?
I don't know what you mean.
Let's talk about the defamatory statements in the op-ed that you also claim are not about Mr. Depp. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. This is about Mr. Depp, isn't it?
No.
You wrote this in 2018, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
So
2
this
years
is
prior
the best part of her
2016,
defense.
right?
That's true.
Okay.
That's correct.
It's
It's
not-
not about
May-
Johnny.
It's not of and
about
about.
me
Misheard
after.
my question was May of 2016 is 2 years prior to December of 2018.
That's correct.
All right.
Mhm.
May 2016 is when you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence, right?
I got my restraining order at that time.
And you publicly
Can't
accused
answer the
Mr.
question.
Depp of domestic violence.
Yes, that was attached to my restraining order. So yes,
May of 2016 is when you sought a restraining order against Mr. Depp.
that's correct. And I had to
May-
provide testimony for that.
Right. And May 2016 is when you walked into court with a mark on your face to obtain that restraining order. Yes or no?
That was the day I walked into court with a bruise on my face. Yes.
And you were photographed with that mark on your face, weren't you?
I walked out to a bunch of photographers. Yes.
May 2016 is when you told the world that Mr. Depp had physically abused you during your relationship. Isn't that right?
I told the court. I didn't tell the
That
world.
I had to provide testimony
Yeah.
as part of my restraining order
Yeah,
application.
of course.
Yes.
And that's how you became a public figure representing domestic abuse. Right, Ms. Heard?
From that point on, yes.
That's when you claimed you faced our culture's wrath.
That's
Right?
when it started. Yes.
Okay, she's
It's
getting
your
the answers that she
testimony under
wants.
oath that this statement is
that she
not
needs.
about Mr. Depp.
It is not. It is about what happened to me afterwards. That's the more interesting thing for me to write about.
The next statement reads, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. This is also about Mr. Depp, isn't that right?
Not just about him, but he is included in that. Yes.
He's the man you accused of abuse 2 years prior to this op-ed, isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, but I wrote this op-ed in the context of many men at the time that were public figures or in this public eye being accused as well. So it was a reference in general to a larger phenomenon, not just Johnny.
Not just Johnny.
Not just Johnny.
And then you write, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. This one's also about Mr. Depp.
I did not write that.
Well, you've accused Mr. Depp of sexual violence in this very courtroom, haven't you?
Yes, but I was intending to keep that
Litigation
published.
privilege.
I had not publicly ever accused him of that.
I'm going to move to strike everything after the word yes.
Although I think
Go ahead.
in Quebec, in Canada, you could be.
You may not have written this title, but you published it, didn't you?
I did not publish a title. I retweeted the article that included the title in it because that was the article.
Let's pull up, please, Plaintiff's Exhibit 3, which is already in evidence.
In Quebec, someone can be liable for defamation
This
for
is a
making
tweet from your Twitter account on
statements
December
in court.
19th, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, oh, it's already in evidence?
It is in evidence.
Thank you. So on December 19th, 2018, you tweeted, quote, today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post. Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And the tweet includes a link to the op-ed we were just looking at, correct?
That's correct.
And you can see that the title of the op-ed in your tweet is, quote, opinion, Amber Heard. I spoke up against sexual violence, right?
Yes, you don't get to change the title of an article you're retweeting.
And that's the title.
She
that
said
you
she
put
didn't
on
know
your
that that was the
Twitter,
title
correct?
until
I
recently.
did not put it on my Twitter, no.
You linked it to your tweet.
I retweeted the article.
You published it.
I retweeted a link to an article that I wrote.
And you published it on your Twitter
I
account.
retweeted
I retweeted.
a link
You
to an
testified
article that
yesterday
I
you didn't
wrote.
have any control over the title and just now of the op-ed when you retweeted it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
This wasn't a retweet though, right?
A tweet? Perhaps not retweet. I'm not quite sure.
It was a
guess
tweet.
Tweet. I misspoke. Excuse me. Tweet, not retweet.
You included a link
She's
to the
so-
electronic
she's so
copy
charming.
of the op-ed in your tweet, right?
That's what I was trying to say earlier, and I might have misspoke. It's like I'm trying to attach it.
Right. So you included a link, right? to
Yes,
the
that's
op-ed.
correct. That's correct.
So you must have seen the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you tweeted it, right?
I may have. I just didn't notice it.
Of course not.
Not very careful about what you publish, are you, Ms. Heard?
I just didn't notice the title.
Of the article that I wrote.
You didn't need to include the link to the electronic version of the op-ed in your tweet, did you?
How else would I have linked it?
Well, you didn't need to include the link to tell the world that today you had published this op-ed in the Washington Post about women who are challenging their rage and about violence and equality into political strength despite the price of coming forward, right?
I couldn't attach it with a paper clip.
No, but you didn't need to attach it at all.
Sarcasm?
To tell the world
Oh,
that
sass.
you had published an op-ed.
No, the goal was to
get it.
tweet about it.
Oh,
and
yeah.
To provide a link so that
The
people
goal,
could read
the
it.
goal was to get
The op-ed
was to
is
get it out
in,
there.
right?
That's correct.
So if you had noticed the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you included it in your tweet, you could have asked the Washington Post to change it.
So
Isn't that right?
legally, I'll flag this question. I'll
No,
get to it in a
that's
second.
not.
But you didn't do that, right? You never asked the Washington Post to change the title.
I didn't notice it, and I didn't ask them, nor do I think I needed to.
I didn't notice it. I didn't ask
Bottom,
them,
you
nor did
see
I
that
think we
there's
needed
another
to.
tweet from December
3
19th,
mutually incompatible
2018.
statements.
Yes, I do.
And in this one, it reads, I am honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights. Did I read that right?
That's correct.
So you announced your ACLU ambassadorship the same day you posted the op-ed on your Twitter.
I think that was always the plan, is to attach the article with the announcement that I was an ambassador.
Your Honor, if I may, would this be a good time to stop for lunch?
No, it's too
No.
early.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay.
We
Ah,
gotta keep going at least till 12:30.
Okay, that's
thank
fine,
you.
Your Honor. Thank you.
my stomach is grumbling now. I'm hungry, by the way.
Ms. Hurd, you testified yesterday about your counterclaim against Mr. Depp in this case. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Your counterclaim is based on 3 statements made by Mr. Depp's attorneys, Adam Waldman. Is that right?
That's correct.
We looked at those 3 statements yesterday, right?
That's correct.
And the first statement was from an April 8th, 2020 article, right?
That's correct.
And that's Defendant's Exhibit 1245 that's been previously admitted. Would you please pull that up? Thank you. If we could please publish that. Thank you. We can scroll down to the 8th page. Mr. Waldman's statement is buried on the 8th page of a 12-page article. Is that right, Ms. Hurd?
I don't know how many pages are here.
Well, this is the 8th page. Let's go to the 12th. Let's pull up, please, Defendant's Exhibit 1246, which has already been admitted. And if we could please go to Mr. Waldman's statement on page 10.
The ambassador for the ACLU. And you know, they've already raised these
And go on
arguments
to
in other
page 11 of
contexts. Doesn't even matter if it's true, because this type of issue does exist. So even if
That's
the
Mr. Waldman's
ambassador they
statement,
have,
right?
That is correct. I think it's Mr. Waldman speaking on behalf of Johnny, yes.
You don't have any evidence of that, do you, Ms. Hurd? This is Mr. Waldman's statement, right?
I think it's included in the article as well.
That this is Mr. Waldman's statement, correct?
That a representative or an attorney, I don't know which word it says in the article, that it says very clearly that they're speaking on behalf of Johnny or representing Johnny.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 8818, 881A, excuse me.
so to this question, what's wrong with providing a link? If it could be defamatory
Please go
to retweet
to
a defamatory
page
statement. So even if her argument was going to
8
be,
of this article.
I didn't draft it, I only retweeted it, that could still be problematic in law. So that's the nuance to that question. But her statement is not even, I retweeted someone else's article. Her admission now is, I drafted it, I retweeted it, but I didn't pay attention to the article, which I didn't ask them to change because I didn't think it was a problem, even though I didn't really know what it said. Oh yeah, this gets back to the millions of dollars that she pledged, but went on international television to claim that she had
Sorry,
already
Your Honor, can I
donated.
just
All right.
approach?
Yes, ma'am.
And the part of the questioning yesterday is to her going on television and purporting to have made the donation. I donated the 7 million when she hadn't, and now she admits that she had not when she said it. She has not as of today, and she will not now because she's being sued by Johnny, so she can't do it. Is to show that she went out. First of all, she has no problem lying in public to garner adoration or
Come back to
street
this.
cred.
Sorry, misheard. Sorry, Your Honor.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Let's go ahead and take this down, please. Thanks. You testified yesterday about how your reputation was before these 3 statements were made, correct?
Yes, I did.
You testified that your career was going very well before.
I think I said the trajectory was positive. Yes,
You testified you had a global campaign for L'Oreal, right?
that is correct.
You testified you were waiting on a schedule for Aquaman 2.
That is correct.
You testified you were scheduled to do a press tour for the TV show The Stand.
Press obligations. Yes,
And then you testified that after the articles, you were no longer actively involved in the L'Oreal campaign. Isn't that right?
they suspended using my material.
And that you were no longer involved in the publicity surrounding The Stand after the articles, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't hear anything about the schedule for Aquaman 2.
Correct.
Ms. Heard, you have no evidence that Mr. Waldman's 3 statements are the reason you are allegedly no longer active in the L'Oreal campaign, do you?
Well, I mean, other than my awareness that they can't use me because of all of the online attention that generated.
And you have no evidence that Mr. Waldman's 3 statements are the reason that the Stand media opportunities allegedly stopped, do you?
Yeah, I know they couldn't attach my name to their promotional materials because of the online stuff.
In fact, there was a lot of reasons why you were no longer active in these endeavors. Isn't that right?
I disagree with that.
Reasons that had absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Waldman's statements.
Such as?
Isn't that right?
I disagree with that.
Better get there,
There was
Camille.
a lot of publicity about your relationship with Mr. Depp around the time Mr. Waldman made the 3 statements at issue, right?
I do not recall.
A lot of really negative publicity for you, Ms. Heard. Isn't that right?
There's been an ongoing smear campaign, yes.
An ongoing negative publicity campaign.
It's an orchestrated smear campaign.
You have no evidence of that, do you, Ms. Heard?
Just look me up, you'll see.
Look me up.
Take a look at some of that.
Look me up.
All right.
One second, people. Any chance you can pop on during court break to talk about the Sussmann trial? ? Look me up. Okay, so to the individual who overlaid the images, I'm going to go to, if you can post it, you don't, I think you can post, well, members can post it to locals, and I'll go get it right now. If I say my email address, excuse me, if I say my email address again, I'm going to get bombarded with emails, and that account, my Viva account has already been thoroughly overrun with too much to filter through. But they're all, yeah, they're oh god, let's get that image. Let me see. I'm gonna go to locals. Gonna go to locals and see what we see here. VivaBarnesLaw.locals.com. I texted Barnes. I'm not sure where he is, but we will survive. And when he comes, it'll be all the more fun. But yeah, that's 6 minutes of listening to Amber. Listening to Amber. Did I forget to shut down the chat yesterday? I did. Those recordings were not fun. I mean, it's not fun. There was nothing fun to listen to about that. There's nothing legally interesting. It's just sad and upsetting to listen to. That being said, it would seem that whatever orchestrated defamation campaign exists, it looks like we know who's doing it. Okay, let's see here. Bring up some chats. How many plaintiffs are there? Why is there a plaintiff 2 on the second desk? Because I believe, if that's the way it says it, because they're both plaintiffs, or they're both claimants. Johnny's suing her as plaintiff. She's countersuing Johnny for $100 million. So maybe that's why they call her, because she's not just a defendant. She's also a claimant, petitioner. I don't know. I suspect that would be the reason, but they're both suing each other. So everybody appreciates that. Johnny's suing her for $50 million. She's counterclaiming or suing him for $100 million. And for the claim, I mean, what's it going to take? The jury is going to have to unanimously come to the conclusion that there was defamation, that what she said was false, and it was actual malice, I think, is going to apply in this. But her strongest defense from the beginning was always that she suffered verbal abuse, which qualifies as, therefore, she could plausibly claim to be the survivor of. The other legal defense that she's raising is that the statements were not of and about Johnny. You didn't know who she was talking about. She wasn't necessarily talking about Johnny, but there's case law that you don't need to name someone in order for it to be clearly of and about, and whether or not within the community, people would know exactly who you're talking about, even if you didn't mention them by name. So weak defense there. And Camille effectively, unequivocally got her to recognize that she was making the statements about Johnny and about her experience of having what happened to her after she became the public figure for domestic violence, after having gotten the DVRO, domestic violence restraining order. I have to see what the article says. I don't recall enough offhand. All that I know is I was surprised by some of the new allegations that seem to have come up now that never came up before. And her defense is that I didn't say them before because I was trying to protect Johnny. Well, it is at the very least, if nothing else, it's eye-opening as to how the court process works. It's just that most people don't get a 6-week trial for defamation. Now, someone, I can send it to you on Twitter, please. What's your Twitter handle? Or well, I don't know if I get notifications. I don't turn on notifications on Twitter. What is your Twitter handle, Arjern? And I'll see if we can get this. Hold on, let's get the golf voice back in. The woman in the back is mind is thoroughly blown. She cannot believe what she has seen today. Oh, she's gotten over it. A lot of members in the crowd are not impressed. The man sitting in the folded arms, yawning, he's not entertained. The camera's moving very jerkily. Now, I believe that's DUI guy on the far left in the blue tie, in the dapper suit. I believe. I may be mistaken. Let's see what we can detect. Very young crowd. It's a very young crowd today. By the counts of this, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 women and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Darn it, they're moving in now. I want to know who's making the decision. Oh, that is okay. Good. It's DUI guy. Booyah. Looking professional. Well-fitted suit. Looks like he's got some biceps too. D-Jern. Now I got to go look for that so we can see where we can get that image. D-Jern. Viva. Make slower. Hold on. Someone just said make what slower? What about the make slower mode go slower? 20 seconds is fair. I don't feel good doing more than that. Oh, the woman. What is this? Is that a Johnny Depp on her shirt? Nope. She thinks about everything that she has done in her life that has brought her to this moment, at this very moment in time. Her friend next to her says, "Don't worry. Whichever one of the team members you are for in this will be fine. She wonders, will they be fine? What is going on in society that this is what millions of people are watching? And what about those UFOs? It's hold on just 1 second. I'm back. Sorry. This woman in the front is thoroughly unenthused. Nobody knows that we're looking at them. They have no, let's see if anyone's DUI guys taking notes. That's what lawyers do. They have no idea how many people are just staring at them. Okay, Dejern. Let me see where we're gonna do this. Oh, Dejern. You know what? Instagram. If you can message it to me on Instagram, I should see that come up. Runkle's there next to the other lawyer. No, I heard that Runkle wasn't in there today. It is a Depp shirt. Okay, good. I thought I was seeing things. And Barnes, I don't think Barnes is there. Oh yeah, so another important news. Apparently, the CEO of Twitter, there's a very important Project Veritas expose that has been released. See if we get to that. Okay, so let's see here. Just going back to the chat. Runkle, I tagged you on Twitter. Hold on. Okay, so let me go see if I can go to Twitter. And I go to, no, maybe I'll do it on my desktop. See if I see the notifications. Twitter, boom. How do notifications? Okay. See, I don't have notifications. Dejern, what is your Twitter feed? Arjun. What is your Twitter handle? Let me see, just take a wild guess if it's under Arjun. Is it? It is. Boom. Here we go. Let's go share this. What's the meme again? And Amber testified. These were two different images under different lighting. They appear to be the same picture, but shopped, color enhanced. Aggregate knowledge of the interwebs. And I tweet. There we go. Boom shakalaka, done. Okay. Arjun, thank you. So we're still in
for your patience.
Pause. Okay, here we go. We are now back to the trial. The crowd has no idea they have been shown to the entire
Ms. Hurd, my
world.
last question to you
Last
was
question.
that there was a lot of negative publicity for you around the time that Mr. Waldman made these statements. Isn't that correct?
I believe that they were made, I believe that the statements kind of kept being attached to new defamatory, or, articles that were like smear campaign sort of attack articles is what it.
Okay. Let's go through some of the articles that were out in the press. So Plaintiff's Exhibit 1267. Could just publish that just for the witness. That would be great. Thank you. This is an article published on February 2nd, 2020, and the title is hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp trends after Amber Heard admits to hitting actor in audio clip. Do you see that?
I see that.
And if we can go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1268. This one was published on February 3rd, 2020. It reads the title, Amber Heard admits to hitting Johnny Depp in recording.
Yeah,
Do you see
that's
that?
when his lawyer leaked an edited tape.
Sorry, yeah,
It's heard.
that's laughable.
See the
Leaked
title?
an
Amber
edited
Heard admits
tape.
to hitting Johnny Depp and recording. Do you see that?
By the
I
way,
see the title.
Okay.
that means she leaked an edited tape. That's what it means.
We could please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1269.
She just accused Johnny Depp's lawyers of having leaked an edited tape. You can safely conclude she, through her whomever, have leaked
This one was
edited tapes
published on
or
March
photos.
17th, 2020. Amber Heard slammed door into Johnny Depp's head, reveals new audio. Do you see that?
Yeah, these are more of the PR plans.
PR
Go to
plants.
1270.
And she's and Johnny's
This
the
one was
one who's
published on March 31st, 2020. Amber Heard to be sacked from Jason Momoa's Aquaman after Johnny Depp's controversy, reports. Do you see that?
I do.
DUI guy's a DUI lawyer, from what I understand. I think that's his
Go
YouTube channel
to
name.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1271.
Not because he's DUI. Oh, yeah. Yep, she leaked edited tapes of the TMZ. That's what I was trying to find
See the
something to
title?
confirm
It
that.
says Johnny Depp says ex-wife Amber Heard sliced his finger off, and it quote erupted like the Vesuvius.
I just don't know when that was. I've never seen that article.
You can go to 1272. This one was published on May 29th, 2020, and it says, when Amber Heard confessed to smashing a door into Johnny Depp's head, clocking him in the jaw. Do you see that?
I see that.
Did you say that?
Going to 1275. This one was published on July 15th, 2020. Amber Heard stole my sexual assault story. Ex-aide tells libel trial. Do you see that?
This was Adam Waldman as well.
It doesn't say Mr. Waldman. It actually says Kate James also says she often received abusive text messages from Johnny Depp's ex-wife, doesn't it?
I just know because he threw down the article.
Miss Heard, isn't that what that
Oof.
news says?
Mr. Waldman threw the newspaper
Heard,
at me afterwards.
Miss Heard, that's not my question.
What
my
was your
question
I'm
is-
sorry.
The title of the article says, Amber Heard stole my sexual assault story, ex-aide tells libel trial. Kate James also says, Your Honor, she opened the door by saying it was Adam Waldman.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Sustain the objection.
Go to
Okay.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1276. Amber Heard admits to hitting fucking baby Johnny Depp in court audio. Do you see that, Miss Heard?
That's correct.
Oh boy, I didn't hear this.
Go to 1277.
Never admit a mistake if there's someone else to blame.
Published July 28th, 2020.
That's why people get
Amber
dogs.
Heard's sister thought she was going to kill Johnny Depp, claims a witness. Do you see that, Miss Heard?
I see that.
And 1278. Published on July 28th, 2020. Johnny Depp was the victim of abuser Amber Heard, London's High Court told. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and take our lunch recess then. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our hour lunch recess at this point. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. Okay, we'll see you in an hour.
Well, I think the prosecution is allowed. The prosecution, sorry, Johnny Depp's team is allowed doing research. Johnny Depp's lawyers. Oh boy. I don't know. People, what do you think? Does she feel the world crumbling under her feet, or does she think she's going to actually convince the jury?
All right, we'll come back at 1:35 then. Is that fine? All right, thank you.
All righty. So let's see who's in the crowd. Okay. New member, Torchwood Gal. Welcome to the channel. Pull that, Viva. Hold on. What am I supposed to pull? Pull. Oh, whether or not she thinks. Yeah, let's do that. Let me go to the YouTubes. My goodness. Look, I don't think I'm biased. I think Camilla's doing phenomenally. There were a couple of weak endings, especially on the, what was that I said? She better have the courtroom pictures. She did not have the she didn't have the punchline that she needed there. Does Amber think? Does Amber think she is going to? Let me say this. Does Amber think she is convincing people? That's the question. We have to put ourselves in the mind of Amber. Yes, no. Show results. Does Amber think she's convincing people? Good. And I'm going to bring up the let's put that out there. I'm going to bring up now. Share this. I want to go here. Yeah, people, check this out. Okay. Get the tweet. Bring it up in incognito because I don't want to run into any problems. Oh, I can pull this out here. Boom. I maybe I'm projecting too much onto her. I cannot think that she thinks she's actually winning. She has to feel the earth crumbling beneath her feet. Stop screen, share screen with, what's that meme again? Here we go. People, we see it. What's that meme again? Amber testified there were two different images because a damn typo under different lighting. They appear to be the same picture, but shopped, color enhanced, aggregate knowledge of the interwebs. And here's the punchline, peeps. This is it. There's no question. We agree that there's no question there. There's no question. That is literally the same picture. And someone in the response said, well, might not have been misrepresentations. They might have two different, exposures when it gets sent and whatever. That would have been a possible explanation had the testimony not been that those were two different pictures, just so that we could get better lighting, when quite clearly it's the same picture, didn't show what the individual wanted it to show the first time, or presumably. And they, color enhanced it for that purpose. Okay, do we talk about some of the stuff that actually matters? Let me see if I can't contact two people to bring them on during the during the break. Give me 2 seconds here. We'll see what we can do. Let's see what the chat is saying. Yeah, that's quite clearly the same picture. There's no question about that. Are they going to do that overlay? And yeah. Pat King Bale hearing today. What's the news? So it starts at 1:30. Objectively, so far, who's winning? You'll get called a fanboy if you say it. I mean, I'll say it over and over again. I didn't think Johnny should file this suit because I thought there'd be a lot more actual dirt on Johnny, a lot more actual really bad stuff come out. And I personally thought there would be a lot more truly bad stuff of Johnny having come out. Objectively, Johnny's team is destroying. Objectively, because I can objectively say that I'm objective. The evidence is just not there for the plaintiff. For Amber Heard. She has testimonial evidence, some images which don't necessarily show what she says they show, but certainly don't show what she testified to. And nor does she even claim that they do. She has just explanations for why they don't show what she's testified to. And the recordings are just absolutely damning. Absolutely damning. A tie is a loss legally for Johnny. I don't think that this is a tie in any court of public opinion. Yeah. So that's it. That's what's going on there. Let me see if I can't. Let me try to get Grueller. See if I can do this. Search. Won't be able to do that. Darn it. Okay, well, see what we can do. Pat King's still in prison. So let's just go pull up some of the Canadian stuff. Go to the Twitter. Oh, no, let's go to Twitter because there's some stuff. Okay, first things first. Pat King hearing. There was no news for a month. There was no news for a month. I didn't even know that the hearing was today because it's absolutely not being, I'm not saying being suppressed. It's absolutely not being reported on. News, 1 month. Hey, look at that. You wouldn't even know that it's, 6 hours ago. Where was it? Politico, 6 hours ago. Kenny's battle plan. And I saw King somewhere in the article. No, that's not it. Temple Garner, co-chairs practical leadership. Okay, so there's no news on it. So I was, someone DM'd me or messaged me on Facebook. Apparently it's on at 1:30. We'll see. I may not be able to get into it regardless. Last time I just spent endless amounts of time on hold and then got disconnected. Pat King's hearing is apparently resuming today. His bail hearing. 3 months in jail. 3 months in jail. Pre-trial detention for charges of obstruction of justice, mischief charges. Ottawa convoy protest organizer. He wasn't an organizer, by the way. So this was a month ago. It's factually incorrect. He's now facing perjury and obstruction of justice charges related to testimony he gave at his bail review hearing last week. King was arrested on February 18. 3 months tomorrow. He's in jail. And that's just it. Let's just get to the charges so everybody understands this. The 3 counts of perjury and 3 counts of obstruction of justice, as well as the reasons for the charges, were read aloud to King. And let's just see what the other charges were. The latest accusation are in addition to 10 charges related to King's involvement in the Ottawa protest last year. Where's mischief in this? Mischief has a C. There you go. The previous charges include mischief, intimidation, obstructing police, and disobeying a court order. Okay, so that's what's going on in Canada. Now, back to Twitter, though, because in my diary of the madness of the world in which we live, okay, with those, that's from today. This is it. So the Elon Musk stuff, by the way, this is getting very, very interesting. This is, first of all, Elon Musk, if we can, is a Elon Musk control. Parag Agrawal, the CEO of Twitter, tweeted out yesterday. I screen grabbed it just in case it disappears. Let's talk about spam, and let's do so with the benefit of data, facts, and context. Remember, people, one person's context is another person's spin. One person's hate crime in context is another person's bravery. One person's harassment in context is another person's defiance. Let's talk about spam, and let's do so with the benefit of data, facts, and context, to which Elon Musk responds, poop emoji. That's classic. What movie was that from? You responded, poop emoji. Oh, it's SNL, when it used to be funny, when Will Ferrell used to be Sean Connery on... No, Will Ferrell used to be Jeopardy, and the other guy on SNL used to be Sean Connery. And the answers were always like, you replied with a poop emoji. So Parag, because apparently James O'Keefe Project Veritas just came out with another expose revealing that things might have been going down along political bias lines within Twitter. I'm going to see if I can play that video without running into problems. No, thank you. But then Elon tweeted this, by the way. Now, remember, Elon has made an offer to buy Twitter. $44 billion. $54 a share, I think. Something like, it was like $20 more than what it was trading at a few months ago. And, he's facing a bunch of lawsuits, allegedly for not complying with SEC filings, Security and Exchange Commission filings that he was required to file once he acquired 5% of the shares of the company. Setting all the lawsuits aside there, he put out the offer, and it's subject to due diligence verification as to the actual bot. I got something in my eye. As to the actual bot spam percentage of accounts on Twitter. Twitter. Oh, we're not actually seeing what I'm looking at. Add to stream. Have we not been seeing this the entire time? For goodness sake, people. We haven't been seeing this the entire time. Let me just go show you the the original tweet. Let's talk about spam, and let's do so with the benefit of data, facts, and context. Poop emoji. Response by Elon Musk, who owns almost 10% of the company and is currently in the discussion to buy the company. So Elon is not buying what Parag is selling. So made the offer to purchase, obviously conditional, and he's tweeted out last Friday, things are on hold, pending Twitter confirming, providing the due diligence that confirms that fake spam or bot accounts do in fact represent less than 5% of Twitter accounts. He said, I'm still committed to buying it, but it's on hold until we clarify that. And I talked about it last Friday. I said, like, it's a serious issue that it's going to be some serious class action lawsuits, especially for advertisers who may have been buying ad space, paying for advertisements on Twitter on the basis that they were reaching 95% real accounts and not, if it's in fact 20%, not 80% real accounts. Because you imagine you're diluting the effectiveness of your advertising dollars. And so Elon, after the tweet from last week and the developments, is now tweeting 20% fake spam accounts, while 4 times what Twitter claims would 20% fake spam accounts, while 4 times what Twitter claims could be much higher. My offer was based on Twitter's SEC filings being accurate. Yesterday, Twitter CEO publicly refused to show proof of less than 5%. This deal cannot move forward until he does. So the deal can't move forward, but lawsuits certainly can. Because if they were knowingly misrepresenting in SEC filings, other than, I guess, that being potentially a statutory offense under the SEC Act, that could be a very serious problem under class action lawsuits for advertisers who paid and got ripped off. I'm going to put this entire discussion on pause because I see Robert in the backdrop, and we're going to move on to the other important thing. Robert, bringing you in, sir.
Viva, how are you?
Good, and yourself?
Good. It's been a long time. It's really good to see you again. Thanks for having me on. I know I just got your message. I'm just skidding on in here.
No, this is amazing, and I love the way it works because like nothing's planned. And thank you for responding so quickly, Robert. I mean, okay. So first of all, you're in Arizona, so you're 3 hours earlier than us, correct?
We are, yeah. So it's about 9:47 here. I am waiting on a hot standby for the Michael Sussmann transcripts to land in my inbox. That's the trial that we've been covering, and I know you guys are on lunch right now, which means they're probably on lunch. So it's a good time to talk.
So this is amazing. So you've been following the Sussmann. You're now waiting for the transcript, I guess, from yesterday afternoon.
No, I've got both of those. So I'm getting transcripts basically in real time. So after the morning session, I got the transcripts at about 5 p.m. Eastern. On the PM session yesterday, I got the transcripts at about 11 p.m. Eastern. And so I posted both of those. We did a breakdown on jury selection, which is what took place yesterday. So I went through the transcripts. So I'm trying to get to the transcripts the same day, essentially.
Okay. And now, how does that work? I mean, I don't even understand how you're getting transcriptions in effectively in real time. Is someone sitting there typing it, and does it go through spell check? Does it go through verification?
Yeah, they're pretty accurate. The court reporters, I've been able to connect with both of them. There's about 3 of them working on the trial, but it's pretty official. You just go and you submit a transcript request. Oftentimes in trials, it's difficult to get these because they are expensive. They cost, if you're the first party requesting it, it's about $7.25 a page. So many people just don't request the transcripts. This case obviously is very important. So all of the parties, this is Hillary Clinton's former campaign lawyer. This is John Durham, special counsel. This is Perkins Coie, Fusion GPS, the Steele dossier. I mean, there's a lot of eyeballs on this. So all of the parties have already requested the transcript. So they're paying the $7.25 or whatever, the high fee is, but we're getting them for the copy rate, which is very cool. And basically I have with the court clerks, they're just sending them over, and then I'm going to pay for the bill at the end of the trial. But that means I'm getting them in real time, and both parties want these in real time. So if they see something that's problematic, they can lodge an objection, and basically we're getting the same documents that all the parties in the trial are getting.
That's phenomenally cool. And how many? I mean, are you paying $7.25 a page?
I am not. No, I'm paying the copy rate, so it's about $1.25 a page, which is it's still expensive, but I'm hopeful that the viewers, the audience out there will help support some of that.
Well, those who didn't know, those who are complaining that Amber Heard and Johnny Depp is a distraction from the important stuff, you're doing the same thing you did with Ghislaine Maxwell. You got a mind map. You're covering this every night in minutia detail. You're going through the transcript, and you're going to give everyone the latest in real time, effectively.
Yeah, in real time, and I'm making the transcripts all publicly available. Sharing them with anybody who wants them. I would love to talk to other people who are interested in this trial. I think it's a very important trial. I sort of get frustrated with these cases. I sort of wish that we could see and peer inside to what's happening, just like many people are doing with the Heard and Johnny Depp trial. But a lot of this stuff, because it's federal court, is locked down. There's no cameras. There's no audio. There's even on this trial, it's even more locked down than some others because there's not even a call-in line. I mean, you can't even call in and listen. So just like in Ghislaine Maxwell, there are people who are going to the media room and standing sort of there and live tweeting what's happening, but you're still missing huge chunks of what is actually happening in the trial. So I want to get the transcripts. I want to just shine it, out and try to go through as much of it as I can. Sometimes it gets a little tedious to read through, document after document, but we're trying to make it fun.
You do have a good reading voice. You did it in Ghislaine Maxwell, where you're reading through the tweets. It's fantastic. The real-time tweets. Okay. You know what? Let's back it up from the very beginning. Barnes and I talked about it Sunday night, but explain what's going on in the Sussmann trial. What's Sussmann accused of?
So very simply, he's charged with lying to the FBI. He went allegedly down, had a meeting with a guy named Jim Baker at the FBI. And the only criminal charge here, it's just one charge, and it's about a lie. And the lie is really about whether he was a representative of Hillary Clinton, whether he was Hillary Clinton's lawyer or not. And so if you rewind the clock, and remember, this all took place in 2016, and we're just getting to a trial now, which is a whole different, I can go on a tirade about, how slowly the gears of justice turn. But if we rewind the clock, all of this centered around the Trump-Russia collusion narrative. You probably heard about Fusion GPS and Steele dossier and Paul Manafort and the first Trump impeachment. All of this is sort of emanating from, in my opinion, Michael Sussmann, who was colluding with the Hillary Clinton campaign to proffer forward this fake narrative. So Sussmann goes and he has this meeting with the FBI, and he brings with him this white paper. And he says this white paper has all this evidence about Trump-Russia collusion, that Trump was engaging with Alpha Bank, and that basically he was a pawn of the Kremlin, that they were funneling him all this money, and they had evidence of this. They had hard evidence.
Is this the PP story, the PP dossier?
The Steele dossier. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. And so a lot of it was ridiculous. And long story short, Michael Sussmann worked for a law firm named Perkins Coie. Perkins Coie also was the same law firm that hired or was employing Mark Elias, which many people know was involved in the 2020 election litigation. He now is the founder of Democracy Docket, very, very high up in the DNC, the Democratic Party. So Perkins Coie was the law firm that was retained by Hillary Clinton, Hillary for America. So in 2016, Trump's rising in the polls, Hillary's going down in the polls. They need an October surprise. They concoct this entire Russian collusion narrative, and they funnel this over to Michael Sussmann. He takes it to the FBI. He sits down, and the lie comes in when he's asked, or the conversation comes up. Now, this is what he's going to be contesting about. Are you here on behalf of another client? Michael Sussmann, remember, works for Perkins Coie that works for Hillary Clinton. Sussmann tells the FBI that he's just there as a good citizen. Basically, I'm not here on behalf of any other client, right? That's the lie. That's the materiality of the lie. as soon as he's done with the meeting with the FBI, he goes back and bills Hillary Clinton for the meeting with the FBI, right? So he was clearly there on behalf of somebody else.
Who financed the report itself? Who funded the report?
So all sorts of details on that, but there's 3 different white papers that come from 3 different individuals, a Steele dossier. Essentially, the way this comes back up into the tree is there was an organization called Fusion GPS, which was a consultant of Perkins Coie, which is where Michael Sussmann worked, and which is pretty typical. Law firms, we know, will hire consultants, right? If we're representing somebody in a DUI case, we might go hire a blood expert analyst to come in and give us an opinion about the blood results. But they hired this consultant called Fusion GPS. Fusion GPS then was responsible for interfacing with all sorts of other people, which is where this web sort of spirals out of control. Now you've got the Steele dossier, you've got this other guy named Rodney Jaffe, who was sort of interfacing with Georgia Tech, which is a university here, and they were getting access to DNS records. And so the tentacles sort of spiral out of control from there. Who was funding it? You know, ultimately, if you want to really tie this all back to the top, Hillary Clinton, Hillary for America, hired Perkins Coie. They funded the legal representation. Perkins Coie then funded Fusion GPS, and the money just sort of, you know, went downhill from there.
Okay, so let's say the Hillary Clinton campaign, they hire Fusion. Now they call it opposition research, right? They're not calling this, I don't know, misinformation. They're saying just go out and find opposition research on Trump. Fusion, I don't know, gets it. So they funnel it back down. They go get Steele to produce this report. Does Fusion pay Steele directly, or do we know who paid Steele?
I don't know specifically who paid Steele. You know, Steele's an interesting character. He was sort of ex-British intelligence, and there's a lot there that I haven't dug into yet, and I'm kind of going to see how far this trial goes. Now, right, this is kind of the tip of the spear on the whole thing. This is the first indictment out of the special counsel, you know, John Durham, out of his prosecution, and the prosecutors here have hinted that if they get a conviction with Sussmann, they very well may take this thing out beyond that, right? They might go after some of the other sort of ancillary characters in this, because Sussmann was really only the first guy. He just sat down with the FBI
to turn over this document to the FBI and say, I'm doing it as a concerned citizen, which might have been true. He then turns around and bills Clinton for the meeting with the FBI.
Yeah, he says that, right? He, literally in the billing log, meeting with the FBI, but he told the FBI that he was not there on behalf of another client, just there on a good, you know, out of his own volition. But there's text messages between him and James Baker saying, Jim, I need to meet with you. I am not coming on behalf of a client. Let me know when we can meet, right? So he's sort of setting this all up. And then this thing just, you know, it continues. There's all sorts of text messages. Conversations that happen that are not recorded, that are not part of the record. There's confidentiality issues here because this involves campaigns and lawyers, and it involves national security issues like hacking and DNS records and the hacking of Trump Towers and the White House Executive Office of the Presidency. So there's a lot of fog of war over what's going on. But one of the points that you mentioned earlier was sort of about this privilege, you know, and this is one of the interesting things we've been talking about on our channel is this force field that the Democrats were trying to create around this issue. In other words, as long as everything was being done under the umbrella of the law firm, Fusion GPS, Rodney Jaffe, hacking of all of this stuff, as long as they could fit it into this bucket saying that this was part of work product, this was part of legitimate legal research, then they're saying that it's all protected, right? By privilege, by work product doctrine, and it's not discoverable. And so a lot of the pretrial issues have been about that, have been about, you know, what to disclose and what witnesses are allowed to be called. But today is going to be a big day. We've got a lot of sort of very important witnesses. Mark Elias is one of them. We have 2 special agents.
Just back it up for 1 second. They've selected the jury already.
Jury was already picked. They did it in one day. So yeah, we covered that yesterday. Very quick.
So go through that process, because I watched. I got a fair bit into your stream from last night. How many? I mean, it's insane that it can take. You get your jury impaneled in one day. But how many prospective jurors did they go through to get to the final? And they have 12 now.
So they have, yeah. So I've officially cataloged 10. So I went through the transcripts yesterday, and it's so amazing to me. You know, we didn't spend much time on this on the channel yesterday because this came out in the PM transcripts, but picking this jury was so convoluted. I mean, they were moving people in different seats. The judge called it musical chairs. And so they were having people stand up and move, and the court clerk, the deputy, had to explain it multiple times to the defense attorneys. The defense was asking questions, the prosecution, everybody was confused about this process. So it was kind of hard to make heads or tails of the actual finality, but I was able to sort of suss out 10 different jurors, and we know a little bit more about them. And I posted a tweet about this earlier this morning. There's really 3 problematic jurors, I think, if you're a sort of a pro-prosecution in this. If you're pro-DNC, if you're pro-Michael Sussmann, these are really good jurors for you, because we went through them, and these are people that have actually donated to the Democratic National Party during the primaries. One individual is like a bona fide Hillary lawyer. This other guy was a phone banker. And then there was another woman who says on the record that she has a strong dislike for Trump. So, all of that, these are all going to be jurors who were seated on the panel, and we'll see what the prosecutors do with it. But if you're the defense, you're pretty happy that they're on there.
Yeah. Well, did the prosecution not have any peremptory strikes, or did they use all of them? Or is this basically, this is the sample pool of jury members? 90% voted for Clinton. So you're 90% of the jury is going to be this way anyhow.
So I think that's exactly right. And I was going through this yesterday, and I was sort of, a little bit critical of the prosecutors, wondering, why are you not objecting? They were just, any objection? Nope, no problem. And just moving on one after the other. And I was screaming, when we were going through this, there's no objections at all for that one, because this lady literally said, I have strong dislike for Trump. No, it's okay, bring her on. And there were a couple different, now, the thing that we're missing with the transcripts are sort of the demeanor, the courtroom aura, the presence, the judge's tone and body language, how sort of tired and ready to move on everybody is. We can't really see that. But there were some differences. I noticed the prosecution didn't use all of their peremptories on these people, but almost every single person that we covered, even out of the jury qualified pool, the way they did this is they would qualify an initial batch, and then they selected from the qualified pool of jurors. And oh my goodness, almost every single person worked for a government agency. There were many people who were part of the Department of Treasury, or, working for senators. These are all DC people. So they're all hyper plugged in. And so then, when I started to read through the PM transcripts, I started to think that maybe is exactly what you said, right? The prosecutor just knows he's not going to win this battle. So he's just not going to use them, and he's sort of stuck with a very blue jury.
I mean, statistically, they'd have to be. The judge's wife is Lisa Page's lawyer. Is this true?
Yeah, so I saw an article on that. I linked to that in the mind map. I haven't spent a lot of time dissecting that, but yeah, so very interesting, right? Lisa Page was one of the FBI lovers. She was having the affair with Peter Strzok. Peter Strzok, very involved in all of this. Peter Strzok was, at the FBI when all of this was going on. He was part of counterintelligence. Him and Lisa Page, remember, they were saying something like in their text messages, we're going to stop Trump and all this stuff. So yeah, I saw some articles, and I haven't pulled up marital records or anything, but yeah, the story is that it's pretty close there in DC. A lot of people are very interconnected in many ways.
It's one charge of lying to the FBI. How long is this trial scheduled for?
It's scheduled for 2 weeks. They say it may go longer, which is a little bit surprising to me. Today we had, I think the prosecutor told us there were going to be 5 different witnesses. Mark Elias was going to be one of them. Haven't seen full witness lists on either side. And so, a lot of the conversation, the judge left open a lot of the big evidentiary decisions for the trial. Some of them he resolved, like whether we can talk about how Michael Sussmann generated these white papers or not. A lot of the technical stuff he's going to leave out, but there are some big evidentiary issues that we're not going to hear about until the trial gets underway. So depending on how the judge rules, we could get more witnesses in or more witnesses precluded. It could wrap up quickly. Like, for example, in Ghislaine Maxwell, we thought that was going to be a 6-weeker, but that was like 3 weeks, maybe, because it just sort of changed on the fly.
I'm trying to think of how long Roger Stone went on for. Roger Stone had multiple counts of lying to the FBI. Okay. And the trials, so they got the jury selection done yesterday, one day, and they've started the trial today. Who's the first witness?
So opening arguments were this morning. I was poking around. There are a lot of people live tweeting it today. They had some media room problems yesterday, and so there wasn't much activity from the media on it yesterday, but a lot more people are tweeting about it. I believe the first witness was Special Agent David Martin. And I haven't taken a deep dive into it yet. I want to sort of wait for the transcripts to come in. But David Martin is a special agent with the FBI, somebody who was an expert witness who's going to come in and talk about DNS records. And this is the domain name system. So when you long story short, when you type in, you want to go to, google.com or whatever, right? When you type that into your browser, that's going to translate that through the DNS system. In other words, it's going to translate that into computer language. It's going to spit out, where you should go, and it's going to connect you to the search engine. Similar thing, happens for every single search that you do. What happened here is that they actually hacked into that system, or they didn't actually hack. They had permission to go get it, but they could see all of that traffic back and forth. And so it's a very, very, important thing that we use. But what the Democrats, what Sussmann and Perkins Coie and Fusion GPS and Rodney Jaffe were all trying to do is say that by monitoring that traffic, that they could create this inference that Donald Trump was colluding with Russia, right? And it's total nonsense. Everybody knows that's nonsense. Even the researchers who were working on this project were communicating in emails that have been disclosed that they knew this was nonsense, and that if they went public with this, that people would be questioning them and they wouldn't be able to overcome that because any expert could debunk this instantly. So it's going to be a complicated issue, but this expert is a special agent of the FBI. He's supposed to come in today and talk about all of that. And, we don't know how technical he's going to get or how the judge is going to allow this to unfold, but we'll go through all of that in the transcripts later this afternoon.
Very cool. And are you still practicing now during the daytime? Like you're going to have to merge this with full-time work, or is this now?
I am juggling a little bit. Yeah. This week and probably the next week, I have been working with my team. So I'm sort of devoting, block hours to law firm duties. And then of course, covering what we can cover here on YouTube. But, it sort of works because of course, if people are, referring our law firm business, and I can be here spreading the truth, talking about accountability, transparency, and justice in this case, then it sort of creates a symbiotic relationship. And so it sort of works.
No, it's amazing. And I don't know who else is covering live tweeting from the trial itself. I don't think Inner City Press is doing it.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's over at the Southern District of New York. There is, there's one, I apologize. I can't think of her name right now. I retweeted her this morning and she's doing a great job.
I've been following. I'm just going to see. That's NIH director. Let's see who you're. Oh, I just retweeted one of your tweets so that people know that we went live today. It's very cool. Is one charge of lying, and was he never offered a plea deal that you know of?
Not that I know of. Yeah, the woman I was saying who's doing a great job. Her name is Sarah N. Lynch. She's on Twitter, and I retweeted her. She's covering it. And I'm sorry, what was your question?
Whether or not he was offered a plea deal that he could have just.
Oh, the plea deal. So, not to my understanding, no. And I'm not sure that he would have taken it or he's sort of the tip of the spear on this thing. And so, what I have seen when we've been covering this was really kind of fun because there was a big argument over the disclosure of these emails. And for people who are, not sort of up to speed on this, but there was an allegation that Fusion GPS was literally communicating with the media about this story, saying that, Washington Post, New York Times, drop the WikiLeaks story, stop talking about Hillary's emails, and pick up this Russian collusion Trump narrative. So that obviously is not attorney, client work product or any of that. When all of that was about to be disclosed, in other words, when John Durham, the prosecutor, said, we want those emails because that's not protected, it was like bumper cars crashing into the front of the courthouse. We had, Perkins Coie, Mark Elias, Fusion GPS, Rodney Jaffe had a lawyer. We had a New York Times reporter got a lawyer. Everybody lawyered up and they all filed these motions to intervene, like just crashing into the front of the courthouse. Please do not look at these emails, right? Do not look at these. And so, you can see they're sort of putting all their eggs in this basket. They were all playing coy a little bit. Well, we don't care about what's going on with Sussmann for a little while. And then what happened was John Durham said, I want to see those emails. Actually, he didn't even say that. He said, Judge, I want you to see those emails. I want you to look at them in camera behind chambers, and you tell us whether you think those are privileged or not. In other words, John Durham said, I don't even want to see them. I want the judge to see them, and then he can decide whether I see them. And Everybody freaked out about that. They did not want even the judge to look at him. So not only did they not want Durham to see him, they also didn't want the judge to see him. The judge issued a ruling last week on Friday saying he sort of split the middle on this. He said that Durham can get about, I think, 22 out of the 38 emails, so he can see them, but he can't actually use them in trial because we're right on the verge of trial. So he's going to be able to see them and sort of, use those as jumping off points in his trial and very likely be able to try to get those in if they open the door on it. But, it's all of this is sort of happening very quickly and it's going to unfold, almost in real time. So we're excited about it.
It's fantastic that you get the transcript so quickly. That's, unheard of to me. It takes weeks in Canada. I don't even know. Urgent, you never get them within like a day or two. I think I'm going crazy. Did the FBI not leak the Steele dossier to Yahoo so they could then use that article in the application for their FISA warrants? Or was it another entity that leaked? Or do we not know who leaked the Steele dossier to Yahoo?
So that's a great question. I don't have a clear answer on that. I know that there's all sorts of people pointing at many different sort of nefarious actors in the FBI. I know some people are even saying, like John McCain was somebody who was behind a lot of this stuff. And a lot of that, I think, is rumor and sort of not in evidence, at least in this trial. This trial sort of picks up with Michael Sussmann having 3 separate white papers, one of which was the Steele dossier. And so I'm not sure that we're going to learn too much more, about the Steele dossier in particular, because the judge has been a little bit reluctant to allow the tentacles of this thing to spiral off into all of the different areas. So for example, there was a Hillary Clinton tweet that she posted on October 31st, which is, of course, is like the end of October. That's right before the election takes place. That's the October surprise. Her NSA, the current NSA, Jake Sullivan, for her was a campaign advisor back then. Sullivan put out this press release, Trump, Russia collusion, all of this stuff. Well, that would really start to open the door or connect us to all sorts of different connections with the DNC, Hillary Clinton, Jake Sullivan. You could probably even, take this into the current administration if you wanted to. But the judge has said a lot of that stuff is not relevant, right? The judge has said it's too far removed from the case. And even though people like me are extremely interested in all of the different facets of this, I have to keep reminding myself that there's only one person who's charged in this trial. It's Michael Sussmann, and it's only one criminal charge. It's about lying to the FBI at one meeting. And so they're not even going to get into, or they're not supposed to get into, based on the judge's preliminary ruling, any of the conversation about where the documents ultimately or how they were created. You can't get too technical on any of that. And so I'm not sure that we're going to learn too much more about the origins of these white papers, but certainly the Steele dossier was one component of the entire barrage of stories.
Yeah. I just brought this up. This is from April. It's a little old, I guess, but hold on. Where's the article? The judge refuses to allow Hillary Clinton's tweets claiming Trump colluded with Russia to be admitted as evidence in trial for her 2016 campaign lawyer for lying to the feds. I just wanted to see what the tweet was. Here we go. It's time for Trump to answer serious questions about his ties to Russia. Unbelievable. Okay.
Yeah, and you see that date, right? October 31st. And yes, it says Trump has a secret server. Yes, Donald Trump. This talk about misinformation. My goodness, it was set up to communicate privately. All of that was being concocted. And then that's the thing from Jake Sullivan. Yeah, that's the big press release. Computer science apparently uncovered the link.
Covert server linking Trump organization to Russian-based bank. You believe what was going on at the time? And I'm sure Biden's disinformation governance board will take care of this. Make sure it never happens again.
Right. And what's funny here is that Jake Sullivan, right, he is now our national security advisor. So he was supposed to be the person who knows about national security, and he knows about, technology and protecting the homeland and all that stuff. And he was responsible for spreading misinformation back in 2016. He's now in charge of a lot over at the Biden administration.
Check out Sundance's coverage of all of this at Conservative Treehouse. The FBI leaked some of the information in the dossier to Yahoo to justify the fight. Yeah, because then that was my recollection. I just couldn't find where I remembered it from, so it might have been a bad memory. But I certainly know the FBI used the Yahoo News article as evidence in their secret warrant to say, look, it's been reported in the news, therefore it's sufficiently true and urgent, and give us the FISA warrant. I just remembered them being the source of the leak to Yahoo, but like someone else says, Dosey, Steele was shopping it around to everyone, so he might have,
So he might have leaked it. There's a lot of characters out of the FBI, and I'm not even sure that all of them are going to be called. So, for example, many people remember Andy McCabe. He was another person who was called in for congressional testimony. Same with the other Peter Strzok, of course, the FBI lover. And my understanding is that some of these people may not even be called into to trial as witnesses. So we'll see how far this goes and what the judge allows. But
well, that sounds like it's going to be something of a similar, very targeted trial as in Ghislaine Maxwell, not to be expanded to get other people, and quick and quiet, and that's it.
I know it breaks my heart, but I think you're probably right about that, unfortunately.
Someone says I missed their super chat for Robert. Hold on, did I flag it? Okay, no, forget. Robert, hold on. Now I think I know you changed your last name, but you did change your last name.
I did. Yes. Thank you for asking me about that. So I went from Grueller to Govea, and I was born a Grueller. My mom's maiden name is Govea, and I just decided to finally make the change. She and I are very close. It's felt like something that I probably should have done a long time ago, but here it felt like a good time to do it earlier in the year. And actually, it just became official. So I just got the official order from the court, and I'm going to get a new birth certificate and the whole thing. And so it's going to be an expensive change. You got to change all your letterhead now. Yeah, I know. I was looking at my big box of business cards. I was like, oh, dang it. All right.
You can't. You don't even want to get rid of them now. Then people are not going to know who to find when they need you.
That's right.
All right. So, Robert, let me see what time it is. We're going to be going back to court in a few minutes. What else is going on?
Well, so basically this, right? We're covering Sussmann over the next 2 weeks or so. I haven't really been paying much attention to some other cases. I know that we've got Steve Bannon's coming up, I think in July. So we've got that trial, which is, of course, going to heat up. The other thing that I'm very interested in following, I don't know if you've heard about it, is, some of the January 6th subpoenas. So they are, warming these up big time. They subpoenaed a bunch of people over from the congressional House Republicans. I think the House Majority Leader and some other people are now getting the January 6th subpoenas. And, this I think is all going to be the long sort of slow drip, the slow bleed until they have enough to go and ultimately do something about Donald Trump. And, that, of course, is going to be a lot of fun, especially since it's an election season. I'm sure you're following some of the other insanity going on around here, but there's a lot to talk about, no question about it. I have not been following Amber Heard, though, or Johnny Depp. And you guys have just been, it's like coming up on a month now.
I wasn't paying attention. I was paying attention to it, but not streaming it in the beginning. I was only interested in Amber Heard's testimony in chief and cross-examination because I just anticipated some fireworks, which I think we've seen them, but not in as much as I was imagining it would be absolute fireworks. So, but we'll see what happens. They're now 1 day into the cross-examination of Amber Heard. I think it's a disaster. It's more of a disaster for Amber Heard than her awful testimony in chief was. But it's definitely gripped a nation. But I want to share the important things and delve into the important things for those who don't think Johnny Depp is an important trial. I think it's fun to watch and fun to learn from. But the Sussmann, it's a shame. It's federal court. It's in D.C. So you're not going to see anything of it. You're going to have to rely on the likes of those who are covering it, to make it interesting when you go over the transcripts at night.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about doing role play, switching voices, hitting the high notes on some of the female characters.
That might get you canceled these days, Robert.
That's true. You got to be careful.
Very cool, man. Okay, so look, thank you tremendously for coming in. This is great.
Thank you for pinging me.
You're on Locals, you're on Rumble, you're on YouTube.
Yep, Robert Govea is the name. If you search any of those, it should pop up on all of them. But yeah, we're right next door on YouTube and on Locals.
Is it watchingthewatchers.locals.com?
Watchingthewatchers.locals.com.
Okay, so Locals, and it's Watching the Watchers on YouTube as well, or is it Robert
on
Govea?
YouTube? It's my name, yeah. Robert Govea, yeah.
And on Twitter. So everybody, you know where to go. if you're fed up with Johnny Depp, I'm going to have Larry Sanger on the sidebar Thursday, not Wednesday, co-founder of Wikipedia. We're going to talk about what has gone wrong with Wikipedia. So we'll talk about the important stuff in between the distractions.
Thank
Robert,
you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you for coming, and we'll talk soon.
All right. I'll see you on the next one. Bye, everybody. Thanks, Viva.
Okay, that was a wonderful, wonderful surprise visit. Oh, let me just, there were 2 super chats that I had flagged, and I don't think they were direct questions at Robert. Barb Ariane says, a great civilization is not conquered from without until it has destroyed itself within. Will Durant, thank you for what you do, Steve. Thank you, Barb. The pendulum is swinging, but there's the old expression, or a great expression. When you fight corruption, corruption fights back. And we're seeing it in real time. Do you know about upcoming vote in Geneva that would cede sovereignty to the WHO over national healthcare decisions? World takeover-ish. So I don't know about that. We talked about the new WHO global pandemic response that people thought or think has already usurped state autonomy or national independence. We talked about it Sunday night. It's not a reality just yet. These treaties would have to be ratified nationally before any nation cedes its autonomy to these WHO directives, but definitely something to follow and be concerned about. And Robert, love your channel. Can you join the worldwide movement to make sure Viva doesn't cut his hair until he hits 1 million subs? Why would I cut it at 1 million? That would be the time to keep it going. You know what? Look at that. Are these dimples or is it anger wrinkles? Okay, that noise is a lawnmower outside. Who's cutting the lawn in the middle of the day? Okay, what time is it? What time did they say they were going back to trial? There's a vote coming up in a few days at the WHO, the WHO, the WHO. Viva, hello from Long Island. Don't be naive, Vila. I don't know what that means. Awesome, Viva. Don't see Robert on many other LawTuber pages these days. It's what he's doing is truly amazing because he's getting the transcript. Like, I was shocked that he got the transcript last night for yesterday morning. Now I'm just flabbergasted that they actually got the entire day, and they've gotten the entire they've got the jury now. My kid is at a vinyl shop and doesn't know if she should get My Chemical Romance, Blink's new album, Nirvana, or Arctic Monkeys. Everything except for Arctic Monkeys, period. LOL. Okay, let's just see what other. Not that I have anything against Arctic Monkeys, they're just not as classic as Nirvana, Blink. Viva Frei, does Amber actually have a chance with her case? There's a chance. They can have they can have basically a nobody wins situation. They're both, and you see it in the chat. A lot of people feel that both are sufficiently degenerate that they get what they deserve. They're both guilty to some extent, and therefore neither wins. But I'll change my opinion 180, and not change it. Rather, I'll just say it's been redirected by the evidence that has been adduced in real time. I thought they would both look very bad. One looks much worse than the other, and there has not been what I would think would have been, sufficient evidence presented as to Johnny's wrongdoing to justify the statements that he finds to be that he alleges are defamatory. Viva, you look like Phineas Freak of the Fabulous Furry Freak Brothers. Nobody knows who they are. Well, I'm going to Google it right now. Ghost Dog. I remember that movie. And and what I can see now much more is the malice, the malicious intent. It's not even clear that she really believes. I don't believe that she believes it. And it seems now that she's making the statements with malicious intent and in the absence of any evidence. JD's not getting $100 million. First of all, he's not even getting that, even if they come to that. But even if the jury does come to a conclusion that Amber is guilty of defamation, it's not going to be $100 million. Viva, we have computers in the States. All right, let's see this here. So we're not back on yet. What time is it? 1:23. What time did they say they were coming back on, people? Remind me. When they go back on, I don't know what that means. I'm not sure what that is. When they come back on, I'm going to run upstairs and actually get something to eat because I haven't eaten yet today. When I said it was breakfast, it wasn't because I woke up late. I've been up since 7:20. And that's it. Let me see here. They're coming. I thought they said, oh yeah, 1:35. Okay, that's what the number was. I thought that was something else. Viva's wife took an axe and gave him. No, I did shave my. I trimmed the beard, so that'll give me a little bit of a younger, more employable look if I needed that. 1:33 our time. Yes. Okay, I've got to grab something. I'll grab something to eat when the trial comes back on. Pat King. I'll see if I can log in. I'll try to get. She's getting the new Blink album for sure. And what was the other one? Yeah, I'll go get something to eat when the trial comes back on so you have something to watch. I was going to do something else. Pat King. No, we've already talked about that. Let's just go back to the Twitter world for 2 seconds because there were things that were interesting that were worth watching. Robert Gouveia. No, I'm going to do it on... Oh, no, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, first of all, so here it is. Elaine is the lawyer from Liar Liar. I'm pulling up one small clip, hashtag fair use, people. Let me get the part. Here we go. Here. Once you hear it, you will not be able to unhear.
All right, Samantha, how much will it take to put an end to all this? 50%.
No. Oh, she doesn't talk here. She doesn't even talk. Oh, here we go. This is it.
Very funny, Fletcher. You want to play hardball? I'm game.
You want to play hardball?
Elaine is the lawyer from Liar Liar. That was one celebrity lookalike before we get back to trial. The other celebrity lookalike, the lawyer for Johnny Depp, the man who's sitting there. And Robert and I were trying to figure it out yesterday, but I think I remember exactly who he looks like. And once you see this, you won't be able to unsee it either. The lawyer who's sitting next to Camille, who's, I don't know, he's on the team. Let me just put this on mute. Let's just play this. Okay. All right. This is the lawyer, people.
One has been real.
Hey, Gilmore, you suck, you jackass. Why don't you shut the hell up?
Okay, guys, that's him. And you know it. You know it's him. That is the lawyer sitting next to Johnny Depp. Okay. Now, let's go back to Twitter for a few seconds. That was the important part of this. You will not make this putt, you jackass. It looks exactly like him. I'm not saying he's a mean person or anything annoying. It just physiologically looks just like him. Okay. Where were we? Happy Gilmore. Share. Well, one more clip.
Blanket and suntan lotion, because you're never going to get off that beach. Just the way you know.
Okay. It's him. Twitter /the Viva Frei. Couple of stories just before we get going. Does everyone like this format? Even if you think that Johnny Depp is a distraction, there's time in the day. We'll get to the important stuff. The Michael Sussmann. The dude's name is Sussmann. I went to school with the Sussmann. I never really realized sus did not mean then what it means now. Sus is what the children use to describe someone who's suspicious, suspect. His name is Suspicious Man by the youth descriptions of the day. No, I don't want to see more tweets from Viva Frei. So Runkle, this was Runkle. He said, thank you to everyone. Rob and I are here in the line again, on track to get in. And I don't think Runkle made it in. Oh, hold on. There was a follow-up there. Update line cutters. Son of a gun. Okay. So they didn't make it in. We did the story of Elon Musk. Covered the institutionalized narcissism. Oh, yeah. Listen to this. This is from our Liberal Party of Canada. Canadian seniors deserve a secure retirement, and our Liberal government is taking action to make life more affordable and support those who need it most. That work has improved the financial security of 900,000 seniors and helped lift 45,000 out of poverty. These numbers were only, I think these numbers were only 2020. No, these have to be aggregate. These can't be. We just have to appreciate where the deaths occurred in Canada. Long-term healthcare facilities, 80% of the deaths occurred in long-term healthcare facilities. This number seems way like total number of deaths observed 300,000. This has to be aggregate. It can't be for 2020. Justin Trudeau, and I've said it over and over again, but it's worth repeating. In the early stages of the pandemic, Trudeau donated 16 tons of personal protective equipment, PPE, to China. Knowing the pandemic was coming, he donated this in February. As a result of this, long-term healthcare facilities, nursing homes were lacking PPE for both staff and residents. As a result of which, there were massive amounts of deaths, COVID-related deaths and neglect-related deaths in long-term healthcare facilities. And this gaslighter in chief, this PM gaslighter of a nation, is patting himself on the back as to how he's lifted 45,000 seniors out of poverty after literally putting 250,000 seniors underground. It's just people don't know these things, and it drives me nuts that people don't know it. And it's my job to explain it, highlight and explain. Okay, what else was there? Sussmann Day One. That was so I have to correct myself because apparently Better Call Saul is aired on Netflix, but is an AMC series. That was in the context of another tweet, which probably should not discuss on the Twitterverse. I think that's about it for, you know what, this is worth watching again. This is worth watching. Funny is funny, and this is funny. Hold on, how do we do this? And it gets funnier the more you watch it.
Take the mic.
My dog stepped on a bead.
My arms are getting tired from swimming out at sea. Yo, Amber, take the mic.
My dog stepped on a bead.
My arms are getting tired.
Don't know how people think of these things. All right, and then just highlights. I mean, just amazing things. Which
Abortion?
conspiracy one day?
No.
Conspiracy
Mayor
one
Adams,
day.
do you think there should be any limitation on abortions?
No, I do not.
Non-day of birth, totally fine?
No, I do not think. I think women should have a right to choose their bodies. Men should not have that right to choose how women should treat their bodies.
Mayor Adams, do you think there should be any limitation on abortion?
No comment, but once upon a time, to suggest that it was actual political policy would have been called a theory, and then you actually literally have an individual saying whether you agree with it or disagree with it. Absolutely no limitations. Okay. Now, what we're doing, we're going to go back to Johnny Depp. Okay, I can see it. So there's nothing new there. When I see any news there, I'll come. Let's just go down the. Okay, now we've done enough. So that's it. Let's see if there's any questions in the chat. Oh, hold on. Let me share the screen so that I can make sure that we go live soon. Johnny Depp trial. Here we go. Let me just do this. Do this. Minimize again. Here, remove until we go live. Okay. In Quebec, oh gosh. Are there any limitations on my bodily autonomy? Well, you've phrased the question improperly because specifically what is at issue is whether or not it is only one person's body or two people's body. So in that, and first of all, are there any limits? And by the way, someone actually said, I think it was Norfolk who suggested that you could do things after birth. So, but just to flip the question around, is it a crime to cause a woman to lose a pregnancy in California? Okay, if I misspoke a number in the other story. Okay, hold on. I said 25,000 seniors, not 250,000 seniors. I was citing the statistics as to the deaths in Canada. I don't think I got that wrong. Okay. Let's see here. Viva, I really enjoy watching your videos, especially when it applies to real news, but this Johnny Depp trial is a trial of demonic proportion. Please, people, get a grip. I'm not going to continue to repeat myself. There is something to be learned from this. And if you want people to fall in love with law, watch LA Law, that's good. This is real law. This is what it is. This is the practice. They're not all high profile cases like this. Am I hopping on Nick's stream? No, I don't think so. I mean, I could try to do it afterwards, but maybe afterwards. I'm not going to go into the after stream discussion about the day's worth of trial, but maybe afterwards. Got a few things to do. One of which is I got to eat food sooner than later. Watch Trucking for Freedom, Chapter 1, from Live from the Shed. And the funny thing about the argument of any limitation, so some people have been repeating that talking point. Well, the government, when has the government told men what to do with their body? And then you forget about conscription. And then other people say, well, there hasn't been conscription since 1973, so it's a bad argument. I don't think it's a bad argument. And then the other thing is about that question, like, does the government tell a man what they can do with their body? I don't care if you tolerate the government ever telling you what to do with your body, male or female. I don't care if it's not delineated based on gender or sex. But if the government ever gets to tell you what to do with your body, you should have problems with that. So, does the government tell me as a male what to do with my body? No, but does the government tell me as a human what to do with my body? In a great many ways, yes. By compelling me to work for the government at least in the order of 50% by paying 50% taxes, the government's telling me what to do with my body, or at least requiring me to do certain things with my body. They do the same thing to women. But the issue is broken down on gender lines. Conscription is the obvious argument. That they haven't done it since the Vietnam War is irrelevant. But the issue, the question, the whole question is that whether or not it is strictly one person's body or two beings' bodies. And if it's two beings, at what point does it become two beings and not only one with something that's not viable? So that's the whole argument. So don't phrase the question in a way that strawmans the argument or presupposes the conclusion. The whole issue, you have laws which make it murder if a third party strikes a pregnant woman and causes the death of the baby. So how can you have that be a crime when it's a third party that does it, but not a crime when the woman does it? And then in which case you have to be coherent in the laws themselves. And if you're not coherent in the laws, then you're sucking and blowing at the same time, saying the woman can do it, it's not a crime, but if someone else does it, it's a crime. And then in which case it's obviously and clearly above and beyond the intent of the woman. So you cannot create arbitrary legal distinctions which are mutually incompatible and mutually incoherent. If you want to say brain dead, brain activity is when life ends or when it starts, and that's fine. That's why presumably you can pull the plug on people who are brain dead, and it's not murder. Oh, hold on a second. Brad Raymond says, Viva. Yeah, but I only care about the deaths in Canada. I don't care. The COVID, the statistic I was interested in were the COVID deaths in Canada, 65 and up. And from the stats that I saw, I thought it said 249,000, which I suspect is over the life of COVID. So anyways, that's it. That's the question. You phrase it, can they tell you what to do with your body? That's the issue. That's the scientific, legal, ethical, moral issue. Is it only the woman's body, or at a certain point in time, at 8.5 months, can you no longer say it's only the woman's body? And if it's a crime if it's murder in certain states to cause the death of a 6-month-old fetus, then you have to be consistent in that logic, in that science, in that law. And if you're not, at least recognize you're inconsistent. Court, please. Oh, they're back on. Miscuses. I don't know. I didn't mean to bring that up. I don't know what that means, and I just don't know if that's okay. All right. When they start talking, I'm running upstairs, people. I'm going to relieve myself, feed myself, and find that Red Bull that I knew I had yesterday. I don't know where it went. I think I took it downstairs and then forgot where I put it. Viva off topic. Anyone high profile who attacks Project Veritas should be considered. I'll see if I can, if James will allow me to play that in its entirety and commentate on it maybe tomorrow during the lunch break. I just don't want to get into problems where someone thinks that I'm, trying to derive the traffic from playing the fruits of their labor. So I'll message James Project Veritas, see if I can cover that tomorrow during lunch break. John Allen. Thank you. Now how senile I am? I forget which question it was, but I know. Okay. It's Taco Tuesday. Oh. Okay. You see, I don't know if I would get in trouble. I would get in trouble for people's avatars. Viva is a brother from another border. Liberty alone. My last name does mean freedom. Freiheit. Okay, so they're having a little sidebar. James O'Keefe is indeed a champ. Zuckface Goobles. I mean, how long did it take you to make that avatar? That's a funny avatar. And it's well done. The lighting, the design. Yeah. Oh my days. Oh my lucky stars. I'm back. Okay. Yeah, the Zuckface Goebbels. I mean, it's always gonna be what? Goebbels. Goebbels. Viva, I love your family vlogs. They're sweet and fun. I'm doing my best to get them out, but yeah, look, one day maybe I'll take some time off and just try to get back to the daily fun stuff. Or just just redirect the channel to a dedicated fishing channel. We'll see. Hold on. Someone just said, what about my avatar? It's good, but it's not as good as Zuckface Goebbels. Goebbels. I don't even know how to pronounce his name. Okay. Zuckface. Yeah, no, the kid, Viva's kids drank the Red Bull and are mowing his yard. Oh, I need that Red Bull. What can I eat that's not going to be gross to eat on camera? It's funny when I had to email myself a photograph of my papers so that I could, if ever anyone asked for my papers, that was the message I gave to myself. I said, the papers for when the police ask. And then I unfortunately had to take a picture of my status. Let me just make sure there's no identifying features in here. Blink 182 people. This album with the new Blink guy has grown on me. Just drinking Pink Bull. Fishing with Viva. That might be or Viva La Fishing. Viva Fishing. Amber is sad that Johnny won't look at her. And you know what? Johnny probably knows her personality so much to know that there's nothing more hurtful and more frustrating for someone like Amber's personality to not get someone to look at them. What movie was that from? Look at me. Oh, it was from... Oh, I don't remember what it doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah, it has grown on me. The new Blink album. Still, best album still is Dude Ranch. I think Dude Ranch is the best. It's the ultimate rejection. Agreed. Okay. Let's see. Eat a pickle. That's going to give me an upset stomach if I do that. Viva la pêche. Well, the funny thing is that la pêche means sin in French. So that it's spelled differently, but pêche in French also means sin. Oh, Heart Tackle is in the house. I am biased. Let's go fishing. Thanks for all you do. Currently in the process of designing a Viva Frei spoon for pike to send to you. But don't make me cheat on Len Thompson, though. I love Len Thompson. Len Thompson's spoon, made in Canada. But Heart Tackle, you make good stuff. Your shirt is good as well. Although I hate wearing long sleeve shirts, but I'll do it anyhow because when you're fishing in the sun all day, And we're on, people. Share the link around to let people know that we're live. On the Hook with Viva Frei. Stolen Dove Omega. I love it. It's not stolen. It's just permanently borrowed. No, you know what? It's given. You gave it to me. Thank you, Dove. That's fantastic. Okay, when they start talking, I'm going to go upstairs. Get food. It's incredibly difficult to not look at someone, especially when they are talking about you. It takes real effort. I think he's wearing sunglasses to cover up when he is doing it, because I don't think it's possible. All rise. The jury and judge have entered. No, the judge has already entered. The jury has entered. I never understood that song was about their schmeckles. Well, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. So, like, I'm an absolute dense idiot sometimes.
All right, thank you. You can be seated. All right, your next question.
Okay, people, I'm going to retire to find the Red Bull, relieve my bladder, and I will listen as we do this. Let me just get it live. Who do I want to watch live while I do this? I'll watch me.
Tom, may I please have you put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A?
Seeing ads, that's good. Okay, peeps, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Stop
I'm going to
camera.
ask you to take a look
Stop
at
microphone.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A. This is one of the articles containing the counterclaim statements by Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
I haven't seen the article yet.
Okay. Why don't we go to page 8 of this article? Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that one of the statements that you allege are defamatory? It's defamatory?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B? And if we could go to page 10 and 11. In Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B, Depp's lawyer Adam Waldman said the various discrepancies prove that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told thedailymail.com. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. But even this didn't have, apologize. You're fine. And if we can please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881C. And go to page 11. This is another article, Ms. Hurd, where you argue that Mr. Waldman's statements are defamatory,
Okay.
correct?
I don't know if this is taken from that article because I can't see the article in full.
It's page 11 of the article. And the
Yeah, that was a
statement
lot.
reads,
I went during a sidebar. Darn it. Lunch will consist of 3 eggs. Okay, that should have fixed the echo, people. Is that better with the echo? Echo's better?
We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Hurd's
Nope.
abuse hoax against Mr. Depp. Is that correct? Is that one of the what you claim is one of the defamatory statements said by Mr. Waldman?
That's better
I
now.
believe so.
Thank you. Ms. Hurd, you're not aware of any career opportunities that you lost as a result of Mr. Waldman's statements, are you?
Well, it's kind of hard to point to the jobs you're not offered,
Right.
to the gigs you don't get.
You were not replaced in Aquaman 2, were you?
It's not
They
a good
released
answer.
me from my contract, and I fought to stay in it, and they kept me in it. I just don't know how much I'm in, actually, of the final cut.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal actually extended your contract in April of 2020. Is that correct?
In part, they extended
And-
it and held me.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal extended your contract again in November of 2021, correct?
Not exactly. They extended it because they couldn't use me or any of the materials for me.
And that extension was for 20 months, right?
That's
Why
correct.
couldn't they use her material?
Ms. Hurd, you testified yesterday how Mr. Waldman's statements, quote, torture you every day. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
And then, and that you look at them every day.
I look at the online attacks, the media, you can't avoid it, to be honest, that those statements are often attached to. I don't look at his statements every day.
And you testified that you just want to move on with your life, right?
I do very much want to move on with my life.
But you've gone out of your way to engage with Mr. Waldman on social media, haven't you?
I have made a comment, I believe, once. I would not characterize that as engaging with him.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1266.
I would not have phrased it as gone out of her way. Just ask her if she interacted with. Don't qualify it.
Your microphone. Yeah. Your
My microphone?
I don't have this yet, so I'm asking for it to
right
be
there.
given to me
Okay.
before.
It's a photograph.
I think it's just a.
This is your tweet, right, Ms. Hurd?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish this tweet.
Check the relevance.
Objection, I'm sorry, is you?
Relevance? She's got
Objection.
I'm sorry, relevance?
All right, I'll overrule the objection, 881C. and
overruled before Camille could even argue back.
Can we please have it published to the jury?
I'm sorry, 1266, I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is from March 26, 2021, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And this is after he made the statements you claim are defamatory, right, Ms. Hurd?
21, yes.
Ms. Hurd, you tweeted at Adam Waldman, quote, "Yes, Mr. Waldman, I may be wearing makeup on this occasion, but on every occasion you will still be short." Did I read that right?
Yes.
What the hell's wrong with being
We
short?
can put this down. Thank you. Ms. Hurd, since your relationship with Mr. Depp ended, you have completed your level 3 sommelier training, haven't you?
I haven't completed it yet. I
You're
just
on level
stopped.
2.
No, I'm on level 3.
You also have had a baby, right?
I have.
And you enjoy being a mother?
More than anything.
Still love to cook?
I do.
And you love to hike?
I've taken a break on hiking for a minute.
You have friends, right?
I do have friends.
And you spend time with those friends?
Occasionally, when I can.
And you exercise regularly?
Every day.
You just filmed a movie in March of 2022, isn't that right?
Yes, the one I just shot in Guatemala that I spoke of earlier.
And you have you had a major role in a major film that's scheduled to be released soon. Is that correct? Aquaman 2?
As I said, I don't know if I will even be in the final cut or how much I will be. It was difficult to stay in the movie.
I think this does mean that they're on the home stretch of their cross.
You struck Mr. Depp multiple times during your relationship, didn't you, Ms. Heard?
There were many times I had to use my body to defend myself, and that included swinging wherever I could. If it meant I could get away, absolutely. If it meant a difference between a sore face and a broken nose, you bet I would.
That's your testimony under oath that you never struck Mr. Depp as the initial aggressor?
Well, he was holding me against the wall by my neck. You know,
Oh,
I
wow.
might be the first person to have been the
couldn't say no
first
to
one
that.
to slap, which happened in Australia, you know, when he was choking me. But I wouldn't say I was the initial aggressor in that situation.
You got physical with Mr. Depp often during your relationship, didn't you?
I had to defend myself as best I could. Didn't seem to make much of a difference.
You just couldn't control yourself, could you, Ms. Heard?
I tried to defend myself when I could, but it was after years of not defending myself.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 356? And Your Honor, portions of the exhibit were entered into evidence yesterday, but we moved to admit the entire recording. And I can confirm that there's no other voices besides Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's. And I intend to play from 129:27 to 130:07.
So I have 356A in evidence. Is any objection to the entire 356 coming into evidence?
If I may, hold
Okay,
on just for
sure.
a moment, Your Honor, I have to check on something. Which one?
She could not even answer categorically, no, I never initiated any violence. Now, that might not play well for Johnny because it might mean that it was back and forth, tit for tat,
Except for
getting
now,
as good
and
as you
we'll
got,
double
which
check
might
our notes.
end
There
Johnny
was
Depp's
one that had
defamation
something
case,
in
but
that couldn't go, and I just can't find my notes on that.
We'll just call it 356B for now.
That's fine.
and
Thank you,
then
Your Honor.
Could you just give me the times again?
Yes, of course.
Sure.
129:27 to 130:07.
All right, and I'm just told that we already have a B, so you have to do 356C.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change.
this is literally the monster she accused Johnny of being.
Not say divorce unless I leave you. Unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to, and me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it, you know? And I think, honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Ms. Heard, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, correct?
That's correct.
And you told Mr. Depp, quote, I can't promise you that I won't get physical, end quote, correct?
That's correct. He was accusing me of instigating something in a situation I explained yesterday.
And you also told Mr. Depp that sometimes you get so mad you lose it, correct?
That's correct. I also explained the context of that fight yesterday.
Isn't that exactly what you told Ben King on your way back from Australia? That you get so mad you lose it?
Absolutely not. I know that that's what Ben King testified to, but I never had that conversation with Ben King.
Your Honor,
If we could please
in the
play-
meantime, I'm sorry. I checked and I have no objection to the entirety of
All
356
right,
coming
so
in.
356 in its entirety will be in.
I never said it to Ben
Thank you.
King, but I just said
Thank
it
you, Your Honor.
on a
We
recording
could please
to Johnny
play
Depp.
from what's
But
now
I never
been
said it to Ben
admitted,
King.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 356 in its entirety from 7:05 to 7:43.
I'm not gonna be in a physical fucking altercation
Don't.
with you.
Then don't.
You fucking hit me last night. You fucking.
What about all the other times you split? Come on, you cannot act like that's about that. It's
Well,
not.
well, on a plane, I can't split.
No, and you hit back. So don't act like you don't fucking
I
participate.
pushed you.
I'm not going to get into the details of that fight. You and I both know that you split when there is no physical violence involved, and that you do it like at the very beginning of fights these days. And if you split and you go into a different room and you don't actually leave that house, it does nothing but perpetuate the fight. And you don't actually do it respectfully. You don't.
Ms. Hurd, is that you and Mr. Depp on this recording?
Yes, it is.
It's self-serving for Johnny. We can
Please,
appreciate that.
Pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, and I believe that one's been admitted already into evidence.
That would be if that's a self-serving recording.
And just
Johnny,
for the record, we're playing from 24601 to 24720.
I don't know that she knows she's being recorded. I think Johnny knows that he's
said
recording.
to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just happened.
And I lied.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing. And
You figured it out.
And you said, no, fuck it. I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
didn't
watched
punch
you lie. And then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights, been around a long time.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't that bad.
No, when you fucking have a close
You
fist.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was
I
hitting
didn't
you.
deck you.
I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
Did you start
Johnny.
physical fights?
I did start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did. So I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what?
She,
You're
I don't. She
admirable.
does not know that she's being recorded right now. That's terrible. I mean, how do
That's
you
you and Mr.
listen
Depp
to
on
that?
that recording, right, Ms. Hurd?
That's correct.
And you said you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yeah, I had to hit his body to get
Ms.
him out
Hurd,
of the door.
my question was, you said on that recording that you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, I
we
did.
heard it, Camille. You don't
You
need to ask
accused
her
him
that.
of being a baby for not wanting to be in a physical fight with you, right?
Incorrect. I accused him of being a baby for complaining about me hitting him when he was trying to get through the door. I was trying to barricade.
Oh, that doesn't
Pull
make
out
sense.
Plaintiff's Exhibit
I'm sorry, that doesn't make sense.
368. And again, Your Honor, this is a recording of just Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd. I'm going to move for the entire exhibit to be moved into evidence.
Tell him to grow up. It's not that bad.
368?
No one's going to believe you.
I don't think so. No, Your Honor.
All right, no objection.
I did
368
start the fight.
evidence.
Now,
Sorry.
in fairness, you got to be critical. Johnny Depp is recording this,
Anyway,
presumably.
I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. After a few times I opened. And, you know, you just kept going. You just kept going, kept going. I tried to close the door 3 times. You know, please, just don't, you know, and then wait. And then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah,
And
how I digest this depends on who's doing the
You
recording.
either pushed or you kicked. I think you kicked the door open. I mean, the door, more open, so that it would hit me. And it hit
No,
me.
I didn't mean to. I didn't know
It
that.
hit me in the fucking head.
But I did not mean to do that. I don't know what.
I was bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick a door or push a door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear that I don't even. That did not. It was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes.
I think I remember.
I reacted, but this whole the door thing. I remember. I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. I might have done it on accident.
Okay.
I remember, and now we know. I remember.
Then
I
you
never did
stood
that.
up.
I might have done it on by accident.
I don't even know if I said. I mean, I might have said like, "What the fuck," you know, whatever, because I just been hit in the head with the fucking corner of a door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up, and then you fucking clocked me.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing.
She doesn't. She sounds intoxicated on something there. I remember
I'm
hitting
really
you.
Sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to
I didn't
punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I did not.
I did mean
to hit you.
So that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry. I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted, and I'm sorry. It's below me.
Your foot? That was why you punched me?
Yeah. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I.
And that's you
that
and
noise
Mr.
is
Depp
not
on
me,
that
by the way.
recording, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp was hiding from you in the bathroom. Isn't that
Incorrect.
right, Ms. Heard?
Incorrect.
Well, Mr. Depp said on that recording, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. Doesn't he?
I don't know if he said that, and I didn't hear that.
And
one
Mr.
detail.
Depp said, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. He says that, doesn't he?
Correct.
And then you kicked the bathroom door into his head, didn't you?
No, I didn't. And I
then you punched him in the
defended
jaw.
myself in that audio. You can hear it for yourself.
Right. And then you punched him in the jaw.
I also did not do that. I
pre-TRO,
tried to
I
make that
think.
clear on the audio tape too,
So-
in futility.
So Mr. Depp said, you meant to punch me in the jaw, right?
Are you asking me what he said on the
Yeah.
on the recording? Yes, he said that.
And then you respond, I meant to hit you, didn't you?
As I explained yesterday, I was trying to get him off the door,
And you said, I remember, I did mean to hit you.
meaning the door. The door was on my feet. I
You've heard
reacted
this-
instinctively to that.
Yeah, you've heard this audio before, haven't you, Ms. Heard?
Yeah, we've already had this trial before.
Yeah, it was played for you when you were deposed in 2016 in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
That's one of the times I've heard it, yes.
So you've had plenty of time to think about how to respond to this recording, haven't you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, let's take a look at how you responded to it the first time. Can we
Oh.
please pull up what will be marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 1261?
This hopefully this is good, Camille. This is better be better than the receipts for the picture in the courthouse.
The next thing that I'm going to play
Your Honor?
to
Okay.
you as cue.
All right. Oh, you want to come?
They're going to say I have to impeach her because I didn't know she was going to lie and change her testimony. I think Elaine is saying this is another new exhibit, not currently in the record. Camille is going to argue, I didn't know that she was going to lie about previous testimony or change her testimony, so I've got to impeach her, contradict her from previous testimony. Therefore, I didn't know I was going to need to file. I think that's what's going on. And by the way, let me see here. Okay, so it is a joke. Viva Angel Amber has only been intoxicated twice around Johnny ever. That's what she said. Can you imagine? Now, the thing is this, Johnny's recording, you have to read it. You have to listen to it as though Johnny knows that he's making the recording. She doesn't. So Johnny's going to phrase things in a self-serving manner and try to get her to make an admission, which she did, which is, yeah, I clocked you on the jaw. I didn't mean to yet. So you have to view it with the same scrutiny that you have and will view or listen to the other audios that Amber made. But, and whether or not it makes both of them look bad, Johnny shoved her or Johnny pushed her away. Is that domestic violence? Pushing someone away who's clocking you in the jaw, telling it's not that bad. Okay, but it's a woman doing it to a man, at the very least, from what it sounds like here. So, she can tell him, you've had worse. You've been around. You've been in fights. I didn't hit you that hard. So let's see if this is what's going on.
I'm going to read it into the record.
Okay, so they're going to...
So I will. So, Your Honor, for reference, and I will provide a copy of the deposition, Ms. Heard's deposition in the divorce. It's page 372, lines starting at line 5 through 377, line 12.
All right. I think.
Cough again one more time. Still can't find the darn Red Bull. That's driving me nuts. So don't know what they're going there. Let's just see if we can get a Viva. Amber has recorded Johnny many, many times without him knowing he was being recorded and twisted the recordings in her favor. No question.
Honor,
And,
with
and
permission, may we please play?
If we just get to that page, make sure.
and despite all those recordings,
Oh, could you
I
take
think the
page
worst
number,
that she
please?
had is him
Absolutely.
beating up the cabinet in his own, not behavior
Page
that I would do.
372, lines
Those
5
cabinets must be
to
expensive.
377, line 1 is what I have.
12. Line 12.
Someone took the Red Bull. Someone
We could
took.
have a moment you're under to-
I'm going to record a conversation with Marion and the kids. Who took the Red Bull? So, children, you were up very late last night. Did you drink my Red Bull? It's probably God telling me that I shouldn't drink this Red Bull, but I need either a cup of coffee or something. Those eggs ain't sitting right. 3 eggs and 3 slices of Kraft cheese, and I hate Kraft cheese. It's not. I don't think it's real cheese. You know, without the Red Bull. Yeah, but I'd be better off with the Red Bull. I'll blame the dog. Now, the kids are easy. I'll blame the dog. Where is he? He's under the chair now. But you know, Johnny says I pushed you away. It's self-serving. He's not going to say in a recording that he knows he's recording, yeah, I hit you. But even in her recordings, he's kicking a fridge, he's slamming some cabinets, not at her. And this is where, you know, people need to bear in mind, you know, throwing something across the room, even if it's not directed at an individual. You know, Amber admits that she threw things. She threw glasses. Did she throw a bottle that cut the tip of Johnny Depp's finger off? Oh my God, if he had a pin put in his finger, they must have had to reattach bone. Oh, no, did they reattach it? Best be up on dental checks if you. Oh no, I go to the dental. Well, first of all, I'm meticulous with my dental hygiene. Floss twice a day.
I still don't think it's an impeachment, Your Honor, after reading.
Okay, so that is what it is. And it's an
Thank you,
impeachment.
Your Honor. If we can please have it published to the jury in the gallery.
People in the chat are trying to help me. Check the door.
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as Hugh.
Oh, yeah,
Would you
here we go.
listen to this, please?
Is it me or does she look like a different human now? I would never recognize her then and her now as being the same person. And I don't know if I'm crazy.
Your Honor, maybe we stop there.
Well, this will give us time to talk about Kraft cheese. I don't like Kraft cheese. It was just what I found in the fridge here. I don't even know why it's there, but I do prefer mozzarella, even though I've been told that I should cut cheese out of my diet entirely. Oh, yeah. Viva, as I said yesterday, there's a big difference between a person who hits an inanimate object and a person who hits a living being. Well, neither are as good or as bad as Fauci and his dogs. But this is the thing. Even hitting inanimate things, like you slam the door, you can cause injury to other people. Now, it's not intent, but it's still very, very problematic behavior. It can hurt people. You throw a dish and it hits someone in the head. You slam a door, someone's finger's in it. Not what happened to my thumb.
And they can do they can do it through
But
reading the deposition, Your
definitely a
Honor.
difference. But when it comes to potential arguments for being the victim of abuse, throwing a plate across the room, it can hurt people in the same way as a direct punch can. You can hurt yourself too, for sure. People who punch the walls break their own hands. Maybe Johnny did cut his own finger off in the way that Amber was testifying. He's slamming that phone on the. I could see it happening. Love you, man, but God, sometimes you're so.
Thank you.
I have no objection.
Can we please start it over?
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as Hugh. Would you listen to this, please? I skip on.
But I did not. No, I didn't mean to. I did not. But I did not mean to do that. I did not do anything to her. I did not kick at the door or push the door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear.
I did not. I did not.
My intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes.
She's unrecognizable.
So you told him in that excerpt that you hit him with the door, but did not intend to hit him, correct? Did you say that?
I said whatever I said in that recording. I
Okay.
don't, when you play it for me, it's hard for me to remember every single
And that's a recording marked as exhibit the punching.
Q. It was
Q.
just played.
Q. Would you continue to listen to exhibit Q?
Are these from the same day?
I reacted, but this whole the door thing, I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. I might have done it on accident.
Okay. Let's say that was an accident. I then stood up. I don't even know if I said, I might have said, like, what the fuck? You know, whatever. That just been hit in the head with the fucking corner of the door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up.
Apparently she's 26 here, so 10 years ago. No, that doesn't make sense. That's not possible.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door.
She's 36 now. She couldn't be 26 here.
I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor
No, that's 6 years ago. So she's 30 years old here.
I did I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you.
Was it that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no. I okay, I'm sorry.
So on the tape, you tell Johnny Depp that you did mean to hit him.
And it also misrepresents what actually happened, which is him trying to get into a room I'm trying to keep him out of. And then he runs the door over my toes, trying to get into the room. I tried to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched it, always referred to it in these ways of punching or clocked or whatever. And whether you discussed it with him or not, the last thing you do in talking to him afterwards or trying to reconcile with him is to get into what the definition of those words mean to him. I never even addressed it. If he was ever pushed, it was a cold. He called it a cold clock. I mean, it's just very dramatic.
Isn't it true?
You're smiling as that audio recording is being played in your deposition, aren't you, Ms. Heard?
Not smiling because of the audio. I'm smiling because of what's happening around me.
You even roll your eyes at one point, don't you?
I was sitting opposite a whole table full of lawyers who were snickering, laughing, and rolling their eyes at me while I was talking.
It's their fault.
There's something amusing about kicking a door into your husband's head.
No, I was rolling my eyes and commenting on what I was experiencing at that time in recounting the
Is
story.
there something amusing to you about punching your husband in the jaw?
That is not what I was smiling about. And no, I do not think it's amusing.
Am I here to amuse you?
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that all you want to do is move on. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, your exact words were, quote, "I just want him to leave me alone. I want to move on with my life, and he won't let me." Do you remember that?
Yes, that is correct.
But that's not true, is it, Ms. Heard?
It is very true.
Okay.
You just haven't been able to move on with your life, have you? From Mr. Depp.
I'm here, aren't I?
In fact, on October 11th, 2018, you actually commenced an arbitration action against Mr. Depp for defamation, didn't you?
I don't recall that, no.
Your Honor, may I approach? May we approach?
Okay, so these questions, which are argumentative questions, like, that's not true, is it? Okay. Well, I mean, what do you expect her to testify? You're not going to get the Jack Nicholson, "You're damn right, I don't want to move on." Not going to happen. But the last line of questioning, oh, you found it funny. You know what the answer is going to be. That's an argumentative question that's not going to get you what you want. And again, I think she missed the punchline of that to highlight the
Pull up
difference
Plaintiff's
between the
Exhibit
testimony,
219.
to highlight the difference between the two sworn statements. I do have a question as to what room who was trying to get into, because
And
I
Ms.
thought
Hurd, if you could please read to yourself the first page of Exhibit 219.
All right.
I thought Amber was talking about trying to get into the bathroom to check on Johnny, and now she's saying that Johnny was trying to get into a room where she was barricading herself from him, which doesn't seem to. Maybe I misunderstood something about the story. If the chat understands the story.
And if you can also read to yourself the second page of Exhibit 219.
Yes.
And if you can scroll down, Tom, again, Ms. Hurd, just to look at that page.
Someone saying door bathrooms open inward. He was trying to close the door. I was
Scroll
thinking
down
the
to
same
the
thing,
next
but
page, please.
that's the type of, I don't know, some doors open in bizarre ways. Oh, that would be
And the
great if
next
it
page.
happened. Not going to happen. See, that's the thing. Hiding in the bathroom, she forced her way in and put her foot in it to try to prevent it from closing. Then use that as a "you can run over my toes" to get him to let her open the door. Kicks it and hits. That's what I thought. Like now she framed it as though he was coming after her and she was trying to lock herself in the bedroom. But she said earlier that she was checking in on him because she thought he was in the bathroom going to pass out. Always trying to protect him, even when she's punching him. It's for his own safety.
Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. Hurd, that you did, in fact, in October of 2018, 2 months before you published the op-ed in this case, that's the subject of this case, you initiated an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation?
It's not my understanding I initiated an arbitration. It's my understanding that our lawyers sent a letter to his lawyers after he called me a liar again, effectively, in an interview.
And that's 2 months before your op-ed that was published in December of 2018, right?
That is correct.
And that's 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this case against you, correct?
That's correct.
So you fired the first shot, not Mr. Depp.
I disagree. We sent a letter.
That's called firing a first shot.
Ms. Hurd, isn't it true that you once filled out a customs form falsely so that you could get?
May we approach?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see what they're going to get at here. But I think Camille might be losing a little bit of steam now. These are a lot of argumentative questions that are not. I mean, if you're missing the documentary evidence to confirm your punchline, arguing with the witness is not going to convince the jury that she's lying. She's going to repeat her story if it's well rehearsed enough. How did he make it 55 years without her protection? So let's see if she's got some. It does feel like they're getting to the end of this cross-examination. Then I guess you're going to have a redirect, a re-examination by Amber's team to rectify new information that came up in the context of her deposition, I think. But it feels like they're at the end. I mean, they've covered the defamation side. They've responded to her claim to show that she didn't really suffer any monetary damages. I don't know what other important evidence that I could conceive of them having, but maybe they have something. Yeah, what is this? The smuggled 2 dogs illegally into Australia. I think that's what they're getting at. Yeah, not sure what the relevance of the dog smuggler is. Kraft is snot cheese. I think they have to call it a milk-based product. She lies. She does drugs. Well, it was the most impactful thing. They'll probably raise it in argument. Is that let me take my socks off? No, I'm not going to take my socks off. Is that she was willing to lie, or she deliberately lied? Then she pretended she didn't know the difference between donated and pledged. She pledged it, and then she continues to live with it for the years. But that she was willing to lie about benevolence for the what's the word that for the prestige that goes along with being benevolent. Because I can tell you one thing: the difference between geez, Louise, the chat's going crazy over the Kraft cheese. The difference between pledging and donating is everything. She actually testified that she had forced the door in on him. It was her same testimony that she said he was passed out on the toilet. That's what I thought. So when and how did she morph or warp that testimony into him trying to force the door open on her while she's trying to retreat? I don't even know how it got to that, how it even got back to that, or how it morphed into that. Camembert is good.
Sir, you testified yesterday that when you left the courthouse after obtaining the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, you walked out to, quote, a sea of paparazzi and cameras, right?
That's correct.
You testified that you were surprised to see the sea of cameras.
That's correct.
This is Gage
Quiet when you
Grosskreutz.
went into the courthouse that morning.
That's
and
correct.
The divorce had remained under the radar up to that point.
You testified that no one knew about your divorce, so you thought it was going to stay that way, right?
No, I always figured it would come out. I just trying to buy time.
Trying to buy time.
You knew the media had been alerted that you were filing for divorce, right, Ms. Heard?
No, I just knew that it was impossible to do that privately. So you could just hope it was a matter of time.
You knew they were going to be there, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Your
I mean,
publicist-
I assume since it's a public building that there is that likelihood, or not likelihood, but possibility. But I was shocked.
Your publicist, Jody Gottlieb, was there at the courthouse with you, wasn't she?
Oh,
Yes, she was.
Oh no.
So you anticipated that you might need your publicist?
I thought the filing might make, well, I was told the filing was public, that it would be impossible. There's no way for you to do a private filing. And then the second that I filed for the TRO, it would be public news.
But the filing
I
is
didn't
different than the
expect all
hearing,
these
I think.
Photographers and cameras to show up at the courthouse in real time, but they did.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280. which
Someone in the
is,
States-
a clip from your divorce deposition, and you have at page, if I can alert you, you have the transcript there, page 74, line
the filing-
22.
You said
through
874?
74.
Yeah, we'll have to talk about this. The filing of the
Line 22
DVRO
through 75
is different than the
line
hearing on
13.
it. Yeah, I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but the filing occurs before you get a hearing. I don't think you file it and have the hearing the same
74,
day.
Line 22 through 75,
That's
line 13.
And in which case, I mean, it might make her story even make more sense in that they get the filing and they know when the hearing date is and they can show up. But I hope, if I'm Johnny Depp's attorney, that they have some evidence of a press release. The publicist is at court with her. Why would you need your publicist? I mean, you might need a PR. You might need a PR person or a spokesperson, but not unless the publicist is the same thing. The filing is just a pledge. Okay. Okay. Oi. You could have both. Hold on. I can't. The chat is moving a little fast for me here. Hold on. Okay. Yes and no. If emergency filing, then no notice required for TRO. Okay. And that, by the sounds of it, TROs are the same day, but would they be accessible in real time? Would the filing, I don't know, the docket, would that be available in real time to the press? We covered a lawsuit that the clerks were not disclosing it in time, not disclosing new filings or not giving access to new filings. So maybe they are available in real time. Dude, are you joking? That's what I have. That's the one I'm looking for. Did you take it? Did you take the Red Bull? It was the strawberry apricot. This must be a joke, or you stole my Red Bull, true Vikes fan. Based on your avatar? I think that might be possible. Depends on the country. Depends on the county. Okay.
If you could please play and display to the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280.
What do we got here?
Ms. Heard, did you send a text message to Jerry Judge on May 24, 2016, telling Jerry Judge, quote, I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny. It's extremely important. Please tell him.
I remember sending the text message that is in front of me right now to Jerry. And I remember sending this because I wanted to tell Johnny or have him told by Jerry or someone who knew him or was close to him. Basically, I didn't want him to find out online that I had or was about to file, or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry, from me, so that he finds out about the divorce filing or my intention to do so from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
Whoa.
You slipped up there, didn't you, Ms. Heard? You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence restraining order, didn't you?
I disagree. That's not what I'm talking about.
TMZ
Oh, gosh.
is the same outlet that you released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition was taken, wasn't it?
I didn't do that. I don't
TMZ
know how
owns
to do
the
that.
copyright to that video now, doesn't it?
I have no idea what TMZ
Did they pay
owns.
you for that?
I never got paid for it because I had nothing to do with that.
So TMZ was just lucky in getting the inside scoop to your divorce from Mr. Depp, huh?
I have no idea. That's not my area of expertise. I wouldn't even know how to do that.
She slapped her
And
own
also,
face.
what does that get me? If I wanted to leak things about Johnny, I could have done that in a much more successful way, in a bigger way, for years.
Not
and
when
years.
you were extorting him for $7 million.
I got a fraction of what I was entitled to in the state of California, by the way. What extortion?
Tassa Van Ree is your ex-wife, right?
She shouldn't have cut her
That's
off
right.
there.
She's my ex-partner.
She's the one that you told this jury Mr. Depp was jealous of, right?
Yeah, well, that was 2013 fights around March, yes.
You testified that he tried to burn one of her paintings, right?
That's correct.
You testified he tried to burn one of your favorite paintings that she did, right?
I don't know if it was one of my favorites.
You committed domestic violence against Miss Van Ree during your relationship, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You assaulted her at a Seattle airport in 2009, didn't
How
you?
is Elaine
did
not
not.
objecting to
And
this?
people saw that,
That's not true.
and it was covered in the press. Isn't that true?
It was planted in the press by Johnny's team 2 days after I got the TRO. Not
Can
coincidentally.
you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1279?
How is Elaine not objecting to that? Even if it's not a baseless objection, how did she not object to that? And now she's answered the question. Now they're going to be able to contradict her on the answer. They're going to be able to contradict her on that answer and file the police report. I think her ex-partner filed the police report. A little too late for the objection, Elaine. I think they've objected now. Oh, by the way, there's an old expression like, I'll get to it.
Please have that article
The little
displayed for
lie.
the witness. This is an article from 2 years ago, correct, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this
May
was.
of 2020.
That's not when it came out, no. This story started getting planted after I got a TRO. After I got a restraining
Started
order
getting
against Johnny.
planted. Oh, let's see when the police report is from, Amber. if there's a police report.
The
I think there
headline
is.
says Amber Heard
Objection,
allegedly
Your Honor.
struck.
Objection, Your Honor. I think Your Honor ruled she can't say that.
If you want to approach again.
Oh, damn, I'd love to hear the sidebars. Let's just see. I'm going to Google this while we do this. The Amber Heard, this is not domestic violence police report. I'm not going to be able to find it. I'm not using good words. I'll get to it later. Yeah, this is getting very interesting. But I got to go back and watch that when Amber caught herself talking about TMZ and literally
Title
slaps
reads,
her own
Amber Heard
cheeks.
allegedly grabbed, struck her ex-girlfriend at the airport. Doesn't it?
Yes, and that's not true.
Okay, let's hear your explanation. Let's hear your version of events.
May we approach?
Okay.
Oh, she looks over the jury. Takes a sip. Stares over. You're I was gonna make jokes that I shouldn't make. They planted it. Johnny Depp planted it. Johnny Depp planted a story of an incident. Who's her former partner? Can people in the chat let me know so I can find the article? Who was her former partner that allegedly was struck? Let me see when the chat gives me the answer. Tasha Van Ree. Okay, I'm gonna look this up. Yeah.
So the article, the title is Amber Heard allegedly struck her
Objection, Your Honor.
ex-girlfriend.
She's already.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Oh boy.
If I may start over. Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend Tasha Van Ree at the airport in 2009. Did I read that right?
Yes, this is another example of the smear campaign.
Oh yes,
So
of
Mr.
course.
Depp is not the only domestic partner you've assaulted, is he, Ms. Heard?
I've never assaulted Mr. Depp or anyone else that I've been romantically linked to, ever.
That I've been romantically linked
questions, Your
to.
Honor.
All right. Cross-examination.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, redirect.
Oh, I know. There was more there.
Ms.
There was
Heard,
more
did
there.
Ms. Van Ray come out after that article came in and make a public statement it was false?
Of course she did.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor, I should at least be.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Of course she did.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the TMZ alerted. Explain to the jury what you meant by the TMZ was
Let's
alerted.
hear this.
So when you make these kind of filings, meaning divorce, marriage, things like that, they are public record. And so when I filed for divorce, I asked my team to file in the most discreet way, literally to put it under a stack of papers and file it at the end of day. So kind of had more of a shot of being missed by the paparazzi and by TMZ and those sorts of publicity outlets. I believe that we had been remarkably lucky following the divorce, that it wasn't picked up and that it gave me a precious few days of peace at that really fragile time.
Wow.
When I found
Stop
out
the
that they
cross-examination
were
just like that.
going to run the story or that they had the information, I was trying to get a hold of Johnny to clarify that I did not do this in a punitive way. I didn't want him to be mad at me. I didn't
do it in
want
a
him to find
punitive
out
way.
in that sort of context online.
And who had connections to TMZ?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know?
I
who-
do know. Johnny
Your
and I
Honor.
spoke about
Your
it.
Honor, calls for
Sustain
speculation.
the objection.
Did Mr. Depp tell you about who had connections?
Leading
with
objection, leading
TMZ?
question.
Yes, we talked about it. His lawyer, Laura Wasser.
Okay. Now, I'm going to start at the very beginning here. You were asked by Ms. Vasquez about why Mr. Depp won't or can't look you in the eye. And she read out, or she played a tape in which Mr. Depp said, "I will not see my eyes again." Do you recall that?
I do.
And that was during the mediation process in July, correct?
That was
Objection leading.
first one.
Sustain
Okay.
is the leading.
When was this?
That was in July of 2016. That was the first mediation attempt. We met after that, and Johnny very much looked me in the eye.
Please tell the jury about the next meeting after he said, "You will not see my eyes again."
We met in the lawyer's office. They gave us a moment. Johnny kissed me again, held me, I cried, he cried, and then we had a short exchange, and he put a note in my pocket that said, "I'll love you dead or alive, my Slim," with his new phone number on it.
I'd like to bring up, Michelle, if you can, Defendant's Exhibit 1581L.
So why that cross-examination ended so abruptly, I can only think of one good reason, is that they were on strict time limits, because otherwise that ended way too abruptly. And I'm shocked that Elaine did not ask for a break so that she could get her questions in order, but she sounded very angry about that testimony
Do
on
you recognize this?
at the airport.
Objection, Your Honor.
document?
May we approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, so hold on. Let me just see this. I'm trying to see how much time was allotted for their respective cross-examinations. If anybody knows in the chat, Amber, duration. I know that they were on very tight cross-examination. I know they were on a very tight timeline. The judge has been sticking to quite methodically. She might have just been at the end of her time, but other than there being a time limit to end that, if there were no time limit to end that and she decided to end at that moment, there was places they could have gone with that incident, and I think there's also additional evidence, unless they've already adjudicated on this, that they could have presented.
Could you tell the jury what the coaster was that he slipped into your pocket, what it said?
He said, "I love you forever, my Slim, dead or alive."
And what, if anything, did it have in addition?
His new phone number.
What, if anything, did it have in addition? Come on.
To
Loaded.
be, just so we're clear, on how many occasions in that second mediation did Mr. Depp look you in the eye?
Many.
Who cares about the looking in the eye business?
When Ms.
Come on.
Vasquez asked you if you knew why Mr. Depp couldn't or wouldn't look you in the eye here or in the UK, you said, yes, you know. Why? Please tell the jury why.
Because he's guilty. He knows he's lying.
Oh, wow.
Otherwise, why can't he look at me?
Because
I survived. I survived that man, and I'm here, and I'm able to look at him.
Thank you. You were asked about a bruise that
Thank
was on
you.
your arm from March 15, 2013. Do you recall how long before the picture you had sustained that bruise?
I do.
How long?
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
You were asked a number of times by Ms. Vasquez if you took pictures from your incidents earlier in the relationship.
Yes.
Why didn't you?
It was something I started doing only kind of incidentally. You know, I was commenting to my best friend. I was looking for support from my mom, things like that. There was, I'm ashamed to say, never a thought that this would happen. I mean, not until December and my best friend taking pictures of me to capture it. That wasn't even a thing.
It has been suggested by Ms. Vasquez to you in your questions that you didn't tell anyone about the abuse until the TRO. Is that true?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
All right. What if any? All right. Who did you tell about the abuse during the time it was happening?
Objection, Your Honor,
Leading.
It's
leading
not offered to.
and hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's prior consistent statements.
It's
that
leading,
raised
it's
it.
sustained. Next question.
Okay. What, if anything, did you tell to anyone about the abuse?
Objection, Your Honor,
therapist.
hearsay.
I'll sustain.
Your Honor, may I approach?
That's
him?
fine.
Yeah, Your Honor, just tell me how to phrase the question. What if I don't understand how that's hearsay? What, if anything, did you tell other people? It's not hearsay because it's not a statement made out of court. The witness is right there. But the judge, there seems to be a different understanding of hearsay. The judge is applying it consistently. I just don't understand how it's being applied. What, if anything, did you say Amber Heard cannot be hearsay? She's right there to say what she said. But my goodness, that moment, she survived him, yet wanted, no, it's not it. She survived him. Oh God. And yet she survived the evidence that she showed for what she survived. That's all you have to. She survived him. She never once, no medical report, no visiting a doctor for anything that she survived in 6 years of the most egregious alleged abuse. I mean, if one is convinced by that simply because she said it, we'll agree to disagree, and there'll be a hung jury. But the statement's not made in court. I understand that, but typically it's where the statement is not made in court by someone who's not there. It's the witness themselves. What did you say out of court? Like, I mean, anyways, I understand how this judge is applying her interpretation of the rule. It just doesn't make sense to me. But I'm not, dude, I'm a Quebec attorney, not a Virginia attorney. Oh, let me just crack my back. Okay. She's got to be tough. Must do all of her own stunts. Well, their lines of questioning seem to have a lot of dead ends. Bambuga's in the house. Some countries get court docs online the same day without logging into the court system. Other counties, you can only get it on paper from the clerk's office after showing 2 forms of ID and paying. Thank you, Bambunga. And I think the jury might think Camille is being too aggressive. Don't you agree? I don't agree. Some of the questions were argumentative, but not aggressive.
How many people have you shared the fact of abuse?
The fact of
prior to 2015.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Hearsay, leading.
Calls for hearsay.
How many?
Well, why don't you wait, Elaine, for the judge to adjudicate, to rule? Overruled. Okay.
Roughly about 10.
Can you name them?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Why? Nah, that's not hearsay.
I think she can. It's not offered. It's just showed that she informed people before. They're suggesting.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach? This is again an approach.
This is very interesting. So that's not what I want to do. This one. Don't forget that conclusionary statement. I just say, like, anyone referring to the other party as Team Johnny unironically, or it's funny, anyone saying Team Johnny, you assume is Team Amber, because anybody who views this as teams, it's a very, very bizarre way of seeing it. Oh, man. Okay. Elaine got ants in her pants.
Now, you were asked whether you had consulted a medical doctor about any problems with your nose, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated that you, in fact,
The
had
ENT.
after the divorce.
After the
Objection,
divorce.
leading.
She's
Did
testifying for her.
Did you or did you not consult an ENT after the divorce?
Objection, leading.
Did you produce medical records to the defendants relating to this?
Objection, leading.
All right,
Calls.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
Leading. Next
and
question.
Your Honor, if we could,
Let's see if
witness could be instructed not to answer until I
All right.
lodge my objection.
Wait for the objection, please.
Could we bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1077?
Well, the inability to ask
this document?
a non-leading question.
My screen was
Is that your
black.
avatar? Looks like a dog. Okay. The inability to ask a proper question
I
that's not
do.
going to get objected to is a problem.
Tell us what it is.
That's the what my ENT, the ears, nose, and throat doctor, told me was
Objection, Your Honor.
the
Hearsay.
damage.
All right, when there's objection, please stop talking. Thank you. All right, I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay.
I would let her answer. That way Camille gets to ask more questions on it. I would have let her answer, I think.
What,
because
if any, you were asked if you had, it was suggested that you had not produced this in discovery. Is that true or false?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Your Honor, she absolutely did that.
It's leading. It's leading question though.
This is not a bad client. These are just
What,
bad
if anything,
questions.
did you do to produce medical records to the defendant?
Look
to the,
at Camille. The
plaintiff?
cameraman knows what's up here.
I turned over all of my devices, and they had the Johnny's team had a third party or someone they selected as a third party go and pull all relevant documents from those devices, which I handed over.
Do you know how many were handed over?
hundreds of thousands, I believe, maybe.
Objection,
many
Your
more.
Honor, lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And what, if anything, did you produce to the plaintiff in connection with your consultation with an ENT specialist relating to your nose?
Objection, leading,
Sustain.
What I said, what if
foundation,
anything,
hearsay.
What if any? It's not the cure all. It's sustain.
All right, people. It is appropriated here. Hashtag what if any. Boom. That might go on a cup.
When did you see an ENT specialist?
2017 or 2016 or 17.
And
Why did you see?
As a result of that consultation,
What?
what did you learn about your nose?
Objection,
Your Honor,
leading.
hearsay.
I'm not asking her to tell what they said.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
Elaine is going to explode. I don't know how to ask the question. Damn you, Amber. You were
What if
supposed
any
to.
production did you make to the plaintiffs of your medical records with the ENT?
Look at Camille.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
If you want to lay a foundation.
Do you know whether the medical records from your EMT were produced in discovery? in this
Objection,
case?
Your Honor, lack of foundation calls for speculation.
I'm
I'll
asking.
overrule if she knows.
Thank you.
Yes.
If I'm Camille, I let her answer this. She's going to say, I was told my nose is broken. And then you cross her on the pictures that she showed as evidence.
I'm trying.
Yeah, you're trying.
What, if anything,
Look at Camille. She's
did the
got the finger. Her
medical
finger's ready.
records
She's tapping it.
reflect about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
This is fun to watch.
Do you have injuries to your nose?
Yes.
Please describe those to the jury.
Hallelujah.
I have
I'm going to
a bunch of
object
scar
to
tissue.
I'm going to object to the extent it calls for hearsay and lack of foundation
Overruled.
and improper expert opinion.
That's interesting objection.
She can certainly testify to.
We'll see where it goes. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a significant amount of scar tissue in my nose.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Scar tissue in your nose?
What, if any, difficulty do you have
what-
breathing?
Objection, leading.
What if
anything? And that does cure on
No,
it.
it doesn't. But I'll overrule the objection.
just because you feel bad for her at this point?
You remember the question?
I have a significant amount of trouble breathing at night, and I've been putting off having surgery for it.
Welcome to sleep apnea. Welcome to deviated septums. I would have let her say that the doctor told her she has scar tissue from a broken nose and say, was the pictures.
Now, you were asked.
Oh my goodness.
About
And that's
December
the other thing I was
15,
thinking of what scar tissue is
2015.
from.
And Ms. Vasquez suggested that you did not report the abuse or the injuries
Or
to Aaron Falati. Do you recall that
Objection, Your
question?
Honor, leading.
Your Honor, I'm entitled to go into what Ms. Vasquez asked.
The objection is leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
and then scar tissue from potential
Did
surgery.
you report, what, if anything, did you report to Aaron Falati
CPAPs are bad. I can't do it.
about the abuse you sustained on 12/15/2015?
Objection, leading and
You're up.
hearsay.
Okay, this is maybe the funniest, the most interesting law things I've ever seen. That's not in an actual movie. Nose jobs. I mean, first of all, I think I have to think about this a little more. I would have let her go on about this because then I presume they're going to get to do a redirect if they adduce new testimony that was not brought up in either chief or cross, because then you get to, have you had a nose job? What nose work have you done? Although they're just going to say, I did it to fix my broken nose. Cheekbone implants. I just say, like, if she's actually going to go with the line that she is now confirming it, I thought I had a broken nose. Well, now I've got a doctor who confirmed it. And this is the evidence of the broken nose at the time. Me on the James Corden show with that immaculate face. And that's the thing is, you break your nose. Where would you get scar tissue from a broken nose? I mean, that would be on the skin. Oy, oy, oy. I think Camille does know what she's doing. Object, but if you're the jury, what are you thinking right now? She could have just lied with no proof. I mean, that's the other thing, is that they didn't submit any medical records to show that she sustained a broken nose. Yeah, I'm curious to know what other people think. I would have definitely let her testify on her ENT. Her saying her ENT told her she had a broken nose. Why didn't you produce any records? Why didn't you produce any medical reports? You had a broken nose at the time, and you didn't go to a doctor. And your nose, I want to know where the scar tissue is. Is it a deviated septum that you have trouble breathing at night? Is it for other reasons? Sleep apnea. I mean, for goodness sake, she's going to say that I have lingering scar tissue in my nose from a broken nose sustained during the abusive marriage, even though I have no medical records contemporaneous with it, no photographic evidence that show a broken nose. Swelling can't be covered up with makeup. A broken nose does not go away overnight. Okay, well, this is the chat seems to think it's something else. Okay. The chat seems to think we had proof it was not broken. That's the screaming meme holding a gas pump. Oh yeah. Camille let Heard answer the question when it was framed how she wanted. Okay, I think she is setting it up for a dunk. Dr. Cataclysm, you must be on the Team Johnny team, fanboy team. I'm joking. We'll see if you're right. Because now ultimately, also the other thing is, like, at some point the judge just feels bad for Elaine. What was it? What if any? Hashtag what if any? I agree with Mike Harrington. I am a good guy and I already have your support. Thank you all very much. I feel a dog under the chair here. Someone just says snorting, doing things causes micro scar tissue in the nose. Here we go. Causes micro cuts in the nostrils. No question about that. God, can you imagine? I mean, I say this without. I can't. I say it. I can't imagine deliberately inhaling anything through my nasal passage. I can't imagine. Oh. Thank you very much, Jeannie Howe. Oh, and there was I'm on Team Viva. Hashtag Team Viva. Team Truth. Dude, this is not a waste of time. This is actually the crowd laughing hysterically because Elaine can't get a damn question out without it being objected to on hearsay, foundation, calls for speculation. The lady in the front is particularly amused, looking to her left. Ooh, now she's making faces at the jury. No, she's not. She looks to the right, nudges someone, says, look at the guy on the left. Look over there. Look, guys. Look what we're looking at. They're definitely saying, look what's going on. Oh, now they're in trouble. Oh, no, now the friend came back. Okay. They have no idea how many eyeballs are currently gazing at their each and every movement. Okay, I'm noticing a demographic. It seems to be predominantly young women in the crowd, at least on that side. Oh no, this man, they're laughing at him as he leaves. This side seems to be more men. I don't know if I'm seeing things. People are laughing. Everyone in the crowd is laughing. This dude is covering his face with his hand. Oh, okay. Yeah, I say, I can't imagine. What, you're snorting things up your nose? I accidentally ate a watermelon seed and then it came up through my nose. That was the most painful thing on earth. Okay, good. But I once coughed a watermelon seed up through my nose, and to see people they swallow the noodle and then cough it up through their nose and do that thing. YouTube is suppressing these observation videos of the trial. Oh, I don't know, man. Emily Baker's up to 120,000.
Did you tell Nurse Filati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries you sustained from the 12/15/2015 attack?
I did. I believe I sent her pictures too.
Okay. And did you text with Nurse Filati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries that you had suffered as a result of Mr. Depp's attack on you on 12/15?
Yes, she guided me through a concussion check.
And did you tell Colonel Cowan about the injuries you sustained?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's prior consistent statements.
I'm gonna sustain the objection to this
I'm
one.
licensed to practice now in Virginia, at least on objections on hearsay.
Do you recall Dr. Laurel Anderson testifying that she saw two black eyes on
Objection, Your Honor,
12/17?
leading.
Hearsay calls for speculation.
Sustain as to leading.
Okay. What, if anything, do you recall from Laurel Anderson's testimony in this case about what she observed on 12/17/2015?
Objection, Your Honor. This is outside the scope of cross-examination.
Prior consistent
I'm going to
statements.
sustain the objection.
It's observations for
I'm
the
gonna
12/17, the same
Let's
day.
sustain the objection. Next question.
May I approach?
Okay.
Please, Your Honor, please. Where is Elaine from? Is that a Boston? Is that a Boston accent or like a Fargonian? And how am I mixing up both of those accents? Wow. Okay, let's go pan back to the crowd, people, and we're gonna say what's going on in each and every person's life as we pan across them. Jeez. Oh yes, I saw that the Jackass guys do that. Oh God, I can't even imagine. I'm trying to think of what I accidentally got up my notes. Like soap is also the worst stuff on earth, but okay. So what were they laughing at and looking to the left? Oh, they're back. They're back. Okay.
When in December did you see Dr. Laurel Anderson?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
I saw her 2 days after the attack.
So on what day did you see her then?
That would have been the 17th of December, 2016, and I told her what happened.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
And when did you see Dr. Colonel Cowan?
I saw him the next day, December 16th is my best recollection.
Let's jump to East Asia for a moment.
Let's just jump.
And we saw
Just
a
move
number
on.
of pictures from the backless dress. What, if any, motivation would you have to claim that Mr. Depp was kneeling
What?
on your back,
If
knowing
any-
you had a backless dress?
Objection,
What the
Your Honor.
heck?
I
Leading.
think I can bring
Calls for
that out.
speculation.
It's still leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
None of these people
Why
are. This is
why did you say that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back in East Asia?
In the closet of the hotel room in Tokyo, I said that because it happened to me. And it would have been much more convenient if I was making it up to not include that detail, knowing I had a backless dress and I walked a press line and got photographed.
or you just forgot about the picture of the backless dress in
No.
your lie.
We've heard testimony about Mr. Depp making a total of 65 million in 2015 and 2016 from his experts.
Objection, Your Honor.
Why did
Leading.
I haven't asked the
Hearsay.
question.
Well, no, because you let it with a preface of a
Why
fact.
did you not ask for 32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Your Honor. Leading.
I said, why did you not ask?
That's leading.
I'll sustain the
Explanation.
objection. Sustain the objection to leading. Next question.
Why can I?
How
just
much-
ask,
how-
why did you
how
not
much did you ask for?
32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
How much did you
Because I
originally
Asked and
ask?
answered. Relevance.
Oh, overruled. Good.
Because I didn't want it. I realized that that's what I was entitled to, but I didn't want it. That simple.
I didn't want it. That doesn't even make sense
The
unless
tape
you're
recording
trying.
that was played that has you laughing quite a bit. Can you tell the jury what the context of that particular tape recording was?
Oh, can you play it again for us, Elaine? Just maybe
I don't
remind us.
really
I don't
recall
remember.
a
I
whole
don't
lot
recall.
about what was going on.
no,
I know we had been fighting kind of
yeah.
ad nauseum and in this sort of loop, if you will. And I'm doing my best to not show my pain. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to be tough, not show what kind of pain I was in.
That's pathological
Now,
of an answer. That's
Ms.
not.
Vasquez
We
asked
all
you
heard it.
about how you got your role in Aquaman. Could you please describe to the jury how you got your role in
Yes.
Aquaman?
I auditioned, not Johnny. I auditioned.
Oh.
I worked really hard, and I went to where we were filming the first movie, Justice League. I went, I think, 5.5 months early before filming commenced, when I heard that they wanted to fire me, and so I put myself in the job in the
Objection,
gym.
Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustain.
Keep it away.
I worked
what-
really
what
hard.
he says.
I worked really hard on that and had to prove myself, and I did that for, even though I was only filming for 6 days, I was there for 6 months. Just worked my butt off.
What
That's
if an-
why.
What, if any, role did Mr. Depp play in your getting Aquaman?
He tried to have me fired from it.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Not even that. Answer the damn question. What did he do to help you get it?
How do you know that he tried to have you fired?
Objection, Your
That
Honor.
wasn't the question. That wasn't the original
Calls for
question.
speculation and hearsay and lack of
That's the
foundation.
I'm trying to lay a foundation.
All right,
Well-
lay foundation.
I saw it.
I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay. Next question.
Oh, busted. This
You
is
were
this is
asked about
preposterous.
Isaac Baruch and why he, and that he saw no marks. What is your recollection
Of why he saw no
your
marks?
interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd?
I saw Isaac when I was coming or going, meaning I was leaving or arriving to the building. I saw him at a distance. We did not have a in-depth conversation, nor would we. And I told him actually right after it happened what his friend had done.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I don't think it's offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Stay away from what was said. Can you just tell us what interaction you had with him and his opportunity to observe you with absolutely no makeup?
Objection,
That's
Your Honor.
impossible.
Leading.
I'll sustain the objection. It's leading.
Please describe for the jury your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd.
Well, not only did
Testify.
I have
That's how
makeup
you
on,
ask
but
a
I
question
did
when it's your
attempt
witness.
to kind of let him know what happened.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You see, she asked the question.
You were asking
Finally, she asked
questions
it
about
right.
Officer Melissa
And she still
Saenz'
couldn't get the answer.
testimony. What, if anything, do you recall relating to Officer Melissa Saenz' testimony relating to your injuries?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor said I could redirect after the cross-examination.
Crass. Oh man. Oh, son of a gun. Just dropped my phone. Hold on. Yeah, see, Elaine struggles to get a question that is not subject to an objection out. She finally gets it on like the third or fourth or fifth attempt. And then Amber still can't answer it without entering into hearsay, which, man. I doubt, does anybody in the chat know definitively if they get to come back with a redirect of sorts or a recross based on any new testimony? Do they get to do this in Virginia? It's also an interesting thing is that she thinks, why would she not want what she's entitled to? Like that's setting aside the victim of abuse. Why would she not want what she's entitled to if she's indeed entitled to it? I think I hear something. I hear nothing. Why would she not want what she's entitled to? We're just to believe. She said no to
What,
third.
if anything, do you recall of Officer Saenz' testimony in this case relating to your injuries and the property destruction?
I recall her saying that she didn't feel that the state I was in was enough of an injury to her, or wasn't injury seeming to her.
Okay. And what about the property damage?
She claims she did not see any property damage, but I walked with her over broken glass. So
She's
I
a
don't know
liar.
why she's saying that.
I don't know why she's saying it. She's a liar. I'm telling you the truth.
What, if any, interactions did you have with Alejandro Romero during the week of May 22?
I spoke to him briefly.
Objection, Your Honor, to the extent it calls for hearsay.
Overruled at this point. You spoke to him.
I spoke to him briefly in passing as I was entering, maybe when I was exiting the building, but always when I was on my way out or in from being outside, meaning makeup. I had makeup on always, as I do.
Why did James Franco visit you on the evening of 5/22/2016?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know?
Yes.
Please tell us.
Because he was my friend and he lived next door, quite literally next door. And I had frankly exhausted my support network with my usual friends. And
they probably
was
want to have
happy
nothing to do with her.
As much friendship at that time as I could possibly get.
Now, the video showed him laying his head on your shoulder. Can you describe for the jury what the interaction was, without saying what was said, what the interaction was that led to that?
He, after seeing my face, put his
Objection, Your
head on
Honor,
my
calls
shoulder.
for speculation.
That doesn't call for speculation. If she sees that he sees her.
If she sees that he sees.
And
Okay.
again, Your Honor, if we can instruct the witness.
If you could wait till after the objection, please. All right, next
What
question.
What did Mr. Franco do on the elevator before laying his head on your shoulder?
He kind of touched the side of my face and responded to what he saw.
I'm going to tweet
We
this
talked about the
super chat out. Thank you very much. Name of the game.
shown a bunch of newspaper headlines, and there was one in particular referring to sexual violence. What, if anything, did Mr. Waldman do to you relating to that article?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
My goodness.
What did he do to her?
Unintelligible. I don't understand the question.
Unintelligible. Oh, man.
He was carrying the paper that had that headline on it that he leaked and threw it at me at the UK trial. We were unfortunately sat kind of actually literally next to one another with COVID spacing in between us. And he threw the paper down at me as he sat down with that on the cover.
And where was that?
In the UK, at the UK trial.
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope.
That's not beyond the
No,
scope.
overruled.
Thank you. Why did you tweet about the makeup and Mr. Waldman?
Because he was calling me a liar and a hoaxer and that this was an elaborate hoax just to get Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Who's this?
Next question.
Oh, Wadif.
Okay,
I don't know who that is, actually. Unintelligible.
I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
All right,
We're done.
all right. Ma'am, you can have a seat next to your attorney, okay?
So, okay. So I guess there's
You can have
no
a seat next to her. That's fine.
redirect. I'm tired.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess then for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
That was actually kind of outrageous. There's part of me in Quebec. I know in civil matters, we don't have jury trials for civil matters.
Is your next witness a live witness, remote witness, or deposition? Deposition. All right, so we'll get the TV set up for that, and let's just come back then at 3:30, okay? All right, thank you.
I think I might be tuning out because I don't know if I'm gonna, if we continue doing this. I was only really interested in Amber Heard. I think I lost. I don't think Amber had the meltdown or the breakdown that I predicted, although I think she had a matter of fact meltdown. Did you see that, people? Johnny Depp put his hands on the lawyer. Virginia, sic semper tyrannis. We will be back. Okay. Oh, take these things off. Oh, my goodness. Okay. She did not have the meltdown that I envisioned in my head would happen. And I blame Elaine. No, I don't blame Elaine. I blame Camille. Viva, I thought the judge asked if the next guest was a live guest. She did say, are they a live witness or a video deposition? And I think it's a video deposition. Viva, you didn't lose. Viva, you didn't lose, Viva. She got under her skin. Yeah, but I was thinking she was going to have a meltdown along the lines of Jack Nicholson. Oh, thank you, Kathleen. Okay, now, you got me all excited. It was good. Camille did good. It's funny, the business about what, because she was sucking and blowing, flip-flopping. What's another word for not hemming? She was basically got caught in a lie where she said, I thought I broke my nose. It was such a serious injury. I thought it was such a serious injury. I thought I broke my nose. And then in cross, she says, oh, no, I never said my nose was broken. I just said I thought it was broken. And she said that because the evidence that she submitted did not make any evidence of an actual broken nose. So just he struck me. I thought I had a broken nose. My nose may have been broken. No video footage, no photographic evidence, no nothing. And then in cross, she has to pull it back a bit and say, yeah, I never said my nose was broken. I just said I thought it was broken. To come back a little bit because her evidence did not show a broken nose by any stretch of the imagination. It's the dog making that noise. And then when she wanted to come back again and say, oh, but the ENT told me that I had sustained a broken nose. Well, then that goes back to the lack of any photographic evidence, medical reports, doctor visits, anything to attest to it. So this, by the way, this is a hat I got for my wife for her birthday. I get her every year gas station gifts. I think I actually kind of like the fedora. My ladies. So I would have let her talk about how the ENT told her she had a broken nose, scar tissue. Then I would have asked her about drug use, about facial reconstructive surgery. She can't lie about it. Yeah, we'll see what the jury is. Well, we're going to see if let me see if I can find anyone who's in the chat. Oh, apparently I'm going to see if I can. Apparently, Mom says there's a Red Bull for me, ? Downstairs, smiley face. Let's see if I can get that. See if I can get, if not Runkle, maybe someone else to come in for to tell us what the jury was like. Were you in court today? ? I heard you did not get in, period. Any chance whoever got in would want to pop in and let us know what the jury thought? ? Sorry. What the jury looked like they thought, smiley face. So that's it. I don't know who's the next on the witnesses, but I would have let her ask her all these questions. She, ask her, but then it had to be done in earlier on, communicate medical records of nose jobs, of cheek implants, of other things that could explain for it. But I think I would have let her go along with those, with that questioning a little bit. Oh, only DUI got in. Okay, I'll see if I can get in touch with him. So I'm going to send, hold on 1 second, people. I'm going to send the link just in case we can get them. Well, it's a little anticlimactic, but I still think Camille failed. This should still be going. I think they were very much limited on time. That's one of the things I think. So I don't think she had much of a choice. Great streaming. Take time off, Viva. Thank you very much. I'm not taking. What am I going to do? I'll be looking into this anyhow. At least maybe I can, and I can go back to some other stuff. Who wants to see some of the important stuff? Do I want to do this now or do I want to do this tomorrow? ENT, deviated septum from. I do know what I've heard. I do know what they say those types of life behaviors cause by way of problems. Okay, look, let's go to Twitter because I don't know if we'll continue going after trial. If it's just going to be video depositions, I don't want to necessarily sit here and watch that. Let me cut this, go to Twitter, and we're just going to go to the Project Veritas news of the day. We're looking at it. We're seeing the same thing. No, we're not because I don't have the screen in. Add to stream. Perfect, comma. Amber testimony is over, though, period. Bourne says he might be able to pop in after court. Okay, so this is what we were talking about. This is what Project Veritas released today. Let's just... What do you mean? This is, people, breaking. Twitter senior engineer says Twitter does not believe in free speech. Admits employees are, quote, commie as flack. I'm joking. And they tried to revolt against Elon Musk's takeover bid.
Twitter does not believe in free speech.
What do you
Elon
mean?
believes in free speech. Capitalists, like, we weren't really operating in a capitalist mode. We were like very socialist. Like, we're all like communist. Ideologically, it does not make sense, like, because we're actually censoring the right, not the left. Because everyone on the right wing will be like, bro, it's okay to say, you just gotta tolerate it. The left will be like, no, I'm not gonna tolerate it. I need it censored, or else I'm not gonna be in touch. So it does serve the right. It's true. There is a bias. But I don't know if the two parties can truly coexist on one platform.
What do your colleagues say about it? Like,
They hate it. Oh my god, I'm at least like okay with it, but
Oh, he's gone. He's done.
Super left.
what are they saying?
They're like, this will be my last day if it happens. So,
Has much changed since like Elon's coming out?
a lot has changed. A lot has changed. We're all like worried for our jobs.
Why are you guys so worried?
You know, jobs are at stake. He's like,
I think it's just like the environment. Like you're there, and you become like this.
You don't know. We did all we could to like revolt against it. A lot of employees revolted against it. But at the end of the day, board of directors have a say, and then they acted on their best interest because they didn't want to get sued. I basically went to work like 4 hours a week last quarter. That's just how it works for a company.
Yeah. How would you describe communism besides Twitter?
Essentially, like everyone gets to do whatever they want. No one really cares about like OpEx, like capitalism. They care about numbers. They care about like how to make business more efficient. But in Twitter, it's like mental health, everything. Like if you're not feeling it, you can take a few days off. People take it months off, they'll come back, but you always like do your best at any time, and that's the culture. And you know, we'll run the business as much as possible. Capitalists would be like, you gotta generate profit or you're out. A lot of people look at survival as culture.
I'm on mute. Alrighty, people. So that's that. It's amazing. Like my theory from the get-go is that Twitter is an intelligence gathering platform. I don't. When did they ever make money? When did they ever make money? And how does a company stay around for so long? Yeah, this Veritas. I mean, it's amazing. How does it stay around for so long? And it's an amazing thing. Like you talk about not having to worry about operating expenses. Who's financing this company? How is this company still floating? And what's its purpose? If not to control, he's fired. He's fired if that's all. He's lucky. I mean, this, like I say, one of the reasons why counter protesters don't like talking or don't seem to want to talk, even when people want to engage with them. They don't want to say something that's going to get them eaten by their own. This guy, by saying he doesn't mind Elon Musk takeover, he's going to be persona non grata at the Christmas party this year. That's for sure. Oh, you know what? Pat King, while we're here. Let me go see what the Pat King update is. So anyways, that's that. Look, I don't want to sound like a realist. I just wonder how this company has succeeded. Why, and why is it? How is it still around? Is he fired today? Yeah, I guess he's oh yeah. Anyhow, so that's interesting stuff from Project Veritas. Always and still doing what actual journalists once upon a time used to do. Let me get let me see if I can't find an update on Pat King. Pat King hearing today. I don't see any news on this yet. 1 month, 4 weeks, 9 hours ago, the same Politico article. Okay. Unbelievable. We're going to go to Twitter. No, hold on. We're going to do this. This is the way to do it because Pat King hearing today, McGregor Twitter. Oh, I just need to get to this guy's here. Glenn McGregor is the guy. This is from February 22nd. Glenn McGregor is the guy who's been tweeting it, live tweeting in real time. So I will try to find update. And if there is an update that I can find, I'll report on it. I'll do a live stream tomorrow. Okay. As in the Pat King hearing is being muffled. Let me see what's going on with the chat here. All right, people. I said I was in for this to to see what was going on, to watch Amber Heard's cross. I think what I'm going to do is end this and maybe pop on with Nick Rekieta if I'm invited, or Emily Baker, or Legal Bites. Whoever wants to have me on. That was fun. That was interesting. Maybe we'll go live again, depending on what's happening. But that was it. Now, I know nobody can compete with Nick, but I also think nobody can compete with Alita these days, or Emily. I mean, it's been marathon 8.5-hour marathons day in and day out. Thank you. I hope it's been fun, educational, and I hear someone, and I'm hoping. Yeah, maybe we'll do it again. Do we stick around and watch the afternoon? Hold on. You know what? I should not make any decisions. Give me 1 second. Let's see if do I leave now? That's the question. Do I keep going? Thanks for posting some of the content. Real fun. What do you say? Do we keep going? Forget the family, just live stream. Well, my wife is, see, like, I may as well take advantage of the fact that my wife is doing pickup today. Maybe to keep going. You missed the show. Don't worry, you can watch it again. Stick with it. Nope. Hold on. Let's go do a poll and see what people say. And we'll give this poll 5 minutes while I cover something else. Is there a poll? I'm going to end the poll here. End poll. Let's start another poll. Create poll. Should I keep going today? Yes, no. I'm not giving another option. Boom. And we're going to do this for 5 minutes. And then we're going to see what the answers are. And I will respect it for a little bit, because Barnes said he might be able to make it after court, but I don't know when that's going to be. Rekieta! Keep going. And let me just see. Now I'm going to go back and get back to the live stream on the YouTubes. Damn, I really want that. Let's just do that for a second. Hold on. Okay, let's see if the trial's back on. Well, those are the biggest days, but now it's going to be funny to see what happens. The viewership of this trial is not going to go down much, but going to see how boring. Johnny Depp live. Let's just see where we're at with this. Johnny Depp defamation. We've got E.T. Sick to Okay. I may get the... Oh, we're back on. Okay, well, I think... Let me go see what the poll says. Let me see what the poll says. A promise is a promise. It's 91% to 9. We can therefore conclude that it will continue as such in a similar trajectory.
Mere hyperlink would constitute republication. However, here, when there's additional content,
They're talking about the hyperlink.
could constitute republication in this matter. So there is evidence of ownership and additional content.
Here we go. Here.
The jury could find constitute republication, and that
Okay.
is a factual question that does survive a motion to strike. Therefore, the motion to strike denied as to count one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, are we ready for the jury?
Okay, so I can actually tell you what just happened because now I understand things. They made a motion to strike on heresy. They made a motion to strike on the retweet, and the judge basically said, "Why? It's not cold enough." My precious. They made a motion to strike on the basis that the retweeting couldn't be defamatory, and the judge said, as a matter of fact, it could be, and therefore it's something that should be submitted to the jury. I think that's what I just understood. I pledge to stay live for a little bit longer. We're going to watch a video deposition. Don't judge me, people, but listen. It's like, as my wife would say, the endorphins are being released. When you hear the sound and then you smell the smell and then you taste the taste. Off topic. Are you waiting to cut your hair to tell Trudeau until Trudeau's out of office?
All right, thank you. Maybe seated.
I
All
don't
right, your
plan
next
on
witness.
ever cutting my hair again.
Our next witness is Mr. Io Tillet Wright, and it starts with counsel for Mr. Depp asking questions, and then we'll switch over to me.
How is the audio right now, by the way? Heresy. I think we might have to take that. Hashtag heresy.
Have you had any communications with Ms. Heard at all, including text or emails or otherwise, in connection with your preparation for this?
Can we hear this?
No. Have you had any? When's the last time you spoke to her?
April of last year, April or May.
Can we? This is your Depp.
Mr. Wright, when did you first meet Ms. Heard?
The audio is fine. I'll just talk a little further from the mic. Audio is good. I got yes and no.
I met Amber in.
It's a little low.
The end of 2011.
And where did you meet her?
In Los Angeles.
Give me 1 second. I'm just going to try to find another one. That might be that was a little low even for me.
And where did you meet her?
In Los Angeles.
In Los Angeles.
Yeah, that's still too low. Nope. Try this one.
I was a photographer and I worked for the New York Times, I think.
It's no better. We're just going to go back to I think only Law and Crime is better in terms of.
Worked for the New York Times as a freelancer.
I worked for the New York Times as a journalist and photographer.
And what is your profession?
Is there
today?
echo with this? Is there echo with this particular one?
I'm a writer and a producer.
And between 2011 and through the present, have you had any other professions other than photographer, writer, or producer?
Yes.
And what are those?
I've hosted a television show or two. I made some podcasts. I wrote 2 other books. 2 books, 3 books. 3 books. I've written 3 books. A number of things. I don't know. There are more things, but I've always been a multi-hyphenate person. To the best of my recollection, we initially met at a mutual friend's house, which I think I already stated.
I don't know who this person is.
That friend is also an actor and had met Amber at the Children's Hospital while they were both volunteering. and knew that Amber had done quite a bit of
How I make up to
invited her over to the other friend invited Amber to her house so that we could all meet, and Amber and I discovered that we liked the same books and we liked psychology and just, you know, laughed and had fun that night. And then I asked her if she would participate in the photo project, I think, or somebody did, and she said yes. A couple of days later, I went to the house that she was staying at and I photographed her for the project. And then thereafter, I went back to New York where I lived. And I remember her texting me and saying that she was shooting a movie in New York and did I want to get lunch? So we got lunch and we became friends.
Okay, please walk me through that.
We met in 2011. We started becoming friends.
I've been talking on mute for like the last 30 seconds. This is going to be very boring.
Very early in 2013.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just saying this is going to be boring.
To spend a couple of months
it's cut from a deposition.
She was my girlfird or
There's
my
no back and
fiancé at that
forth.
point,
There's
but
nothing
the person
unexpected
that I was
that's going to
in a
happen.
relationship with, in a very serious relationship with.
This is terribly boring.
During the time that I was in LA,
hold on, I'm going to go see if I can get a Pat King update
with Amber. We both spent more time with Amber, and I was introduced to Johnny. And the summer of 2013, I ended up moving to LA, during which Amber and Johnny and I got even closer, very, very close. And then we remained close, the three of us, for 2-ish years. And then all of this happened, this nightmare, and Johnny and I stopped being friends, and Amber and I stayed friends.
I don't know where I'm going to be in July.
And then Amber and I were friends up until the date that I told you that we last spoke.
Last spoke or last smoked?
At some point in time, did you live on the same property as Johnny Depp and Amber Heard?
Yes.
And when was that?
It was August 2013 until I believe June 1st of 2014. I moved into my own house, so 9 months.
And why is it that you
doesn't say
left
his
that
name.
property, left living there?
Because I didn't want to live for free in someone's property, and I wanted to have my own house and support myself.
And for how long after that did you stay close with both Johnny and Amber?
I stayed close with both of them. I don't remember. It was sometime in 2015, I think, late 2015 maybe. Johnny and I were no longer. I think the period when I really stopped considering Johnny a friend of mine was December of 2015.
Okay. Well, let me ask it this way. You never saw Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion, correct?
That's correct. I just would like to clarify, Mr. Preciado, that's a question you already asked me. So you're asking me the same question again about whether or not I witnessed Mr. Depp assault Ms. Heard?
You got a problem with that?
No, I have not witnessed that.
Okay, good.
Let me ask it this way then.
You ever seen any
Have
injuries?
you ever personally seen Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion?
No.
You ever seen any
back to the
injuries?
same
Any
paragraph
injuries?
Where it says, my experience of Johnny during the time that we were close from 2013 through 2015 was that he could be incredibly kind, generous, and loyal. Can you give me examples of his kindness, generosity, and loyalty during that period of time?
Johnny, when sober, was lovely and magical and very funny.
But when he's
Johnny, when sober, was incredibly lucid and
when he was sober, he was lucid.
imaginative.
Amazing. That's
and
great. He was sober.
I felt a kindred connection with him and a shared perspective on the world that I've shared with very few people in my life. Johnny, when sober, understood.
Oh, that's a nose
how much
ring.
Influence he had.
I was going to make a
over
joke
people,
that looked like
and
cocaine on his nose,
he
but that's a
was
nose
very,
ring.
Kind to them about it and generous with talking to them about whatever came up. And he was also, when sober, very, he made time for people's nervousness around him, which I witnessed on a number of occasions. He also, he had his number of houses on that street, and there was a constant rotation of different people coming to town who could all afford to live somewhere else or stay somewhere else, who he would let.
Doesn't just look uncomfortable in
and
that
enjoyed
suit.
having in
Looks like
those
he's
houses,
literally
which
in the
I
corner
found
of
to be,
a room.
Generous.
In the next paragraph, paragraph 6, you refer to Mr. Depp's struggles with respect to Oxycontin. You say that in late 2013, after dental surgery, he became hooked on Oxycontin. Did you ever experience him while he was on Oxycontin?
Yes.
And while he was on Oxycontin, did you ever experience him to be mean or vicious?
I can't answer that with any accuracy because I don't know whether or not the times that I did see him be mean, because he was also on Oxycontin.
In paragraph 5, where you say that he could be incredibly mean and vicious, especially when he was drunk or high. When you refer to drunk or high, what substances are you referring to?
The substances that I saw him ingest with my own eyes were cocaine and hard liquor, marijuana, ecstasy, mushrooms, wine.
This is boring. Oh, yeah.
Probably some other things, but those are the immediate ones that jump to mind. Cocaine and any kind of alcohol.
Can you imagine being a jury member? You're sitting there watching a video
ugly side
of the most boring deposition you can imagine.
Very misogynistic and cruel. And
it was like watching a very sad, boring diary.
When he would take any kind of psychedelic like ecstasy or MDMA.
This guy, we got the same wrinkles here.
When he would drink alcohol, he would become paranoid. Yeah, I think that I answered your question.
I'll tell you when you've answered my question.
You mentioned that you witnessed him.
Okay, hold on.
Having had cocaine. Did you ever have cocaine with him?
No.
Were there any drugs or why is he smiling?
Substances that you took with him?
I don't smoke marijuana. I don't do cocaine.
What do you do, sir?
For the entire period that I knew Johnny and thereafter, I did not drink alcohol. There was I think 1 week period during the peak of my breakup, during which Johnny offered me some pain pills to get through the intensity of that situation. And that was the only time that I took any substances for 3.5 years. No, that's not true. That was the only time that I took any substances with Johnny. And yeah.
What the hell is he
all the
talking
other
about?
things that I had stated previously about what I do and don't do are also accurate.
So I'm sorry, just to summarize that, is your testimony that when you witnessed Mr. Depp drunk and high, you were not also either drunk or high? Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that during the entire period that I knew Miss King were consuming alcohol at all, my testimony is that for a 1, maybe 2 week, possibly 2.5 week, I don't remember, period.
I was really high and drunk. Sorry, that's not nice.
Sporadic occasion, I took some pain pills that Mr. Depp offered me to get through an extreme emotional pain situation. When I witnessed Johnny doing cocaine, I was not drunk or high. Other occasions that I witnessed Johnny drinking, I was not drunk or high. There was a very narrow window during which I was taking some mind-altering pain pills for a very brief period, during which I witnessed Johnny drunk and high.
Did you ever witness Miss Amber Heard drunk or high?
Yes.
And did you ever witness her drink alcohol?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Did you ever witness her ingesting cocaine?
Yes.
Are you asking, like,
Are you
ever in
kidding?
the history of time have I ever witnessed Amber ingest cocaine?
Yeah,
That's the first
let's
question,
start.
yes.
Let's start there.
The answer is
Right.
no. Amber was vehemently against cocaine.
Well, why would he? Are you asking
Did
at
you
any point in
ever
time? That,
witness her smoke marijuana?
No. Marijuana is not her drug.
well, what is
What
her
is her
drug?
I haven't spoken to Amber in a year, but as far as I know and have known her for the last 11 or
MDMA
12
and mushrooms.
years, Amber doesn't have a narcotic of choice.
That wasn't the question.
Have you seen her ingest ecstasy?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Yes.
How many times have you seen her ingest ecstasy?
At least a dozen.
I can think of one instance in particular when she took it for her birthday, like a celebration.
You don't do ecstasy once for your birthday
Do you recall what year
for
that
the
was?
first time.
Common event.
Other than the narcotics and alcohol that I mentioned, did you ever witness Ms. Heard ingest any other drugs?
Are you asking me if other than what
Have
did
you
ask me about?
seen her
Cocaine,
do drugs?
ecstasy, and mushrooms, I've witnessed Amber taking any other illegal narcotics? Or are you asking me about prescription medications? Can you clarify?
Oh, this guy's got attitude.
Narcotics other than prescription narcotics?
I don't know, but I don't actually think so, no.
Did he just say other than mushrooms,
Amber drinks
MDMA,
red
ecstasy?
wine,
Did I ever?
When she's not training, or let me rephrase that. Amber, when I knew her, drank red wine
By the mega pint.
in the evenings fairly regularly, with the exception of when she was training for an acting
Marathons.
Have you ever witnessed Miss Heard intoxicated?
I forgot this chat.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
And how often would you estimate that you witnessed Miss Heard intoxicated?
I don't know how to quantify intoxicated. If you're asking me how often I witnessed her drunk, is that your question?
Yes.
Amber's strangely immune to getting drunk unless she's really drunk a lot. So I didn't see her drunk very often.
She's strangely
I saw
immune
her,
to getting drunk unless she's drunk a lot.
drinking often, but I didn't see her out of her faculties very often. Like, you know, I saw that a handful of times in the 11 years that I knew her.
By the way, sir,
And how would you
we've heard.
describe how alcohol affects Miss Heard's personality based on your experience?
You know, it depends on the circumstance. If it was during a moment when she was celebrating, it would make her loose. Like if we were salsa dancing, then, you know, she would have fun and be fun and at a party and, you know, inebriated and dancing and having fun. If she was in a stressful situation, I think it would just kind of
Yeah.
exacerbate.
She just decided at her 30th birthday to do MDMA for the first
I'm
time.
going to ask you to state your name for the record. Nobody has yet.
Good one, Elaine.
This is me.
All right, go ahead.
Tillet Wright.
Let's bring up Depp exhibit number 1 again, please.
Oh my goodness.
Mr. Tillet
Okay.
Wright, you were asked some questions by Mr. Presidio. And I'm going to take you back up to the first page where you were asked some questions. And he started out with, I'm just going to draw your attention to paragraph 4.
I get now why
Francois
Francois Legault.
let Johnny Depp through Amber. And you hit it off immediately. Do you see that?
You know how I know this is not Francois
And
Legault?
then you
The English
explained
is almost
to
perfect.
Mr. Presidio that you considered Johnny to be a close friend and
he's
you
confused.
cared very much about Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
He became a close friend, and I did care very much about him. I still care very much about him.
Then I
All right.
unfriended him.
Could you please describe that relationship that you had with Mr. Depp up until I think you said December of 2015?
Sure. Okay, Mr. Depp and I first met. Amber invited me over to his house with my then girlfriend. I don't know if she was my fiance yet or not.
Sir, what the heck do you remember about your own life?
February of 2013, right at the beginning of 2013.
He's a New York Times
And we all
journalist.
hung out.
Let me
The
see if I
four of
can
us
get his
hung
name.
out in his house, in his living room, and just kind of talked and got to know each other. And it was sweet. I was mostly hanging out with Amber and kind of meeting this person. It was a trip to meet someone like that, you know, and see his house. And he was very friendly and very welcoming and very kind. And then the next time we saw each other was at Amber and I both like to do what we
Okay,
call
this
family dinners.
one's not
So we
bad.
invite people over and cook for them and have a dinner party. And Amber did an elaborate family dinner at her house, and Johnny and I and my ex and Amber and I believe Whitney were there. I don't know if anyone else was there. I'm sure other people were there. I don't remember. And Johnny and I really connected at that dinner. We were sitting either opposite each other or just catty corner from each other. And I left feeling a very intense connection to him. And I was like, well, yeah, sure. Everybody probably feels an intense connection to him because of who he is. I'll forget it. It's ridiculous. And then a couple of days later,
he called me.
Amber had another dinner, such a dinner at her house. And Johnny and I had another really good time and felt very connected and really laughed a lot and whatever. And at the end of the dinner, as I was standing to leave with my ex, Johnny came up to me and said, I don't really know how to say this because it doesn't happen to me very often, but I think I love you. And I felt strange because I felt the same way. And I said, that's funny because I had that same experience after the last dinner party too. And then we joked about how crazy and ridiculous that felt. And we exchanged phone numbers, and he texted me wanting to talk about Amber a couple of times, and I felt that it was like kind of violating her privacy. So I said that I was happy to be friendly with him and happy to, I don't remember exactly what I said, but something to the effect of like, you know, I'm happy to give advice or to help you guys stay in concert with each other. But
I can't even find out who this person is.
Violate anybody's privacy with the other one. And I think he really respected that and really liked that because he also values his privacy greatly. And then, yeah, I was in LA for a couple more months, and I don't know, I think maybe we hung out more during that period. I'm not sure. I don't remember if they came to New York during the next stretch of time or what happened, but
she won't get any
basically by
jail
the
time for any
summer,
perjury.
I came back.
It's not going to be.
LA
It's not going to be perjury of
write,
that type of nature. It'll be
had a very bad breakup with
impeachable,
that
loss of
fiancé.
credibility. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
And
Io Tillet
going through
Wright.
some
Okay,
things
let me just go
personally that Johnny
Google this guy. Just see who he is.
you know, he was like, I recognize what's happening for you. It was like particularly bad anxiety related, trauma related things. And he,
well, it's not possible. Is it the
I
same
didn't
person?
expect him to offer me any support around that stuff, but he just was like, wait, I see what you're going through. You know, this is my experience of it. I have the same thing, and let's talk about it. And like, if you need anything, I'm here. And I was like, thank you so much. You know, I didn't really expect that. And I went back to New York to be with my family for a couple days, or maybe a week or something. And it was very painful to be there. And he had said, if
Okay,
it's
Io Tillet Wright, people.
just let me know and come back
Hold
and
on,
stay
look.
here.
I can't bring it up at the
So
same
I did.
time. Io Tillet
And I
Wright,
came back
American
and I
author,
originally was
photographer,
gonna
TV
stay at
podcast host,
Amber's house,
activist.
because she kept her
Early
apartment
life.
for a number of years while they
White
were
grew
together.
up in New York City with his mother, Rebecca Wright.
That she paid for, etc.
His mother's a poet and actress. He studied in Brockwood Park.
Being at her house.
Wright is a
then,
transgender man. He documented the struggles of his
consensus was that I
upbringing
should be
in his
closer to
memoir,
them.
Darling Days.
And so he said, oh, there's this house that's just sitting empty at the end of the street. Just stay there. And I was very hesitant because I didn't want to.
I doubt.
take
Now, who knew
advantage
that?
of him. And he was insistent, and he was very kind about it. And he said that he understood fully what having PTSD and anxiety could do, and that he wanted to help. So I went and I stayed there, and then that was, I'm guessing, in August
I think it might be
of 2013, and then in September, I think Amber went to England to shoot a movie.
The Wikipedia says
So I was
transgender,
there, and
not
Johnny and I would hang out
transsexual.
on our own, and Johnny
Wikipedia
doesn't
says
have
he's a
ton of
Wright
friends,
is a transgender man.
because he
Documented
can't.
his struggles
And,
his struggles in
I would go up and
Darling
hang out with
Days
him.
is the
You know,
name
we really enjoyed each
of
other.
the book.
We really liked each other.
Okay,
And so
didn't
we
know
would
that.
Just hang out, you know,
Io.
on a daily basis, eat dinner or watch movies, and I'd hang out with his kids, and got, you know, very like into like a very sweet uncle niece nephew relationship with his kids.
When
and they
did
called me Uncle
Io
and,
transition? Because the photos on
Tillet
Wikipedia
Wright,
look like a totally different
Did
person.
you ever call Mr. Depp brother, or your brother, refer to him as your brother?
Yes, I did.
Now, I'm going to take you to paragraph 5 of Depp Exhibit number 1. And Mr. Presidio asked you about this paragraph as well. And at the end of it, you had said, and he could be incredibly mean and vicious, especially when he was drunk or high. What did you mean by that?
What I meant by that was,
Yeah, I would say everyone
on a number of occasions,
Google Io Tillet. You'll see a bunch of stuff which.
I saw, you know, Amber or he, I think, also would ask me to come and help. He and I had more of a like mano a mano kind of relationship, and she and I had I was kind of like the only person that would check either of them.
Well, never knew any of that. What's
for a
the
while.
testimony about here?
And so they would both ask me to do that with each other. So I saw him.
I don't know what the testimony is about here.
For example, I remember there was a time when it was very late at night. I was down the hill. So I went up the hill, and he was outside by the pool with a glass of what I understood to be whiskey. And she was inside crying and very upset in the kitchen, I think. And then I went outside and talked to him for a long time. Situations like that, or and he would say things. He said something to me that night that I thought, that night by the pool, where I thought, Jesus Christ, you know, things like, she's gonna,
okay,
you know, all she's got is her looks, and you know, she has no talent, and when her tits start to sag, and her face gets wrinkly, nobody is going to be interested in her for anything, and she, you know,
here is his one bad thing. We already heard
to figure out another way
Amber
to survive
testify about
and
this.
shit like that. Sorry, pardon me, things like that, and I also witnessed him when Amber was in England. Marilyn Manson and Paul Bettany came over at one point, and there was a great deal of cocaine and alcohol involved that I witnessed them doing together. I don't specifically recall if Mr. Bettany did or did not partake in the cocaine, or really much of anything except things that he said and his personality. But Mr. Manson and Mr. Depp partook in a lot of cocaine.
What, if anything, did Mr. Depp tell you about his struggles with drugs and alcohol?
And we sat on the couch and he told me a number of things. He told me about his childhood. He told me about growing up in Kentucky.
For a second, by the way, it was about the same time in the deposition as it is right now.
Verbally and physically abusive. He told me that when he was very, very young, like 13 or something, he started drinking and taking drugs, I think, or at least drinking quite heavily.
If this goes on after break,
kind of like, yeah, it's crazy, I know, but I've been doing it my whole life. I'm built like a tank. And so that was kind of the nature of the conversation. And he told me that he had struggled with ever not drinking or ever not doing drugs. And he also told me that he didn't particularly enjoy being sober, but that, you know, people around him were very concerned. He was very, very concerned with his children, and he would express shame or regret about times that he had been inebriated to the point of falling down or embarrassing himself, you know, urinating on himself, things like that, when his children were around, and that he was very grateful to the people who had kind of shielded them and whisked them away. And he,
I wonder. Sorry, I wonder if Johnny Depp knew that Io was. I guess he has to know that Io was transgender when he met. I wonder.
Previous women, his drug and alcohol.
But so far, he hasn't said anything.
Issue,
oh God.
But that he just didn't really like life sober, and that it was too painful to be alive without imbibing or getting high. And he also told me that he had experienced great bouts of jealousy in relationships that had,
gives
led
a
to
sweet
a lot of drinking and a lot of rage activities. He told me that
should have voted no.
Nona. He told me that happened.
Okay, this doesn't even have any like educational value for the legally for the lawyering side of it.
Sorry, Winona Ryder and Kate Moss. He told me that happened with
Johnny Depp's career is supposed to take
Mr. Tillet Wright,
take off again. If you got a million people watching this on Law and Crime, millions of people want to see Johnny Depp
about Mr. Depp abusing OxyContin.
Over the course of those 2 years, Mr. Depp told me verbatim that he was addicted to OxyContin.
Okay.
And I have a text message from him where he's expressed
good for you. This is not about Johnny's
it's
drug
extraordinarily
problems.
hard to kick. And
it is. That's why so many people are dying of overdoses in the States and in Canada.
I don't remember exactly the words that he uses, but he
this is akin to
me verbally many times as like the hardest thing that he's ever tried to kick.
It is, and that's why you don't take narcotic painkillers.
He said it was harder than heroin. So he was very open.
Yeah, we'll go until the break. Then we'll wind this up.
Having gotten addicted to OxyContin.
This is. But I think the rest of the trial is going to be like this.
What observations did you make about Mr. Depp smoking cigarettes and joints, marijuana?
Mr. Depp, as far as
I do have some Viva clips from Sunday night streaming from.
Had a cigarette or joint in his mouth at all times, to the point where I was confused about how he could function. He also showed me his marijuana closet. That
Oh my goodness, he showed you his marijuana closet.
Tens and tens of pounds of weed in it.
That's a lot of weed.
What, if any, observations did you make while you were staying at Sweetser? I think you said that was August 2013 through May of 2014, with respect to the type of alcohol and the amount of alcohol that Mr. Depp was consuming.
When I saw Mr. Depp drink, it was often hard liquor. I believe it was whiskey and gin and tequila, maybe. Could also be vodka. I don't know. He had a full bar in 80, the house that they did his recording studio in.
He had a full bar. No word on Pat King
for sure, and there was also red wine, a lot of red wine.
And when you talk about the whiskey and the red wine, how much did you observe Mr. Depp consume on any given occasion of those?
I don't know. The one occasion I know specifically was the one that I mentioned before during the argument, where he suddenly had a glass of whiskey. And I remember it being like, I remember clocking, because I grew up counting people's drinks. I remember clocking that it was a very large pour in the glass of whiskey.
If you recall those, I think my question was, what, if any, observations did you make, or did Mr. Depp ever tell you about him blacking out?
Mr. Depp was very open with everyone that he was a heavy user. And
this is hold on. Someone just to get to a single fact of abuse.
I know there was one.
I don't think this guy says there isn't any. We've already gotten there.
Property. So if Sweetser Avenue goes like this,
they selected this.
The house that I was staying
Amber's
at,
team selected this
down here, then
as evidence
which is right
of what,
here,
what,
and then up
what,
here
what
is
they're
80,
saying
and
right
then
now.
Across the street, I guess, is 82, and 82 is a very large compound. So he and I were staying. I was at 76.
See you later, Trisha. We're not going to stick around for much. This is I haven't.
And he told me
Yep,
about
I grew up counting. Well, I can tell you why someone grows up counting drinks. Because they're in a house, a household
property
with
alcoholics
or alcohol abusers. I can tell you exactly why someone counts drinks. Not from personal experience in my upbringing.
Blacking out and going in there on one instance.
But people count drinks because they know after a certain amount of drinks when things are going to take a turn for the ugly.
I know that he told me that in Australia, he had blacked out. But he also told me that he fucked up. So I don't know. In terms of specific blackouts,
Peckford is going to trial with
there were
Maxime Bernier in September.
I think he said on the
they had better
plane,
succeed.
He said that he didn't remember what had happened.
This is Io. What's Io's last
did
name?
Mr. Depp say to you
Io,
about whether
hold on, I'll get it.
he wanted to become
Io
sober
Tillet
and
Wright,
clean?
who's a New York Times journalist,
Mr. Depp,
activist. I just
expressed
discovered
to me that he
transgender
wanted to get sober
man,
for Amber,
male.
that he
I don't know
didn't
which way.
enjoy being sober,
but like from the pictures, seems to
it wasn't fun.
Pictures on the
and that
internet seems to be
it was distressing,
gender
and
neutral.
exhausting.
So I Google pictures, like the first images that come up, I didn't. You would never know it's the same person.
He really
for obvious reasons.
resented having to be sober.
So that's Io. Io is one of Amber's friends. Doesn't like Johnny anymore.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you about his perception of Amber's role in him becoming sober and clean?
He expressed a number of times that he felt like she was his leash.
And just so nobody has any slight suspicion about my family, it's not from my family that I know that anecdote. It's from a discussion with someone who grew up in that
go back to
environment.
another incident that I remember. He told me he blacked out, was on the island. He went to the Bahamas. There were two different instances.
Thank you very much.
One.
Yeah, but this is what's going to happen for the rest of the trial. This video deposition stuff is it's boring as heck.
And he told me that.
And how is the jury supposed to get any appreciation? Where am I? I lost the stream. Any appreciation for the credibility of this witness? You can't know anything from a video.
Mr. Tillet Wright, when you said that Mr. Depp used the term monster, what do you recall him saying about that?
Objection.
And the language that ended up being kind of settled on was that there was a side of him that was the monster, and that it was not who he was, but it was something that lived within him that he had to battle. And the language that he always used was that of battle and battling the demon, battling the monster.
I'll look for that.
So that the monster.
This is just a waste.
The monster will not win.
The witness has already said they have not witnessed any violence. That's it. Okay, good. You want to testify to his drug use?
I don't want to.
This is where it becomes a rubbernecking at a highway accident. I tweeted you. Hope you'll read for $10. I appreciate your mind and thoughts. Your channel is the best. Hopefully you get that Red Bull.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What if any
Thank you very much, the Vikes
did
fan.
you make
Let's see who's
of
tested.
Mr. Depp, both in terms of physical as well as temperament, when you perceived him as having too much to drink?
Mr. Depp
he would get cranky
and or take drugs.
He
would get very mean, very surly, very paranoid, extremely paranoid. He would weave these elaborate situations in which Amber was having affairs with every man that she ever worked with and every woman she ever came in contact with. He became very demeaning. Johnny is incredibly intelligent, incredibly smart and witty, and he would point his jokes at people, Amber's appearance, her talent, her lack of talent as he perceived it, why he thought that she was actually famous, which he always implied was just because of her looks. And because he thought that everyone wanted to have sex with her. And he would insult his fans. He called them remoras, which is a type of
fish that lives off a shark.
Sucker fish
Yes,
that attaches itself to the hull of a ship and puts a hole in it and then sinks it.
No, remoras don't do that. Remoras are like they look like shoe prints and they stick to the bottom of whales. Whale sharks,
rail against his mother
sharks.
and his sister.
They're actually totally amazing animals. I have always wondered if remoras are edible. But
pretty much, anyone that he felt had crossed him or could cross
remoras
him,
don't drill holes in metal, as far as I know.
What, if anything, do you recall Mr. Depp saying about his mother and comparing his mother to Amber?
Mr. Depp told me that
I'm a
his
biologist.
mom was viciously cruel to him during his upbringing, and that she was also viciously violent with him and with his siblings and with his father. He referred to her, pardon my language, as a bitch and a cunt. A lot.
Good point. Good point.
And he seemed to kind of compare them in the sense that
don't do it, Julianne.
He said at one point,
it's not all this is just irrelevant.
Something to the effect.
Okay, so he gets cranky when he gets drunk, and then people don't.
I already have a mom who was a bitch to me. I don't need
I understand the need for character witnesses.
There was
to
a
what
fair
extent?
bit of that kind of my mom's been awful enough to me already. I don't need another woman who's gonna also be awful to me.
What, if any, discussions did you have with Johnny about the fights he had with Amber?
we had a lot of discussions about his fights with Amber.
What do you recall?
In the very beginning, he expressed that she made him feel crazy, that he was so in love that it made him feel crazy. The very first time that I mentioned September,
he's not committing perjury.
When he and I
He's just saying that Johnny had drug problems and would become paranoid when drunk, but that he never saw any violence. This is the best they can come up with, a witness who cannot attest to any meaningful fact or allegation. Yes.
I know her, I think, pretty well, and I talk to her a lot, and I think if she was having an affair, I would be one of the very few people that she would tell about it, and I don't hold secrets or lies for anybody, and I would tell you if that was happening so you could make your own decisions. But as far as I know, that's really not the case. And I think that she's really in love with you. And I think that she also is worried that you are having affairs because both of you are used to being sex symbols on Earth. And both of you need to just accept the fact that you're really in love with each other and lean in and be together and love each other. And he told me that sometimes his jealousy would make him feel
the new poll
crazy
is
and
up,
outside
people.
himself, and that he had to get it under control, and that it would cause them to fight. To be specific in regard to your question, he told me about the fight that they had the time that I went up there. Are you asking for specific instances, or are you asking about the nature of their fights?
No, I am asking for what he told you about their fights and specific instances, yes.
So to continue with what I was saying from before, he told me about the fight in the middle of the night when I was living down the hill at Sweetser. When I mentioned that I saw him with a heavy pour of whiskey, I went outside to the pool and spoke to him, and he told me about the argument that they had and that she gets mean during fights, and that it really hurts his feelings, and that he then lashes out at her, and that, she called him old, and he then calls her soon to be ugly.
Did you see? Okay, so by the way, her defense would have been exponentially stronger if this were the evidence about verbal abuse. At this point, given what Amber testified to, I don't think any jury member in their right mind would care if he called her ugly and said said that she will. No one's going to be interested in her when her boobies sag and her wrinkly skin gets wrinkled. That would have been the stronger defense.
And Amber was stuck.
What do you call speculation with sensationalism? Speculationism, or how about sensaculation? Sensaculation.
All have birthdays in September.
Oh God.
Raquel's just before the end of August. Whatever. We're all Virgos, and she couldn't be with any of us on our birthday, so we all went to England to surprise her. And during that trip, Johnny proposed to her, and they then, I'm pretty sure that night after the proposal, got in a huge fight, which they both told me about separately. And he said, I'm pretty sure that he trashed the hotel room. Let's see. I spoke to him.
I was going to ignore this, but I'll just have to address it. Just JC, just because you don't care about mental abuse doesn't mean the rest of us are sociopaths. Just JC, if you don't care about Amber's mental abuse of Johnny, you might be the sociopath. But let me just say this. If this case were about mental abuse, it would be one thing.
I'm going to ask you about
let's just hear
the
this.
Boston LA flight incident. You talked about it a little bit earlier, and you just said now that you spoke with Mr. Depp about it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What do you recall of your discussion with Mr. Depp
I just saw Justin
about
Trudeau.
the Boston plane
the Boston
incident
plane.
that happened in May
Just
of
JC,
2014.
when someone testifies that they were
And I went
sexually
upstairs
assaulted with
to
a
his
bottle,
bedroom, which was, like,
and you
blacked
want to
out,
focus on the
and
allegations
I
or
woke him up.
not
I
even
remember
allegations
shaking
of
his shoulder
verbal abuse without worrying about the evidence
"Hey,
for
buddy,
those
like,
allegations,
wake up," which
your
is not
emphasis
something
might be
that a lot of
displaced
people did to
because
Johnny, wake him up from his slumber.
the evidence is not there to substantiate the big allegations. So if
and
this were
he
about
woke up
mental abuse,
and
that would be one thing. She
had a
alleged
conversation
being
about what
sexually
happened on the
assaulted
plane,
with a
and
bottle.
he didn't really
So yeah, I'm sorry. When it comes to those allegations, the more important ones need the bigger evidentiary burden to be met and haven't. You think you're going to weasel out of it now and say, "Yeah, I said that, but he called me names." So
he was going to stop, and he was going to stop
So
drinking.
those are the
and
same
taking
things.
drugs, and
Sorry.
he was going to never do it again.
That
was that incident.
What if any meetings related to alcohol did you
Okay.
and Amber attend in this time frame?
I understand because we didn't go to many meetings. I took Amber with me to.
Someone said if this is taped, it is taped.
like a
This
sister
is the
program
video
to
deposition.
AA
So they've examined
the family and
on both
friends
sides,
of
re-examined,
addicts
and
and
they've cut the clips that they want to
I
submit to
regularly
the jury. And now they're
So
just
she
sitting there
came with
playing
me
it,
to a number of
and the
al-Anon
jury, I'm
meetings. She
sure,
also had,
are asleep.
I think 1 or 2 phone calls with my dad's wife about how she dealt with helping him get off of his drugs and drink less. And she read a number of books about it. She was watching documentaries about it. She would listen to any radio show she could get on, like anything she could get her hands on that would give her some tools for how to deal with this, she consumed in that period.
What, if any, communications did Johnny have with you in this time frame about wanting to get back with Amber after the Boston plane incident?
We went to New York, and I remember we were staying at the Ace Hotel in Midtown.
That is an odd decision to make at the age of 30.
Johnny started reaching out to me. He went eventually back to Boston to start filming again. Would have been in like the next day or two because we weren't there for that long. And he reached out to me and basically said something to the effect of like,
No, not that one.
I
Where's the
have to
chat that I
fix
want?
this.
Here, this.
I will do anything that I can. And then while he was in Boston, he let me know. And I think he was trying to reach Amber too, but she didn't. She wasn't. ready to
I
talk to
think
him. He let
in
me know
deposition they would be able to raise some of the same
Dr.
hearsay
Kipper,
objections if the witness is testifying about what
with
people
every
said,
fiber
but
in his being
these are
to
out of
get
court
sober,
depositions
and
of the
then
witness themselves, so they're
the nature of the
necessarily
conversation
out of
at
court.
that point was that he was going to beat this thing,
Yes, please describe for me what transpired, what you discussed with Johnny and Amber relating to Australia in 2015.
After
This isn't hearsay. This is his experience.
were married
But his
in
firsthand witness testimony, he never witnessed any abuse. This is Amber's witness. Any physical abuse.
I'm going to interrupt you just for a moment.
Please.
And forgive me, I just want to keep it chronologically.
Interrupt
there.
him and let's just end this.
You described earlier that you were present for the wedding, correct, in February of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And you also had discussed about Amber wanting Johnny to be sober for the wedding. What, if any, observations did you make about Johnny at the ceremony and with respect to whether he was sober and clean?
I don't actually know whether Johnny was. I don't think Johnny was drinking on the day of their wedding. I really don't actually think he was. Let me rephrase that. Before the ceremony on the day of their wedding, because I was going back and forth between.
If he doesn't remember Johnny drinking on the wedding day, I think that contradicts Amber's testimony.
Because I was technically her best man and his son Jack was his best man, but I wasn't one of the girls and felt more comfortable over there with them. But I was helping all the girls. So I was running back and forth on this golf cart I was also taking pictures. I was one of 2 people who was friends with them that had worked as a photographer. So I volunteered to take pictures. So I was very intimately with Johnny and Jack leading up to the wedding, and he wasn't drinking. I don't think. I don't remember seeing him drink.
That's.
And then let me ask you this: after the ceremony,
I
as
don't
you
know
were
in the
walking to
States if it's this
what,
common.
if
I've
anything,
never.
did Johnny Depp say to you about Amber?
It's got when you
As we were
examine
walking
witnesses
back
out of
from
court,
the
but
ceremony,
I don't know. In Quebec, you
coming
could do it.
into
You could file
Café
the
Los Cabrones,
transcript, but you
which is
could still
where
call
the
them back
party
as a
was
witness.
happening. And I was walking with Johnny and congratulating him that they pulled it off and that they did it, you know. And he said, "We're married now. I can punch her in the face and nobody can do anything about it."
So I'm going to now turn your direction
So he made
to
a stupid
Australia,
joke that you never saw
roughly a
any
month
evidence
later
of.
after the wedding. You weren't present in Australia with Amber and Johnny, correct?
That's correct.
I'm showing you what has been marked as exhibit number 3. Do you recognize anybody in this picture?
I do, yeah. Myself and Miss Heard. I do, yeah.
Please describe what you see.
I see a number of long, thin cuts.
And
Oh, hold on.
what,
Let's
if
see
any,
this.
similarity are those to the ones you just described, having seen after Amber returned from Australia?
Very similar.
All right. And are they the same or are they different ones?
I would have no way of knowing if they're the same or different ones, but they're similarly long, skinny cuts like the ones that I saw after she came back from Australia.
I'm going to show, Mr. Tillet Wright, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 5.
We've got all of Canadian
it's a
political royalty in the chat
message
today.
Exchange. Do you recognize this?
That's my old phone number, yes.
Okay, so does this represent the text message exchange between you and Amber Heard on 12/16/2015?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and I'm gonna start you at the top with the blue. It says, "I need you." Do you recognize who is sending that message?
It's just like, when are they going to break
Mr. Tillet Wright, I'm
for
going
the
to ask
afternoon
you to take a
break?
look at what has been marked as exhibit number 6. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Sees the day is not my wife.
Please describe what you see in this picture.
This is bull crap. I would object. Why is he testifying on what he sees in a picture?
And I see an injury to Amber's scalp.
Absolute objection.
And
did he take this picture?
What, if anything, do you recall about seeing anything similar to that when you arrived in December 2015 at Amber's penthouse?
I remember this being one of the injuries that I was shown when I arrived at Penthouse 3 at the Eastern Building on December 16th, 2016.
And does this picture that's marked as exhibit number 6 accurately depict what you recall seeing?
I remember this being one of, I think maybe 2 scalp injuries that there were. I remember there was another one as well, but I could be mistaken.
No, but like, why he should not be testifying on what he is his interpretation of a photograph that he didn't take. It's not an expert.
The picture that is set forth as exhibit number 7.
Yes, I do.
Please describe.
I
for
see
me
strictly nothing here. Zoom in.
Depicted in this picture.
That looks like it might be a.
This was a
scalp
picture
issue.
of Amber's scalp.
And does this accurately depict what you saw when you were shown it, as you testified earlier in December 2015?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Tillet Wright, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 8. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
Please describe what's depicted there.
This is Amber Heard's face.
That's a cold sore. That's not.
With a very swollen lip.
And does this accurately depict what you observed when you arrived at Amber Heard's penthouse in December 2015?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
Please
these
describe.
pictures are in evidence
This
already.
is the clump of hair that I was shown, I believe, when I arrived at Penthouse 3 on the night of December 16th, 2015.
And does this accurately and genuinely depict the scene that you recall seeing?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Now,
It's not going. It's still going on.
what if any plans was there as of December 16, 17 of 2015 for Amber to be spending Christmas with Mr. Depp and his kids? Do you recall?
Taking the pictures down while we talk. Yes, I do recall. There was a plan for Johnny and Amber and Lily Rose and Jack and Raquel and her boyfriend or fiance at the time, Josh, to go to the Bahamas. Oh, and Raquel's mom and Amber's parents to go to the Bahamas and spend Christmas on the island together. Yeah.
Mr. Tillet Wright, I'm going to
Please
ask
just stop.
What, if
Just
any,
stop.
conversations did you have with Johnny Depp about the December 15 incident?
I don't think that I don't know that he and I had a direct conversation about it. I'm not sure if he and I had a direct.
So what, if any, I'm going to show you, Mr. Tillet Wright, what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 16. It's a text message exchange dated 2/10/2016. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. It's a text exchange between me and Amber Heard about a video that she sent me.
Okay. Now it starts out, hi, Steve left me a voicemail at 5 a.m.
The fast
And that's
forwards
from you,
are
correct?
editing out.
That's correct.
These are only
Do
the
you
highlights
remember
of the
what the
video
voicemail
recorded
message
deposition
was?
that they want to include.
Yeah. Johnny called me at 5 a.m. and left me a voicemail in the character of some kind of management, of like a property manager. And he said something about, yes, hello, this is management. And I don't remember what he said, but it was something to do with like, we have a situation that we need to change out to something. And it was just,
By the way, just so we're clear, also
a lengthy.
Barnes, I think Barnes was in trial today. So they're at 7 o'clock now, by the way. This deposition had been going on since earlier than 4
I'm going to show you
o'clock.
what has been marked as exhibit number 17.
This has been a
and then, Alex, I'm going
5-hour
to
video
ask you
deposition with
to
IO.
play this.
And these are the highlights that they think are going to show something for this trial. I don't know when it started. I have to go back and see when it started, but this is.
Motherfucker! Motherfucker!
What happened?
What happened?
What happened?
If this is voluntary intoxication, I think they had a similar case about mushrooms a while back. Voluntary intoxication to the point of automatism.
Something happened this morning. You know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
She really is. This strikes me as being
No,
conniving,
that's
but
the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy.
she's blocking the camera. I didn't understand what she was doing the first time. She's blocking the camera with her mug.
You're
Have
crazy.
you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going? Oh, really? Really? See that shit on me, motherfucker?
Didn't you were
smashing shit.
Thank you, Alex. You can take this down now. Mr. Tillet Wright, do you recognize that video?
Yes, I do.
Was that the video that Amber sent to you on the text message exchange on February 10th, 2016?
Yes.
Do you recall watching that video on February 10, 2016?
Yes, I recall watching that video at the time that I received those text messages.
So I'm going to take you to 21 May 2016.
Please just take me to the end of
What
this
do you
deposition.
recall with respect to a telephone call you received from
Okay,
Amber?
I actually will have to tend to other stuff that actually can't wait above and
I was
beyond.
in New York.
So she records afterwards, not what happened prior, and not just that, but she's so soft and polite in the when she knows that she's recording. But when Johnny is recording and she doesn't seem to know, that cackle, that antagonizing laugh, the insults. But when she's recording,
And so I
soft as an
called,
angel.
And I was walking down the street as this happened. She put me on speakerphone. So I was talking to both of them. He just stopped by to pick up some of his stuff.
That's the big 6 minutes of cray cray.
A theory that he either he wants to ask you about it, and I said, okay, sure. And hello, Johnny, like, you know. And he
I tell you what, Camille should not have ended it so quickly. There was time left in the day. Although she did end it 1 hour short of 24 hours. So I think maybe I do think they were on a very, very strict timeline.
on his pillow.
Why would she record him knowing he's aggressive? Clearly, she isn't afraid of him.
Shit on his pillow.
Oh.
So I started laughing.
I poo-poo.
And I was laughing, she was laughing, and when I realized that he was serious, I was like, okay, look, you know, first of all, I wasn't there that day.
So then what are you if you weren't there that day, what are you talking about? Like, you know what happened?
It was funny. And he started to get more and more agitated, and I could hear him walk away from the phone. He came clomping back down the stairs. I heard like a
it's real funny.
noise, and
It's
then
real
the
funny
phone
taking a
dropped.
poop on someone's bed.
And
The tape is skipping. No, they just cut out any spot in between that they didn't want to include.
you think I fucking hit you? What if I peel your fucking hair back? And then I heard the phone drop again, and then I heard her scream. I remember her screaming. And I hung up the phone, and I called Raquel immediately because I know that she lives one door away, and her and her boyfriend Josh, who's a big dude, would be able to get there the fastest. And I called her, texted her right away, and I hung up with her and immediately called 911 in New York. And then I called a friend of mine in LA who I knew had met Amber a number of times. And
oh my good God.
I may have placed a second call to NYPD. Now I'm all frazzled and I don't remember, but I think I called NYPD.
Mr. Waldman made some statements in April and June of 2020.
It's not, it doesn't know. It's and Amber as well.
Both Amber Heard and her friends in the media used fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They've selected some for sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. That was made on April 8, 2020. What, if any, impact did that have on Amber based on your observations?
Amber
That was not the meltdown. I posted the clip on my Viva Clips channel of what I thought today's meltdown, as
Isolated,
close as we got today.
Embattled.
Heard meltdown on the stand.
Extraordinarily distressed.
But it certainly wasn't what I thought was going to
On June
happen.
24, 2020.
So I will publicly admit that
Waldman
my prediction, in
accused
my mind,
Amber
did not come
Heard
to
of
fruition.
committing a quote abuse hoax against Depp. What were your observations of how this impacted him?
I think that my previous statement encompassed that.
During the time that you were friends with Johnny and you were speaking with him up until you testified December of 2015, what, if anything, did Johnny Depp ever tell you about Amber Heard being physically violent to him?
Nothing ever at any point.
Do you agree with me that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard had many verbal arguments?
Yes, I do.
And you were a witness to a lot of those verbal arguments, correct?
I was witness to some verbal arguments.
Okay. And did you ever hear Ms. Heard say anything?
Almost the same color as this.
Mr.
Purple.
Depp in those arguments?
Yes.
And did you ever hear Ms. Heard say anything vicious to Mr. Depp in those arguments?
Yes.
So would you agree with me that when they argued, they were mean and vicious to one another in what they said?
When they argued.
I would categorize it very differently, sir.
Please go ahead and characterize
Well,
it.
you testified that you heard Ms. Heard say mean and vicious things to Mr. Depp
No,
when they
Barnes, I
argued.
think, is actually in court.
And vice versa. Is that accurate?
Yes.
It's amazing how the
And
longer the testimony goes on, the
although you
more they
witnessed
remember that they should be against Johnny Depp.
Arguments, verbal arguments between the two of them, where they exchanged mean and vicious statements, you never saw Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion, correct? Jack,
No, I never saw either of them physically assault the other ones.
did you ever experience him become violent as a result of or because
Here you
of
go. Here you go.
smoking cigarettes or joints?
As I've already explained to you probably 8 times, I've never seen Mr. Depp become physically violent with Ms. Heard. So if that's what you're asking me, if he smoked a cigarette and that made him violent,
No,
I think you know that that's ridiculous. And the answer is, again, no.
Well, misunderstood the question.
Whoever witnessed
The
Mr.
smoking of the cigarette,
Depp
did it
become
upset
violent
Amber?
in any manner on account of him smoking cigarettes or joints?
That was the
If
question.
you want my honest answer is that Mr. Depp mixed substances constantly. And I keep trying to tell you that. He mixed all kinds of things together when he got crazy and violent.
You just said he never
and
got
upset
violent.
and paranoid.
You literally
and
just
I
said he never got
knew what
violent.
He had taken.
When you say when he got violent, when did you see him get violent?
Never.
I saw Mr. Depp throw glasses and dishware on at least 2 occasions, which I would characterize as physically violent. And do I know if he'd smoked marijuana or cigarettes before that? I don't know.
When were those 2 occasions?
Sometime during the time that I was living in Sweetser.
And
once at Eastern Building.
And prior to throwing those dishes, did you witness him imbibing any drugs or alcohol?
I literally just told you 8 times I've never seen him get violent.
Seeing as Mr. Depp always was smoking cigarettes and marijuana, my assumption would be yes.
Okay.
Please break for the afternoon. They're not going to go straight till 5:30 now, can they?
Do you recall when Ms. Bredenhoff showed you a picture of a clump of hair on the floor?
Yes.
Did you see it get pulled out? Do you know if it was a dog hair? Do you know what happened?
When you saw that, that was more than a day after it was allegedly pulled from her head by Mr. Depp. Is that right?
Well, if you want to get technical, my understanding was that their fight happened very late at night, which is technically the morning of the 16th. And I arrived at her house around midnight, the night of the 16th. So technically, it's not more than a day after. It's in the same 24-hour period. So technically, the answer to your question is no.
That's a long way to say I didn't see it.
I'm just talking about the hair on the ground that you saw. When you saw it, was it your understanding that it had been there for more than 20 hours?
I have no idea what time their fight started or ended, so I don't know if it was 20 hours or 16 hours
Green
or
Hornet.
13 hours.
This would have been the strong
But
argument. That was
my
the type of
understanding,
violence.
again,
Destruction of
was that
property,
they
name
got
calling.
into a fight
Not
sometime
the
in the
wild
morning of the
accusations
16th
with no evidence.
/ late
That's
night
almost
on
like
the
that
15th.
that
I
makes
don't know at what
him
point
breaking
during
the
course
cabinets,
during that fight,
you know,
in which the clump
look,
of hair was ripped out of her head.
not irrelevant, but irrelevant
But it
by
happened
comparison
sometime
to what she alleged was the assault
then
that
and
she
there.
endured.
So yeah, sure. My understanding was that that clump of hair had not been moved since it was ripped out of her head.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Completes. All right. What's your next? Who's your next witness?
We have another video deposition, Rael Pennington. It's a long one, so we could listen to some of it
All right.
tonight,
Let's
and
go
then
ahead
we'll
and
go into-
start. Why don't
Okay.
we go ahead and start it today? At least get 30 minutes in. If we could.
That's
Okay.
fine. Yeah.
All right.
And Your Honor, just for your benefit and the jury's benefit, the questioning starts with Ms. Vasquez on behalf of Mr. Depp, and then I question Ms. Pennington at some point, which will probably be tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to start this for not even 3 minutes, and then I'm ending the stream. I hear kids in the other room. I've got to make a call.
For the record. Rael Pennington. In what city and state do you currently reside? Los Angeles, California.
I just
You've
want
been
to
deposed
see.
before, right?
I want to get a feel for the.
Yes.
I'm going to watch this after just
You were deposed
while
in
I
Ms.
do
Heard's
other
divorce
stuff.
proceeding for Mr. Depp. Is that correct? Yes. Have you been deposed in any other matter? No.
Rael Pennington is a former UFC
that
fighter.
you submitted during Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's divorce.
The purpose of the thing that I wrote, which I don't know if it was,
I'm
I think
done.
we called
I
a
am.
declaration.
8
or
hours. We're done.
Whatever it was.
Okay, I've seen
It
enough.
was to write down my
Just bear in mind,
count
people,
of
as you
events
continue watching, this started at
fresh in my memory
9:56 at the very least, based on this clip.
And Ms. Heard asked you to write down your witness account. Is that correct?
I do not remember actually. I think I don't know.
Did Mr. Depp ask you to write down anything?
Listen, I'm not going to
in
get.
support
I'm not going to
of
break my own stuff. That costs money.
Any legal filings?
I don't remember.
So it's your testimony sitting here today that you don't remember one way or another, whether it was Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard that asked you to write down your witness account during their divorce. Is that correct?
I wrote down my account. That is the memory that I have. I wrote down everything as clearly as I could remember it, as soon as I
This
could.
is Rael Pennington.
You provided
Rocky.
a witness statement in the UK proceedings. Is
Okay,
that
so
correct?
I'm gonna. Oh my gosh, people, I have to. It's done. No, I still hear it in the background. Please stop. Please, I'm done.
Just one.
Okay, so anybody who's interested in continuing this, Legal Bites. I mean, I don't think they need me to. You know where the options are. Legal Bites, Emily D. Baker, Rakeda, Nate the lawyer's doing this. You got, I think, Ian Runkle, Law and Lumber, DUI guy. I don't know if on civil law, Kurt is doing this. Oh my gosh, you can go watch there. I'm gonna go just pay attention and listen to it in the background. This has been fun. This has been educational. Tomorrow I will probably go live and not stream the trial, but talk about other stuff. Go back to the standard multiple stories. Oh God, backwards. I'm gonna get on the treadmill now. Jog this out of me. I don't even care to run this in the background and pick my nose for 8 hours. Legal Bites has 60,000 viewers watching. That's amazing. Legal Bite, hold on. And let me just go see what Emily has. Emily D. Baker, who is currently live, has 103,000 people watching. So go. If you want to watch this, there are no shortage of people. But if I tune back into this trial, it's going to be for a good reason. So people, see you soon. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. And could not have gotten through that last part without you. My pleasure, Bambi. Go out. There's still some sunlight left. Get some exercise, fresh air. I'm going outside to get some fresh air. I'm going to go outside. Okay. Enjoy the afternoon, people. Sidebar is Thursday night, not Wednesday night. Larry Sanger, co-founder of Wikipedia. Tomorrow night, there might not be a sidebar. Maybe we're going to do something else anyhow. We'll see. Stay tuned.